Well, good morning. Day three, finals day here in beautiful La Jolla. Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols here at the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. The waves are looking so fun. I was out there a little bit ago when I got here early talking to all the athletes, and yeah, we have a maybe a tick of increase in swell, a little more crossed up wind swell, so there's just peaks on offer everywhere. And we are jumping straight into AS1 stand and kneel quarterfinals. This heat is going to have JP Verdry from South Africa, Bino Maru from France, Nate Smide from Canada, and Bas Dirks from the Netherlands.
Awesome work there, Jeff Baldry. Good to be next to you for day three. Looks like the athletes are out in the lineup ready to go. Surprisingly, we did not expect this swell to hang around, so it's exciting. We can see some good waves out there. Wow.
Look at these peaks that we see right there on screen. So it's a consistently shoulder high. There's all kinds of peaks on offer. Really high tide, so we're going to have an exciting day today here in beautiful La Jolla.
Looks like everybody's ready to party. We saw about three athletes on that first wave, so we'll see who's gonna catch the next one.
So you just barely made it in here. What's going on?
I did. You know what? I'm not waking up nearly as early as some of these athletes, but these have been some pretty long days here in the booth with you, and I must have passed out without my alarm set.
Oh,
So I woke up like 7 on the dot. I was like, okay,
You woke up at 7 on the dot.
on the dot.
Man, you really did boogie to get here at 7:29 and 59 seconds. So thank you very much. This first heat is off and going, and straight away we have just a few small scores, so nothing to really consider. A couple of below ones and a 1.3, but we know that these athletes are capable of much higher scores. We've seen eights and nines from a few of them, mid-range sixes, so they're just getting themselves sorted out. I saw JP earlier up in the competitors tent that they're kind of showing right there that Stance is provided with the massage table and Stance's amenities. It's great for these athletes to have an area to change and dry off, and you know the ramp access. The whole thing is just so well organized. It's something that is next level.
It is. Last year we didn't have this setup, and a lot of the athletes, they're staying off. Obviously not right here at the beach, although some are doing the RV camping thing, which is kind of fun. They wake up and do the surf check thing, get their wetsuits on, and go for a dawn patrol session.
Yeah, that's right. There's the bonfire going for not only the athletes to go warm up, because a lot of them stay in their wetsuits for quite a while, but look at this. JP Verdry from South Africa up in the red. What I was going to say is he was kind of playing with his quiver. He wasn't sure if he was going to ride the pointed nose board or more of a round nose fish. So it looks like he went out with the one he's been comfortable with. And Colin Cook, it looks like. No, sorry, that is Bino Mero. Getting a nice long wave there. You can see how contestable the surf is. The free surfer's off to the left, and normally you don't see, La Jolla Shores breaking that far down to the south. So there's a little bit of this crossed up northwest wind swell in it that, like I said, brought it's up a little bit, maybe another foot.
Well, we got a little bit of rain last night, so we've got some weather moving through, and ocean is definitely hanging around for the surf competition. I love it. Just to catch everybody up with the AS1 stand kneel division. So these are athletes that both have below the knee injuries and above. So you can see below the waist, actually, lower limb injuries and above. So we've got a single arm amputee competing against below the leg amputees as well in this division. So mixing it up, but these competitors have proven over the last couple of days that they can surf against anyone, really.
Right, and we saw that on the last exchange because our surfer in red from South Africa, he has the below the knee leg amputee, and our surfer from France in the white, he has the missing the arm or arm amputee right below the shoulder there, or at the shoulder.
Right.
JP scored a 4.10 for his efforts, and Bino from France got a 3.17. So this is finals day, make it or break it right here. And we see our surfer throwing that big backside hack that he was going for yesterday. This one is just reforming nicely for him to come inside. A nice cruising lip carve there.
Looks like Binot is just trying to get a couple of good scores on the board to kick it off. We've got 14 minutes left, and that's one of the tactics that some of the athletes take is just let's just get some points on the board right off the bat. So it almost seems like that's what Binot is going for at this point. Nate and even Baz Dirks hasn't actually gotten a good solid wave yet. They're just waiting for the quality coming in.
Well, I think it's a great strategy to get busy early, but right, and talk about getting busy early. Todd Klein is already on the beach, fired up with an interview.
Moment. And just wanted to give you guys an update. Obviously, every day has been electric down here on the beach, but today you can feel that just a little bit of added electricity in the air. It's finals day. These athletes know that somebody is going to be taking home the gold for not only themselves, but as well their country. Today, we have our highest tide so far of the event. It's come all the way up here to the judges' tower. There's a makeshift wall there so it doesn't wash underneath, and the surfers are adapting with their equipment. You touched on it a little bit, Baldy. JP Vaudry yesterday posted two of the highest scores of the event. He had a 9.57 and an 8.37, but understand that during that heat, it was a lower tide, so he had a lot more vertical face to work with. So as you pointed out this morning, he went out on more of a fish shape, trying it to see if maybe he needed it for these higher conditions, these higher tide conditions. Like you said, though, he went back to Old Faithful. He's riding more of a standard equipment out there. We'll see if it pays off. So far, he's looking pretty good. Plenty of time on the clock. But, guys, you can tell the energy is elevated. It's finals day. If you're in the area, get down here.
All right, thank you, Todd, and that is it. And while Todd was talking, we saw, well, we have two riders up splitting this peak. Our surfer in blue, Boss Dirks, got up and went down, and Nate Schmides, he didn't get through to that inside section. JP Vaudry got a 5.27 on that wave that they were showing in between Todd's interview, and yeah, he went back. He elected to go with the Old Faithful, which was a little more of a pointy nose board that he was riding yesterday, and like Todd mentioned, he got a 9.57, so he really, that's as excellent as it gets, other than a 10.
And pretty typical for JP after we've seen him this weekend. That's a pretty average score for him, looking like an 8 is kind of something that he's set the standard for.
Right, so. and I was going to say, when we were talking about Binot staying really busy, he got a 3.43 on that second wave and up and riding here, back deep on the peak and then down on the shoulder. Goes for a nice re-entry there and comes unstuck. Our surfer from Canada, Nate Schmides, there in the yellow. That's a pretty tough name, Nate Schmide.
Nate Schmide. Yeah, you don't want to mess with that guy.
That's a rock and roll name, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's a few.
Singer. Yeah, Baz Dirks is a pretty rock
That's
and
the
roll
other
name.
one.
Yeah.
That's the other one.
Baz. I just like saying that.
Yeah, and what was the we yesterday we were rolling the Japanese athlete off our tongue. That one felt really good too.
Yeah.
I'll remember it when we get there, but coming up, we do have a Japanese surfer, but he's in Heat 4, who I got to interview yesterday, Kenjiro Ito, who is from Chiba Beach, where the Olympics are going to be held in 2020, so he was really excited, being here for this event, knowing that surfing is coming to the Olympics. Hopefully this is the platform to launch surfing into the Paralympic Games, and like we've talked about the last 3 days, there's a lot of work to do. We see this is where the judges are posted up. They're in the scaffold above, looking down on the surfers, bird's eye view, dropping the best scores. It's a panel of 5, and then there's our head judge that's making sure that the 5 judges are sort of staying consistent within the criteria for the day. They determine every day what it is they think the potential for these waves is. All first heats in every surfing event are always the hardest,
right,
because they get to see how they can set the scale against what they're seeing on an unridden wave, and now the athletes are out there riding. So the guinea pigs of every event are the first heat.
Yeah, and they're just warming up the competition. The judges, we just have to hand it to them. They've had to stay super focused. I mean, this entire competition, you can see they've got those walls up. They've just got their little cubicle. They've just watching surfing for 3 days straight. They're really good at what they do, and I know those judges have taken extra precautions or they've gone to great lengths to learn more about people with disabilities and what they're capable of to then consider into their judging. So
yeah, absolutely. And then there's Fernando Aguirre in the blue jacket doing his political march, waving to everybody,
His
shaking
shot,
hands, kissing
he
babies.
doesn't wave. He just shakas.
Yeah.
That's Fernando.
And he was out by the bonfire this morning. I was saying there's a bonfire for the volunteers and the athletes. So, along with the RV village that some of the teams have elected to go with here in the parking lot at La Jolla Shores. And thank you to the city of San Diego and La Jolla Foundation for letting us use this area, be here for the second annual World Adaptive Surfing Championships. And we know from the opening ceremonies that Sherry Leitner and the city has given a proclamation
Yes.
to Fernando and the ISA that December 6th is Adaptive Surfing Day in San Diego forevermore.
I love that. And that, I mean, just them recognizing it, they know adaptive surfing exists. That's awesome. So, not only that, but they gave us an entire day for ourselves. So, that's pretty generous. And we hope to take advantage of that, if not with the competition, with some more awareness events.
JP Verdry up and ripping a nice, powerful hack in the pocket there. You can see he's bouncing because it is a little mushy here with the high tide, but he's making this reform connection. He'll get this little inside bit, and will he get one more turn off? Oh, you worked for it, though.
He did.
He looks focused to get into the semifinal, that's for sure, with a 4.10 and a 5.27. He's leading the heat. Our surfer in white milking that right-hand bank up to the south that seems like it's going right, then left for him.
Paddling a little bit with his arm.
Yeah.
Just wanting more. I love this. These athletes are hungry.
All
this
right.
morning.
Finishing up, Boss Dirk. So maybe we can get a replay of where he came from on that one. It looked like there might have been one section before he came onto screen there. So Boss Dirk from the Netherlands trying to get himself up into the second position. He needs a 5.27 before that wave was ridden. And then we're waiting for the score to drop in for our French surfer that we saw. Well, here's that snap of JP's. Very aggressive in the corner. And then that wave just sort of guttered out. We know as the tide drops, those will funnel through.
Right. You can see JP's prosthetic leg is on the back there, and it looks like he's below the knee. He's got a great prosthetic setup. It almost looks like, I mean, if you didn't know any better, that was an able-bodied surfer.
Yeah.
Just snapping back at that. So, kudos to him for adjusting, adapting, and finding the best way for him to surf. I love it.
Well, the judges have rewarded him for that very aggressive snap in the pocket, a 6.43, so he replaces the 4.10. And at the same time, Binot Moreau from France, he upped his ante, getting a 3.67 on his last ride. Boz Dirks behind, got a 2.70, so he kind of, decreased what he needs now to jump up into second. In blue, Boss Dirks from the Netherlands, now looking for a 4.40 here with 6.5 minutes remaining. It's all flowing. We've got the technical aspect happening, the scores, the screen, the cameras going.
I think it's just going to get better, too. Super high tide here, but as it drops, the waves are just going to form better. And all these athletes are looking to medal today. This is finals day. This is go time, do or die. And we're going to see a little bit of history made today. It's second annual World Adaptive Surf Championships, and it's all on the line today for these athletes.
So Binot Moreau from France has been staying really busy. He's looking to make this inside. You can see how hard he's working from rail to rail, and he does find that inside. The judges are going to love this, carrying his speed nicely. Just ran out of room, I think. It got so shallow there. He had done a lot of work, so...
Standing straight up there.
Yeah.
Almost a good idea to bail from that.
Well, with 5 minutes and a half remaining, it seems like he might get outside and really focus on a clean set wave to just sort of secure that second position and possibly jump up into the lead. He's looking for an 8-point ride nearly to jump up into first. First and second do advance on into the semifinals here of the AS1 stand and kneel rounds, and so that's what they're looking to do. It's elimination day, finals day, as you were alluding to. This is our biggest category. Wow, look at this set for JP. Nice big roundhouse there. He's eyeing up the inside, thinking maybe he can get that reform. It seems like the way that the water's moving, some of the lefts reform a little further north on the beach,
Yeah.
but he's elected to go with those rights, and it's paying off for him with a 5.27 and a 6.43.
We'll see what Beno decides to do here with 4.5 minutes left in the heat. He has a pretty comfortable lead in that second spot, but like you said earlier, going out for a quality set wave is probably in his best interest. Plenty of time too.
Yeah, because he was busy. He got those, the mid-range threes and up and riding. Nate Smythe, our Canadian surfer, this is the wave he was looking for. Coming around the section on this beautiful left, we talked about how it reforms down to the beach. This is going to be a cooker for him.
It's a great ride.
Nice. You can see the beach there, and that's the pageantry of this event, how all the teams come. There's the Parade of Nations, which basically, just to bring you up to speed, is the all the teams gather and parade as a team with their flags onto stage. Then there's the ceremony of the sands. All the different teams bring sand from their collective or their main beach in whichever country, and they pour it into this plexiglass box, and it just becomes a beautiful feature piece.
It's one of the more emotional aspects of this, for the sands of the world to come together to connect us. And every sand that is brought from, whether it's from Argentina, from Hawaii, from the States right here in La Jolla, every sand box that they bring in and pour into this bigger box has a different color, so you can see the layers and how different we are, but really how much we are the same. And it's just such a great symbol for how surfing and the oceans connect everyone.
Well, and I was really glad that during the opening ceremony,
Yeah.
it was great during the opening ceremony when Sherry Leitner was on stage, and she asked, we were sitting behind the plexiglass box, and we wanted to, we could see the different grains and the colors and the way that the sand wove together, and
Yeah.
I didn't realize on the front of the box was the event logo.
Right.
So she said, hey, can we turn it around? And as soon as we turned it around to the crowd out on the park, sitting,
Yeah.
and all the teams, a big cheer went up, and that was a wonderful moment that she recognized that.
Right. Something to go down in history and stay on someone's mantle. Actually, I know that it lives at the ISA, and that is located right here in San Diego. You can
Yep.
visit the ISA, the International Surf Association office in Bird Rock, California, just north of Pacific Beach and south of La Jolla.
Wow, Boz Dirk's just shredding it up, getting, some rail-to-rail action there. He's looking to replace that 1.33. He's looking for a 4.4 to jump up into second. So it's now all about, that second position, because the athletes in third and fourth needing a 9 and an 8 to pretty much jump into first. So that's a tall ask for any surfer.
Yeah, and we've got about 20 seconds left, so these guys are gonna have to hope for a good size wave coming through and a big score to finish it off.
Yeah, boy, they go quick. 20-minute heats, top two waves. It's 20-minute heats all day today. We started here right at 7:30 sharp. We will be finishing up the final heat by 1:20 today, so a little bit of a shorter day, but that's because it's quarterfinals. We have semifinals for AS5, semifinals for AS2 stand and kneel, semifinals for AS1, finals for visually impaired. Then it's just finals all the
Right.
way through.
Yep. Exciting stuff. So a couple more in the semifinal round. Looks like 3 more heats. The AS5 assist division, just for those that are just catching up with us, that is the prone division for folks that need help and aka assistance onto the wave. So these are athletes that lay on their boards flat and surf prone on their stomachs. Coming
And
up next after this.
look at this, our surfer in yellow, Nate Smythe from Canada, looking to get himself out of the cellar with replacing that 1.57 that's on a scoreline, but that's the way to finish the heat. Great job. I've been able to talk with a few of the Canadian surfers. They are just having the best time being here. They're like, yeah, what a winner you have. You know, because
Terrible.
yeah, a lot of them are from here. One of their surfers, I think, resides somewhere locally here, but a lot of the rest of the team did come from Canada.
Yeah, what a relief.
Well, we are going to go into a commercial break, but make sure to join us here in just a second for the next heat.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money, I just cared about what day did I just photograph and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Welcome back to day 3. It is finals day here. Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols for the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. We just saw the first heat wind itself out, and it looks unofficially like our South African surfer JP Verdry from our South Africa, obviously, took that heat out, and our French surfer in the white, Benoit Moreau, coming in second unofficially. We saw the last ride there of our Canadian surfer you see on camera, but I don't know if that was the 4.40 that he needed to take second.
Yeah. You can check out all of the results on www.isaworlds.com. Be sure to follow these athletes. That was the quarterfinals of the AS1 division. Now it looks like we're on to the second heat of the AS1 Stand Neil. So
that's right. We have Anthony Smythe from Australia, Jade Weatherly from Australia, Tyler Dixon here from the USA, and Gonzalo Torres from Peru.
I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say Anthony Smythe is from South Africa, but only because I know that.
Yeah, boy, my sheet's right. The prompter was not, but he, during that commercial break, obviously did something great. I hope we can queue up a replay, but things started off pretty quick. He had a 1.5, and then he backed it up with a 6.83, so a great way to start the heat in the first 2 minutes, or 1 minute that might have been. Jade Weatherly put a 4.0 up on the board, so that's right, yeah. So our Australian surfer with a 4.0 and our South African with a 6.83. Tyler Dixon with a 2.5.
Looks like a replay here.
Here it is. This is that wave. Oh, and he is just up and ripping again. No wonder he got a 6.83. He is looking fired up. So you see him riding sort of a fishier model than we saw yesterday, that round nose.
Yeah, Anthony, again, he said in the interview on day 1 that he knew this break from last year. He knew the wave, and he felt like he prepared with his equipment. He said that he has no reason not to bring it home for South Africa. So we're seeing his dedication to the cause here.
Well, here's my guy.
And Anthony Smythe, he has sent a couple messages straight from South Africa. We have another one of their athletes, Dries Millard, who couldn't be here. He's actually at home laid up from a pressure sore. He's one of their prone athletes, and we know how much he wanted to be here. Just a shout out to him. We know you're so passionate about adaptive surfing. He spoke on the symposium last year as well. So missing you, looking forward to seeing you next year.
Well, while Tyler Dixon just finished that up, and I was going to talk about Anthony, but can you talk about what that pressure sore is like?
Right. So a lot of athletes with paralysis unfortunately have to deal with secondary issues related to paralysis, and one of those is a pressure sore. So basically, you know what? Actually, I'll get back to that. It's kind of a long definition.
Okay. All right, well, I know Todd is probably down on the beach with the last heat winner. Todd, take it away.
Yeah, the man of the hour, JP Vaudry from South Africa. Another great performance. Yesterday, we saw you post the two highest wave scores of the event, a 9.57 and an 8.37 on the low tide. This morning, higher tide, you actually tried some different equipment this morning but went back to Old Faithful.
Well, yeah, it's the first heat I've had on the high tide. It just so happens that my two previous heats were on the low. I did try my egg board. Sorry, Clayton. I still don't like it, but I love this thing.
Well, let's talk a little bit about, obviously, the semifinals coming up here. You got an hour or two. This is a team event as well, aside from being an individual event. What has the team been getting up to at night? Last night, were you guys able to find some bunny chow here in La Jolla?
Bunny chow, biltong, beer, no. Just got a bit of rest, took it easy. As you know, I was here, I think I got here at about 5 o'clock this morning. First one here is me and Coots, and I was trying out some equipment, and this is what worked for me.
Talk a little bit about the team support, though, having all of your team members around you as well as helpers, friends, family. What's that support been like?
It's phenomenal. I mean, like I said, I was here earlier, and everyone was here to support me. It was the first heat of the day. I know my family are watching back home. Hi, guys. Love you lots. Yeah, I'd feel the love, definitely.
Alrighty, guys. JP Vaudry into the semifinals, looking like he's still the man to beat.
Well, thank you, Todd. Yeah, JP Vaudry on into the semifinals. Such a positive attitude. I think he maybe did have a beer or two last night, but maybe he was trying to deny it. Up and riding.
It's called carbo loading.
Carbo loading, that's right. Gonzalo Torres, our surfer from Peru, on a nice left. Will he be able to catch this reform? He had some nice turns on the outside, and in between that break, we saw Anthony Smite on another wave that he connected across into that left peak, redirected, and then kind of got stuck behind that whitewash. But with that ride, he got a 5.93, so he is out in the lead. And in meeting him and having conversations with him and the team manager for South Africa, Tasha Mantasti, she was introducing him to me, but that all he's ever done is surfed in able-body surf events. He was a semifinalist in the South African Championships, and I don't know if that was recent last year or when that was, but that's why he said, I have no reason not to bring home the gold.
Right. Yeah, he's got a lot of experience, and he's translating that over to adaptive, and he's got such a passion for spreading the love to all disabilities. He was talking yesterday about how easy it is for him to get on a beach having just that arm disabled, but watch this redirection here. He's just working it.
Yeah, so he kind of gave that left a sniff. You saw him give it a little glance, and he realized maybe he didn't have enough speed to get across to the next section, so redirected there right. He looks like he's riding a little wider nose board, up and riding Tyler Dixon on his third wave, looking to better 2.0 that he has at the moment. He only needs a 3.20 to jump up into second currently with 12 and a half minutes remaining. A nice long ride for Tyler.
Looking good.
I saw
Prosthetic user with that back leg affected. We've got three lower limb prosthetic users and Anthony Smite with the arm disability. So again, this is the AS1 stand kneel, and we've got a variety of disabilities out here, but these athletes are all on the same level surfing wise. So looking at a replay here with Tyler Dixon, one of his longest rides, and looking back at Tyler Dixon's scores, he's got a 2.50 and a 2.0, so he's going to have to do some work to catch up with Anthony.
Well, yeah, and Gonzalo Torres from Peru on that last left, he got a 2.7, so he was sitting on a 3 and a 0.9. Now with that 2.70, he jumps up into second place. So Peru looking good in second. You see him paddling out there in the blue.
I think word on the street is it's Gonzalito, because he's a younger athlete and somebody that is holding his own with all these grown men.
And there's Jade Weatherly, so it looks like not using any prosthetics, surfing down on his knees, a double amputee there. And look at Anthony Smide, just ripping up the whitewash, floater after floater. So we've got some good scores on the board. Anthony's out in the lead, but Jade Weatherly has a 4, so he's in a good position to up his ante if he can just better that 1.47. Tyler Dixon with 3.10 and a 2.5, so it's still a tight heat, and Gonzalo Gonzalito, because he is young, right? Every Latin American gets the little Ito.
Yep.
And a 3.0 and a 2.7. So
So
Tyler just needs a 2.60 to advance, to get into second position and advance. Jade Weatherly really looking to replace that 1.47 because he only needs a 1.7, and he might do it on that last ride he had. Gonzalito up, and look, this is a set left going and reforming down the beach for him.
pumping it, looking awesome
Looking for the
there.
barrel, goes for the head dip and comes unstuck. Busy heat.
I think that's going to be a great ride for Gonzalito.
I think you're right. So, waiting on a few scores. We'll just wait for those scores to come in with just under 10 minutes. Wow, someone just walked in our booth and brought this amazing citrus that is just perfuming the booth. So thank you for bringing that in. Tyler Dixon in the yellow decides he can't get across into that section. It wasn't going to stand up steep enough. He is looking to throw away that 2.5. And here's the replay of Gonzalito, a nice big cutback. He pumps over the section, and he's going down the line here. This is where it really reforms up, and he goes for the little head dip on the inside. You can see him looking for it. Well, there we go. He got a 3.43 for that ride, furthering his second position, making it a little harder for the third and fourth place surfers. Again, though, they don't need giant scores, so
Again, the top two from this go on to the semi, and this is finals day at the ISA World Adaptive Surf Championships, and it's do or die here. Every heat is a deciding factor in today who will be crowned a world champion in adaptive surfing. So, exciting day at the finals.
well, that's right. And we'd like to thank so many people that are involved in this event. First and foremost, Fernando Aguirre for pushing the movement forward, being the president and the visionary of the ISA. Stance Socks, the title sponsor, coming in. Last year they were down here just to check it out, John Wilson, and Fernando told us a really cool story, which I hope that Fernando will tell, or maybe John Wilson if he gets interviewed. How he just was so moved by the event, had the opportunity to wheel a girl who'd been coming to the beach with her grandmother, I think, for years, and never was able to get from the promenade down to the ocean, saw the balloon tire wheelchairs, and asked, hey, are we allowed to use that if we're not in the event? John Wilson and Fernando brought this young lady down to the water.
Oh, don't.
I'm sorry, I was getting emotional, and she got in the water for the first time after coming down to the beach for years.
Right.
And that moment right there, just the light went on for John. He said, we are an official title sponsor. And so here they are. So
Well,
I'm getting
John,
all choked up,
That's
that
awesome.
it's
Well,
real
John,
life.
It's people like John that know the power of the saltwater hug, that beautiful experience that happens for people that he just wants to share that, and somebody in such a position to be giving back like that.
Jeff Baldwin, Elena Nichols, thanks so much for being here with us at the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. I was getting all verklempt right there telling that story about John Wilson, and why he's involved. Stance involved. Visla, longtime friend of Fernando's, Paul Made, deciding he's going to be a champion of this cause. The city of San Diego for just supporting it incredibly well like they do. Challenge Athlete Foundation and some sponsors and donors, Northern Trust, Graced by Grit, who you were talking about yesterday, Procopio, Indoteaks, Dukes La Jolla down here catering the meals for all these athletes and volunteers. And, the volunteer staff is giant. It's a big collective part of this event. Stance bringing their entire army of employees, and then there's just other people coming in saying, raising their hands saying, I want to get involved.
Yeah, Stance shut down their entire business to be here on day one. So that if that doesn't scream dedication and commitment, I don't know what does. We're thankful for them.
Well, we've had a few waves come in. We're waiting for one really big score that's about to drop for our surfer from South Africa, Anthony Smythe. One last judge about to lock in the score for him, but he's sitting on a 6.83 and a 7.27 out in the lead with just under 6 minutes remaining. But it looks like it's going to be a high 7 So he looking good to get into the semifinals. Jade Weatherly doing a good job trying to wipe that 1.77 off the board. He's needing that 5-point ride to take the lead, but he gets a 2.67. Oh, look at that aggressive move. Our surfer from South Africa. He is on fire. Happy to be out there in La Jolla Shores. It is so consistent. He is having a busy heat now. He sits on a 7.27 and a 7.67. Wow, up and riding, Gonzalito Torres from Peru.
Okay. Yeah, we're just in the booth excited. Fernando Aguirre stopped by, and we're just trying to make some plans to do a little interview with him. So, president of the ISA and the visionary for this competition, the 2016 Stance ISA World Championship event, doing his thing, and we're thankful that he does it.
We sure are. Here's the replay of Gonzalito. He's sitting in third, needs a 3.25, so there's been a little shuffle. He was up in second for quite a while, but Jade Weatherly on his last ride getting that 2.7. He got the score he needed to jump up into second. It's first and second that will be advancing, and Tyler Dixon couldn't get over the edge of that one. I don't know if he would have been able to make it down the line very far, but it looked in the beginning to be a good wave. What a floater. Boy, Anthony Smythe. Two big turn, a big floater, a carve in the pocket, and he is going to make it through to the inside for probably one last finishing move.
3.5 minutes left, and Anthony Smythe is showing us how the South Africans do it. It just seems like he keeps getting better as he progresses through to day 3. Humble dude too. He's one of the wow. Can we take a look at this tattoo, Lords of Dogtown?
Yeah, that's a committed tattoo.
That's huge.
A throwback to Venice.
Love that.
Late mid 70s. Dogtown has inspired surfers and skaters around the world for decades now.
Tyler Dixon taking off late there. Not going to score high on that, but the set is coming through, and hopefully he can make his way back out there before
I just went
it's
off.
Finished.
I don't have sound now.
2.5 minutes left here, and Gonzalito paddling
I
in.
don't have sound.
He's going to catch some of this whitewash. Probably not one of his highest scoring waves there. He's going to want to paddle back out. Taking a look at Anthony Smythe with this awesome right, huge roundhouse, and he's going to just pump that whitewash and ride this out. That's a great ride. I think that actually scored him a 9.93, one of the highest wave scores we've seen at this competition. Anthony Smythe laying it down. It looks like my trusty sidekick Jeff Baldy is not connected to the system, so I'm all alone out here. I can't hear him at all. So
What happened?
maybe we just need to turn you up.
Are we back? I think I'm back. Well, look at this. Anthony Smythe with a 9.93 on that last wave. That was incredible. That was the one we saw just before I lost my sound in my headset.
Yeah, for the viewers at home and those that are just learning about surfing, a lot of the best moves in surfing were all encompassed in that one wave of Anthony Smythe. He had a floater going there, a big round house, and then some redirection there. rode that wave out. The length of ride, the difficulty, it all came together for him in a great wave score.
So with under 1 minute, Tyler Dixon sitting in fourth position, needing a 3.58. He can't get the ride he needs right there. Anthony Smythe out in the lead with a healthy 2-wave total. You see him there again, seeing if he will get this redirect. He's just pumping. He's fired up. I think he is already warming up for the semifinal. The board and equipment looking great for him. A great choice in equipment for these high tide conditions, a little softer conditions. We are down to just under or 10 seconds, literally. Currently in the red from South Africa, Anthony Smythe in the lead, and in second, Jade Wheatley from Australia. And that concludes the heat. I heard the buzzer go, and unofficially that is it. Well, we are going to throw it into a commercial break, but we will be back with more exciting action for Heat 3 of the quarterfinals here in La Jolla. Stay with us.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money. I just cared about what day did I just photograph, and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Dad, what's Visla?
We are back live. Aloha. It is a beautiful sunny day. You can see La Jolla Shores there. You can see all the people on the beach. Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols here for the second annual 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship. We have great waves on offer. We just completed quarterfinal number 2, of which Anthony Smythe from South Africa ran away with it, getting a high 9 and a mid-range 7, so he is safe into the quarterfinals. In this heat coming up, Mike Coots from Hawaii. We have Peg Bennett, our great British surfer. Andre Zux from Brazil, and Victor Salas from Mexico, our sole representative of Mexico. And there's Peg Bennett rocking the GoPro on his opening ride. I'm not sure.
So Pegleg Bennett, just to point out, he officially, legally changed his name to Pegleg. Love that. He's got a prosthetic leg. It's ironic. It's awesome. And maybe not ironic, but it's commitment there. Talk about commitment. We looked at that Lords of Dogtown tattoo.
Yeah, right.
He changed his name to Pegleg.
Well, Peg, he goes for the very customized British flag prosthetic. But we can't see that today. He was surfing in spring suits the other days. Today he's elected to go with the full suit early in the morning here. It is a little chilly, although it's not that bad for December.
Yeah,
Not
bad at all. You know what's great about being a prosthetic user? You wake up and you pick your legs. And, I mean, if you wanted to, you can be as tall as you want. Say you're a double leg amputee.
That'll be all right.
You
Yeah,
can
perfect.
pick the length of your prosthetics and decide how tall you want to be every day. I think that's a bonus.
And then you could put a bigger shoe or whatever,
Totally.
Yeah. It is. Well, look at that. So Peg Bennett, he got a 4.0 on that opening left. And we're waiting for a few other scores to drop. Andre Zux with a .50 and a 1, mid-range 1 possibly coming in. And we see our surfer Andre Zux from Brazil just couldn't get into that wave. Well, we have a few things happening here. Fernando Argueri is about to join us, but we are going to throw it down to Todd Klein, who is with the winner of the last heat.
Alrighty, thank you. Anthony Smythe, another unbelievable performance out there. Scored a wave up in that 9-point range. We've seen you perform at the high tide, at the low tide. Seems like this board's ready for anything out there.
It is.
And you, by the way.
It is. It's a good board for La Jolla. It's got a great tail. Lots and lots of area in the tail, so when you put your foot down, the board goes forward. You can generate your own speed. You know, in small waves, you have to generate speed. In big waves, you harness speed. So this is the right board for generating speed.
We spoke with JP Vaudry, your teammate, just prior. He won the first heat. What are you guys eating and drinking in South Africa? You guys are performing at a whole new level here in 2016.
It's called biltong.
He mentioned that, by the way. I said bunny chow.
I think you call it beef jerky. We eat biltong, but no, I don't know. We just got a good click in our team right now. JP and I were here last year, so we have experience in this contest, and we support each other, and we're having a good run.
Silver medal last year. What's it going to take to get the gold this year?
Calm nerves. I'm so nervous. I was so nervous before that heat, you know. After my heat yesterday, I fell a couple of times, and that rattled me. So I had a little surf yesterday afternoon to try and just get back to basics. So to win this contest, you have to be calm.
Well, my suggestion is, I'm not your coach, but you know the good news is this year, courtesy of Stance stepping it up this year, you guys have a masseuse up there, certified. Go get a massage. Keep those nerves at bay. Good luck in the semifinals.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty, guys, on into the semifinals. Last year's silver medalist, looking for gold this year.
Well, thank you, Todd Klein, and what an interview. Anthony Smythe sure is ripping it up. We have the honor of presenting Fernando Aguirre has just come into the booth to commentate with us, so thank you, Fernando. How is this event going for you? I have seen you walking around shaking hands, just smiles for miles, big rosy hugs, saltwater hugs as you like to call it, talking to everyone.
Yeah, for me it's a little bit of paradise. You know, some people think paradise is, you know, palm trees, whatever. For me, paradise is being around people that are connected to their heart, that are trying to make the world a better place. That's when I thrive. That's when I get excited and I'm happy. So it's really an incredible weekend. You know, I emerge from this weekend tired. You know, I've been sleeping 4 hours a day or something like that. But at the same time, recharge my batteries for the next year. No?
Recharge your heart.
Fernando recharging his heart. Yeah, it takes a lot of work, and not only what he's doing here on site, you know, with the setup, with all the organization, making sure everything is flowing and very organized, making sure all the teams are happy. I mean, there is a lot of groundwork that goes into leading up to this event, and then the follow-up and making sure the social media is happening, the website is perfect, and everybody's happy.
Yeah, but you know, remember we have an incredible team. I mean, it's like you know, I'm the captain of the ship, but the ship doesn't move without a great crew. And I have an amazing crew, you know, in every sense. A lot of young people, energetic people. These are the office staff, you know, the headquarters, the paid team. But then we got an amazing team of volunteers. And then we have people around the world, like you guys, like the judges, like head judges, the contest directors. So the ISA is really like a global organization with a small budget and a big footprint. And that's the way you want NGOs to be, you know. It's like good use of the few resources that you have. So you know, it's like the ratio between money and heart's reach is the highest, and I think that's what we do. You know, it's funny because we are thinking, there you go, nice drop. The conditions are so nice. I mean, I think you can see yourself on the water. It's like a mirror, you know.
Yeah, that's Peg Bennett, our surfer from Great Britain, who, like we've been talking about, named himself Peg, changed his name, and we have Mike Coots, a very famous Hawaiian surfer. He has one prosthetic leg. Is it below the knee?
Yeah.
Yes.
Below the knee. He's gracing the cover of the first issue of the Adaptive Surf magazine, which is an incredible new launch pad, which, Fernando, maybe you want to speak to that. We were talking yesterday about how that opens the door for now these athletes having a platform to become sponsored athletes, better their cause, because brands need to get involved and they'll want to get involved.
Yeah, I think there's two different. You know, there is the public funding and then there is the government funding. And in America, unfortunately, the way the system works is, you know, money comes basically from private sponsors, but in the rest of the world, there is something called sports minister in every country, and the sports minister has money precisely for this, for the supporting of sport as a vehicle for social, cultural, economical integration, and that includes for people that have had issues with their body either at birth or after that. So I think this is opening a lot of doors. I mean, this week we're focused on the competition, of course, that's a webcast. But at the same time, for example, the Latin American, the South American countries got together and created a Latin American Adaptive Surfing Association. They're going to run contests in Latin America, get together, exchange toolboxes. So suddenly, this is more than a competition. It's a platform. It's a meeting place. It's like a conference. It's like a like-minded, like-hearted people. And I think that's very, very important to provide a platform because, all these people existed. They were just not coming together to one place.
You know what? Last year, that was the coolest part about it. You called it the first wave of the first set, but you also called it the first big party of adaptive surfing, and that's exactly what it was. We all got together. We were all kind of mind blown. Wow, everybody in the world is coming to La Jolla, and anybody with a disability that wanted to surf were like, that's how you did it. Mike Coots, obviously laying it down, showing people how he's figured it out with his prosthetic leg. And then there's wave skiers, folks that lay on their surfboards, assisted or unassisted.
Blind surfers.
And some of those guys are just literally sitting on a board, paddling in from a seated position. I mean, everybody's just the coolest part is they wanted to surf, they're disabled, it didn't stop them. They got out in the ocean, whether they crawled or hobbled or hopped, and they figured it out.
Yeah, we have to remember, and it was, a lot of what I do here has been talking to media, to news crews, TV crews. In one of the interviews, I realized two things. Some things, come to your mind when you're talking, not when you're thinking alone. And I was talking about first is the most diverse world championship that we ever run.
Right.
Because you got 11-year-olds and you got 65-year-olds.
Right.
You got males, you got females, you got all races, all continents. So it's very, very, from any point of view, it's very diverse. And it's great because normally, diverse groups in society belong in different events, different activities. And this brings the whole group together. For me, the most important part is, one is that it triggers the adaptive surfing communities around the world to kind of stand on their own, get their own thing, get government recognition, get involved with the national federation of the sport, get all that. And of course, we will need that to be in the Paralympics. We can't just go to the Paralympics and say, okay, we would like to be here, but we don't have, no, we don't run world championships. Well, we do. Do you run national championships? Yes, a lot of the federations now run national championships. So we're kind of, putting all the dots on the i's, which is very, very important. But at the same time, for me at least, my hope is to appeal. There's another nice wave from Mike. Mike just found the sweet spot on the board and on the wave. No, that's a replay from that wave, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mike with a big cutback, similar to the one on the cover of the Adaptive Surf magazine's first issue.
So I think for me, it's telling the people that are at home or they're looking at this to let them know you can get out of there. You can come to the beach. You can come to the ocean. There is a way, and it's imperfect. It's not the way it could be or the way it should be, but it's better than the way it was 5 years ago. And this is how you progress mankind. Sometimes there are setbacks. Sometimes there are lulls, hurdles. But at the end of the day, you show that this is possible. And now there's communities all around the world that are going to get into that. They are getting into this, no?
Well, and surfing makes the world a better place in that once we show the world that if you're disabled, you can still get out in the ocean. And then once you get out of the ocean back on the shore, then you're like, oh, I can do that. So why don't I get a job? Why don't I be a parent? Why don't I be a good friend or whatever that is? And it just has that trickle down effect of
And you know yourself, you guys come out of the water and even a half day of the lousiest surf conditions, you get out of the water and says, I'm glad I went. You never said, oh, I shouldn't have gone out.
Right.
So surfing it's I don't know, it's like if it were possible to be every person in the world should see a shrink, but we don't have money for everybody to see a shrink, so the ocean is our shrink.
There we go. I like that. Yeah, it brings health in so many ways.
Yeah.
Write me a prescription. Look at that.
There you go. Love by the ocean.
That's one of our surfers coming up in the next heat. Tommy Cunahan from Hawaii on the roster board. Right now, we have Mike Coots out in the lead with a 5.67 and a 6.13. Our surfer from Britain, Peg Bennett, with a 4.0 and a 3.37. We see him up and riding. This could be a wave that betters. Nope. didn't get that inside section. We have seen a few waves, Fernando. That left is running down the beach very nicely. He's sitting in second. Andreas Zook, our surfer from Brazil, looking for a 3.61. Not a big score to jump up into second. Top two advance. Top two waves are scored. And these athletes are looking to get into that semifinal. There's a lot on the line for personal reasons and for country.
Yeah, and the other thing is the adaptive surfing championships are only as good as we are all together. This requires the athletes, it requires the leaders, the workers, the volunteers, the sponsors, the city of San Diego, which has been great, on welcoming us in many ways. The local media in San Diego has been amazing. All the international media. I was watching yesterday a feature on NBC, which is probably going to be picked national. It's an amazing feature they did on the event. Cool. So we should be also thankful to the city of San Diego, to the community of La Jolla for welcoming us.
Yeah,
last year we did it in September. September is not the best month for waves, in La Jolla Shores. This year is much better, and this is like the smallest that you get La Jolla Shores. So we haven't had a lot of luck with the waves, but they're very contestable waves. Now today there's going to be all day very contestable. So that's very nice.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I think is ringing true throughout the event as I talk to some of the athletes. They're contestable waves, and everybody is surfing the same, not the same wave, but the same sort of size of waves, and that is equaling the playing field for people to perform and do what they can in these conditions.
Of course, there are some surfers, in this competition, especially on the stand-up, that they surf basically waves that any able-bodied top surfers surf. But at the same time, we have to have a wave that allows some of the more. There you go. Some of the more complex physical conditions to surf. The assist, requires a lot of help on getting on the wave, and when the wave finishes, also of course the prone conditions. So we have to. It's like everything in life is a little bit of a compromise. Finding a wave that suits everybody. Maybe it's not the best for some guys, but it's the best for most guys.
Yeah, I love yesterday. Even one of what you would technically say is the most disabled surfers, Davi Teixeira out of Brazil. He's in the assist division. That guy just wants a bigger wave. He's like, I just love that he wants to charge. And, yesterday he caught that 9.5. He looked, in comparison to that wave, like he was dropping in at Piahi or something. Like, he's so small sitting on the wave.
And that's the 11-year-old you're alluding to, the youngest competitor at this event from Brazil, with a giant social profile. He, like Barney Miller, gets to network with the world's best able-bodied surfers out of Brazil, and that's amazing for him.
From the point of view, Elena was talking about sponsors. I counted yesterday, and I posted a picture of Davizinho. He has 15 logos
on his board. I was telling.
He really does.
I mean, I don't know anybody that has 15 logos on the board. And I asked his mom, I said, all these like sponsors. Well, some are supported. They give us in-kind support. Not everything is money. Brazil's situation is very difficult. But 15?
Yeah.
That's like a NASCAR racer, or a Formula One.
We even noticed that when we were commenting, when Todd was doing the post-heat interview, we were like, look at him. He's a pro. Look at this board. And he is just exuding the love and the energy.
And you know what? And he is a pro. Yeah. What is a pro? A pro is somebody that is taking what he does seriously, and he's doing that as a way of sustaining himself. So that's perfect. So you don't need, it's like he decided, and he's good to do that at 11. I mean, there are talented musicians at 10 or at 8, so there's nothing wrong with a talented athlete at 11.
Well, sorry, Fernando. I just wanted to catch the heat up here. Mike Coots, we saw that left in the background as we were talking, got an 8.33, so he's handily out in the lead as Peg Bennett goes down right there over the front of the board. Yeah, Mike Coots with a 6.13 and an 8.33. Peg Bennett, who we just saw, sits in second position. Our third-place surfer, Andreas Zux from Brazil, looking to replace that 2.27, needs a 3.61, so not a big ask with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And Victor Salas, our sole surfer from Mexico. Talk about that, Fernando. Last year there was one representative from Costa Rica, Ishmael. Yeah. And this year now there's a team of 5 or 6.
When Ishmael, was in the symposium, somebody asked him, "What is your hope to get from this competition?" And there's Mike again. He's looking for that, cover up.
Yeah, he's dipping his head.
Yeah. And he said what my hope is to bring hope back to Costa Rica.
Yes.
And he did. There is right now 30 adaptive surfers in the Costa Rican national titles.
Epic.
And he came back with 4 more athletes. And, it's such a great story. You see, he came, he surfed, he didn't win a medal, he went back, he won a medal. Look, he put all this nice backside maneuver. Mike is very technical, eh?
Very technical,
Yeah.
and he's
Looking
one
at
of
his
the
watch.
he's one of the surfers with the the below the knee prosthetic that rides
Yeah.
nearly a contemporary surfboard, and that's
Oh,
there
yeah.
is some variety here. You have longboards and
Oh,
fishes.
he
and-
runs a contemporary board. Look
yeah,
at
very
that.
contemporary.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's tall but he's light, so he's able to surf, a small thruster.
Yeah, well, we are down to just 1 minute remaining in this heat. Mike Coots might elect to go in. We don't know, but he's going to
No.
paddle back out. Maybe
You can
get
an
one
extra
more.
wave.
Get an
Yeah.
extra wave, and that's the fun of surfing events. No matter able body or adaptive, you're out there in the lineup with 3 other
Yes.
surfers, and you get the pick of the litter, and that's
Right.
the great thing about competitive surfing. We're going to run out of time, Fernando. Are you going to sit in with us in the
No, I'll
next
stay.
heat?
I'll stay. Yeah.
Okay,
you do your job.
We're down to 30 seconds here. Still out in front, Michael Coots, and in second, Peg Bennett. Will Yellow, our surfer Andreas Zux from Brazil, get that 3.61 that he needs to get into second and advance into the semifinal. We see Peg Bennett on the screen. I'm wondering what he's doing with all that GoPro footage. He's a great guy. I've got to talk to a lot of the British team, just meeting everybody. Well, you see him with the looks like the
it.
British flag up on the nose
Yeah.
of his board.
Yeah, his orthopedic leg is full of the English flag as well.
Yeah. We were talking about those prosthetics, how you can pick those, and yeah.
Well, we are going to go to a short break, and we will be right back with more exciting action here in beautiful La Jolla Beach. We have quarterfinal number 4 coming up next, and we will still have Fernando Aguirre in the booth with us. Stay with us.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money. I just cared about what day did I just photograph and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Dad, what's Visla?
Welcome back. Here we are, Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols and Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, pushing the vision forward globally. We are so honored to have you in here. We have heat number 4, quarterfinal number 4, Kinjiro Ito from Japan, Ishmael Gilarut from Norway, Tommy Cunahan from Hawaii, and Ryan Gambrell from the USA. The final heat of these quarterfinals, Fernando, there's a great photo of this beautiful, pristine beach in La Jolla looking up towards Scripps Pier and Blacks and the Torrey Pines Golf Course. I mean, what a way to introduce adaptive surfing to the world and show that it can be done. And
yeah, listen, we even have Vikings. Look there on the shore.
The Norwegian surfer, Elena knows them well. I think Todd did an interview with the horns on his head,
Yeah, one thing that we did, for example, that I wanted to do, the idea came to me the last day of last year, and we didn't do it, but we did this year, is we shot every board from the top, from the bottom.
Oh, cool.
So we're doing a gallery of boards, so that's a resource for people around the world. When you want to adapt a board to your particular physical conditions, they will be able to get ideas that are already in place as opposed to start from scratch.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, it's a lot of little things that that you can do. And you look at a grain of sand and say, this grain of sand is nothing. Well, get a lot of them, you get a sand dune.
That's it. And
So I'm in the sand dune.
You're in the sand dune
the
business.
sand dune type of thinking.
Well, Fernando, talk about That's amazing news. And what I was alluding to earlier, that you've been busy, not sleeping a lot because you have so much on your plate along with your amazing staff. But to get that news that Latin America is now having adaptive, championships all around,
yeah.
that's the type of thing I picture you doing on your email late at night,
Oh, yeah.
communicating around the world, saying, look what's happening.
Yes.
And people inquiring.
My job, I see my job as, look at that.
Ishmael from
He's so excited. huh?
Norway, stoked. I'm surprised he doesn't have those horns on his head right now.
He's like 24/7 stoked, no?
So stoked. He just had he had twin baby girls. They're
Oh, no
both
way.
7 months old. He likes to curl them like weights. It's awesome. Yeah, he's a new dad and amazing dude. He's got that stoke.
That will keep him busy.
Absolutely.
Twins. I have triplets, so that kept me busy, amongst other things. But I think, I see my job as one of being a communicator, like the build bridger between the cultures, the different disciplines, the different people that serve, That's a very nice wave again, eh?
Wow, yeah, and I know this is a beautiful replay of Ishmael's wave. We only caught it at the end of the original sequence, and Kenjiro looks like he had a wave early on too. We're waiting for the judges to drop the scores down for us. But we're just happy to have Fernando Aguirre in the booth here with us.
And I think that the other day, Jeff, the other thing that I wanted to mention, the other thing that I wanted to mention was the fact that this event is part of our campaign, in the Olympic world. And in the Olympic world, you think the Olympics and the Paralympics are different, are the same organization. They're not.
Right.
So basically, we got surfing to the Olympic Games. Hello.
Yeah, that's it. Jeff Baldwin, Fernando Aguirre.
An action there.
Elena Nichols.
Just briefly, but in any case, that's Tommy Cunningham from Hawaii. The guy that got the kiss of love before going out.
Yep.
I need the where's the heart? I saw the heart. I need one for my
I told
phone.
Fernando about that.
I need one.
The artists were everywhere.
That's great.
So what I was saying was we got surfing to the Olympics. That was deemed by most impossible. Even myself, I thought at points that it was that was not going to happen. Now it happened. So in order to be a Paralympic sport, you need to first be an Olympic sport.
Right.
So we can check that. We've done that. But of course, that means that we need to go through the process for inclusion in the Paralympics, which is a separate process. But the first thing we need to do is we go to an interview then. That's
right. We're going to go down to Todd Klein, who's with the winner of our last heat, Michael Coots.
Yeah, thank you. Last year, copper medalist here at this event. This year, hoping to go a little bit better and looking like he's got the form to do it. Mike Coots representing Hawaii. Coots, another great performance out there, continuing with that momentum. Obviously, your board looks good. You look good. Where's your head at today here on finals day?
Feeling pretty confident. I did a lot of free surfing this year prior to this event. Last year, I did a lot of running and weightlifting and things like that. This last month, I've been surfing all day, every day. Got some really good waves back home, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Obviously, you're looking good to hopefully go on and make the finals once again. Let's talk a little bit about this event. It's obviously very special in so many ways. I've been fortunate to be around a lot of prestigious events. The only place that I've ever felt this much love and aloha is at the Eddy. Do you guys feel that amongst the competitors too? There you have the best big wave riders. Here you have the best adaptive surfers. What's it like for an experience for the competitors here?
Yeah, absolutely, Todd. It's very similar. We're all in a pretty special club. You can say we're beautifully flawed, and I think we all, we're all here for a reason, and it's to compete, but it's also just to see each other and to just to enjoy our own spirits. And I think when you get to the finals, there might be a little bit more competition and things, and that's just the nature of the sport. But it's been a great ride so far, and I'm looking forward to keep it going.
Best of luck in the semifinals.
Thank you, Zach.
Guys, more than an event, this is a gathering of the world's best adaptive surfers sharing the love for the ocean.
Well, isn't that the truth, Todd? And Fernando, you've been talking about that. That's really what this is. It's that platform to get the tribe together and everybody to learn and grow and better themselves, their federations, as they go out into the world, bringing adaptive surfing, hopefully to the Paralympics down the road. But this is the stepping stone.
I think that, the Olympics and the Paralympics are not the ultimate goal. They are an ultimate achievement, but the ultimate goal is to develop the sport. And inclusion of surfing in the Olympics and in the Paralympics will do just that. It will allow us to reach, imagine the millions of surfers in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, and the Caribbean in front of wonderful waves, but they don't surf. They don't even swim. They don't even know how to swim in the ocean.
Right.
So if you ask me, okay, Fernando, vision for next 20 years, I won't be around, but for what the ISA could be doing, the ISA should be having like every community that lives by the ocean, their kids should be taught to swim in the ocean,
Right.
because that's the playground. It's the playground. You might believe that it's God's gift, it's nature's gift, whatever, but it's certainly not a construction company. We don't need anybody to build. The ocean is built, the waves are built. Look at that nice wave there.
Wow, we have our surfer up in red, Kinjiro Ito from Japan.
And
He
I was
had a
talking
great
to him.
interview.
I was talking to him right before I came, and he was kind of a little serious. And they were all. There are a lot. As you progress,
Right.
you get a little more nervous. And he was, I'm a little bit too serious, too
I need
concerned.
to relax.
Yes.
Yes.
Tommy Cunahan from Hawaii. Well, he's looking to make the final or make the semifinal too, like his teammate there, Mike Coots, who just won his heat. So the wave's seeming a little more, a little better today for him on that longboard when he
Oh, yeah.
had some low tide heats yesterday, which was just a little
Very difficult.
challenging
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it was so shallow.
Yeah, it will change. We're having some very big swings of tides. I mean, yesterday was the lowest tide I've seen in shores, and I live here.
Wow.
And this is probably one of the highest. So it's been quite a change throughout the day, which requires another adaptation, adapt to the different type of waves, to the different quality of the waves. But for me, what I was saying is, people say, so the goal of the ISA is to get surfing to the Olympics. I say, no, that's not the goal of the ISA. The goal of the ISA is to get people stoked and happy and surfing. It's a nice taking advantage of his board and the conditions.
But
Yeah.
what you were talking about also is some very fundamental things. Like if you can have everybody swimming that lives by the ocean all over, that's stepped way down from the vision of the Paralympics. You're like, look, there's a bigger goal. Let's get
Right.
everybody that's near the ocean in the ocean.
Listen, you go body surfing. We go surfing on a board. Surfboard riding, it used to be called. But there's people that do body surfing.
Yeah.
And you come out of the water the same.
Yeah.
So in reality, I think it's just whatever it does, we don't know. I
Right.
hope
It's-
in the next few years, the scientific community is going to figure out what exactly we're doing, what it's doing to our brain, to our.
Why are we
to
so
our-
stoked?
Yes, yeah.
Well, and in this general area, we actually have a military hospital here that prescribes surfing to
Yeah.
warriors coming back from war as
in the Navy base in
a
Coronado.
therapy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's undeniable what the ocean
Yeah.
does, and for the ISA to spread that, stoke and just getting in the water is really
Yeah, imagine the there you go.
Our Team USA surfer Ryan Gambrell.
My hope was always to present not just the competitive side. It's kind of ironic because I'm the president of the international federation, and people think about federations basically world championships.
right.
But my vision is one of presenting the culture of the sport, everything that we do, the environmental side, our relation to the ocean, the humanitarian side, the connection to yoga, the connection to eating, to healthy eating and drinking, and a healthy lifestyle. All those things are part of surfing, and we're very glad, I'm very happy because the IOC has agreed with that. What is it?
Well, Fernando, come back to that in a second. Todd
Yeah.
Klein has some board that he wants to
Oh, yeah,
show us
yeah.
on the beach.
Yeah, Baldy, as you know, we've been checking out the different equipment that's been utilized throughout these different divisions.
Very
Coming
cool.
up next, we have the semifinals of the AS5 assist division. And I wanted to show you guys Spike Kane's board. This is obviously unique to that division. You can see the multiple handles here for him to hold on to, as well as this little device right here. It's almost like a shock absorber, and it has a bit of a gel pad inside of there, and that's where you put your chin, so you can, it's comfortable, but you also can utilize the strength of your neck to push down the face of the wave. So very unique equipment as we talk about adaptive sports, always adapting to the conditions, and these athletes adapting with their equipment as well. So high-tech stuff going down here at the world's best event.
Very
Wow,
cool.
very insightful, Todd. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I know yesterday I was asking about the handles, and Elena, you were telling me, no, the handles aren't only just for him, they're for his pusher and his
Oh, yeah.
catcher. So
Right.
he's one of the few surfers that has that all the way down, and that's a
It's
great
fun- it's funny.
adaptation.
I am a board collector, and I have boards from a wooden board from probably the 30s, and it's full of holes where the ropes used to go.
Oh.
So the Hawaiians
Yeah.
80 years ago, for the beginners, they had exactly the same concept, a place where they can grab the board and push the board or pull the board.
Just repeating
Yeah.
history here at the ISA.
We're rediscovering the wheel.
Yep.
That's right. And you see it in life saving also. They have the
Oh, yeah,
handles
yeah.
down the board so that
Yeah.
if they have a situation with a lot of people in the water.
That's
here,
right.
here we have Tommy Cunahan just couldn't get around that section. So there are some really nice peaks, super contestable. We are waiting to give you guys some scores, a little update. I know that there's 8 minutes remaining in this heat. So if we could get those scores so we can translate them to the viewing audience. Here we go. Up on the screen, Kenjiro Ito with a 6.83 in the lead. And he's also got a backing wave of a 1.67. Tommy Coonahan from Hawaii in the yellow in second with a 3.34 and a 3.23. We have our surfer from Norway, Ishmael Gillerud. We saw him get a great wave, and there we go. Nice.
Paddle battle.
He is got a 3.5 and a 2.9, and he's just up on screen there cutting out. So it's a tight heat. No one's running away with this other than Kenjiro's 6.83. It's a battle of the threes.
Last year, Ishmael did a headstand on his surfboard, and I want to see that again. I don't know how the judges score that, do you?
Oh, no, it's, if you are in a longboard competition, it's a very valuable maneuver. It's part of the classical maneuvers. Even sitting, even laying down with your legs moving up, the cockroach. There's a bunch of maneuvers. But we were talking about Tokyo and the IOC and Tokyo 2020 love the concept that the surfing competition is not going to be just a surfing competition like in all the sports, but it's going to be a surf beach festival village. It's going to be on the ocean. There's going to be yoga in the morning, surf initiation in all type of vehicles. There's going to be environmentalism. There's going to be artists. And every day there's going to be live music of surf bands. The Jack Johnsons or maybe the Dick Dales, whatever, from the past, from Japan. Look how he's moving his upper body for the maneuvers for coming back on the waves.
David Teixeira from Brazil.
David Senior is serious. I mean, I'm telling you, he's a professional in the sense that he's professional doing this. He's taking this very seriously.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And his crew from Brazil that brings him around, they all take it very seriously too. They know he cares about how he surfs, and you'll see him on his board. He will maneuver his body as much as he possibly can to just rip around. He throws his body. You can see you can see he doesn't have the regular length limbs, but if he was an able-bodied surfer, you could just imagine.
He'd be a ripper.
Yeah,
like a full-on ripper. It'll be scary. Yes.
Can you speak to his disability?
I don't actually know that much about David Teixeira's disability. I know that he was born this way, and there's another surfer here from Colombia with the same condition who's also very young. But congenital birth defect of some kind that left him, his actual limbs didn't form normally, so he's got short legs and short arms. He actually has like 3 fingers on one hand, so whatever happened in the womb as he was developing left him as a super special individual and human that has decided he loves to rip.
Well, super special is right. We saw in the interview with Todd Klein after he won the heat and got the 9.5 or 7 or whatever it was. Everything that's coming out of his mouth, it's just pure joy. He's just exuding happiness and passion, and it's almost like he's going to start laughing and cracking up in every sentence.
And his social media in Portuguese is like that.
Yeah.
His comments are all like happiness, let's go, Dude. In Portuguese, the Portuguese version, yes.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Tommy Coonahan there.
So,
the
dream for this event, to put us higher in visibility, and dream, of course, is to get in the Paralympic Games.
Right.
If it's not 2020, 2024 for sure, it might be in Paris or it will be in LA. Very likely either one of the 2 cities. September 2017, it will be voted. The ISA will be in Peru. We're probably going to be doing some sort of demonstration there. Peru is one of the best waves in the world, most consistent place in the world. So we're talking already with the host to organize something for the Olympic family. But yeah, that's the way, and we're on our way.
I think we are. This is, the second wave of the second set at the 2016 ISA World Adaptive Surf Champs, and more people are joining the movement. People that had no idea. I know I always get Facebook, Twitter, Instagram messages. How do I get involved? Where do I go? How do I surf? And one person at a time, we're kind of changing the game for people with disabilities.
There's all the stickers.
His coach, Betinho, there's all the stickers. His coach, Betinho, that is carrying him right now with the board. I was in Rio and I didn't have a board during the boat, and I needed a board. And I couldn't find a rental place.
What?
They were not really good boards. The one that I found were lousy boards. And so somebody connected me with Betinho, and I get a great longboard, a ripping longboard, amazing longboard, and an 8-foot board that my wife ended up buying. and he wore his board. So that's how I met
What?
Virginio. And he comes to
Awesome.
me to deliver the board at the hotel and says, yeah, I'm the Virginio's coach. And I say, that's a small, I still get like
Wow,
goosebumps.
that is such
Wow.
a small world.
Yeah. And, and so Virginio, at the end of the week, I said, so how much do I owe you? I had your board for 10 days. He says,
Right.
no, nothing. What do you mean you owe me nothing?
That's it.
So I said, well, I'll buy one of your boards. I said, okay, yeah, you can sell it one. So I bought one of his boards. And
That's
Florence is surfing that board. It's a very nice board. So a very small world. And keep on doing good things. My mom used to say life is a boomerang. No?
Yeah.
You throw bad things come back. You throw
Right.
good things. She didn't use those words. She used, my mom was a little bit fouler language. That's where I got mine. I had to be very careful when I'm live.
Boomerang is a nice word to use there.
We are down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. We see our surfer in red from Japan, Kenjiro Ito, up on this nice looking right. Will he get down the line for one big maneuver? You can see him looking and setting it up. A nice floater at the end. He's looking to replace that 1.67 to increase his lead. We had a switch in third and second. Ryan Gambrell, the U.S. surfer, got a 4.30 and got what he needed to jump up into second. So now Tommy Cunahan, with just under 2 minutes, looking to improve his situation. He needs a 4.8 to advance into the semifinals.
I wanted to read something. This is from one of your own members of the team. This is from Todd when he came here. I think, yes, this is from his Instagram. I'll read it from you. I'm going to quote you. And it says, this is what he posted the very first day of the competition. There you go. He said, I have been blessed to be a part of some great and prestigious surf events over the years, but I think this might just top them all. This weekend, I will be a part of the commentary team to call the action for the world best adaptive surfers who will do battle at La Jolla Shores San Diego. This year we will see 77 adaptive athletes and 21 countries represented at the 2016 Stans ISA Adaptive Surfing Championships. So let's give this asset the support they serve. Thank you. So this is what he wrote before actually being part of the event. I wonder what he's going to write after the event.
Todd Klein, I mean, amazing announcer. He's called some huge events, and for him to say that this adaptive world championship is
so
one
must
of...
top it off, yes.
Yep. That means a lot.
Yes.
Well, it is an honor. Thank you, Fernando, for letting me
and I'm
be a
gonna
part
let you,
of this.
I'm going to let you guys go. You close the heat. I'm happy to be here. I'll be around all day. Maybe I come back. Maybe if I get too excited, I won't. But anyhow.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Fernando
gracias.
Aguirre, everybody. What a time we had just now. We will finish up this heat. There is under 20 seconds remaining. That was Tommy Cunahan looking to jump up into second place. He needed that 4.80 as time is winding down. Well, Elena Nichols, that's what it's called when we talk story in the surf community, right?
Super cool. Fernando Aguirre joining us in the booth. That was awesome.
Wow, Kenjiro Ito finishing off that heat with a nice looking left. That seemed like it would replace the 2.43, increasing his lead, and that is the end of that quarterfinal number 4. So stick with us because we will be right back for more exciting action here in beautiful La Jolla Shores.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money. I just cared about what day did I just photograph and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Well, we are back live here. Oh my God. We are back live. I think we don't have sound. Do I have sound? Hello, hello. Are we good now? There we go. Sorry about that. Had a little cable disconnect. Sorry. We are here at the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. All technical issues are resolved. We are straight into semifinal number 1 of the AS5 Assist Division. In red, we are going to see Davy Tahira from Brazil, our 11-year-old surfer. Amazing story. In white, Pancho Orbula from Peru, and in the yellow, Freddie Merriman from Colombia, a 12-year-old. So we have got 2 young athletes from around the world, and it is just amazing to see. And it looks like already we've had a few waves ridden, which I'm sure we will recap or get a replay of. Davy Tahira looking like he's going to drop a 5.50 to open up this heat, and Pancho Arbula with a 3.83 in this division. We do have the these are prone surfers or virtually prone. They do have assist teams helping them. They have the pusher on the outside and the catcher on the inside. Each athlete, you can see our surfer in white, Pancho Arbula. You can see the gentleman out in the white jersey and on the beach in the white jersey. So, and up and riding in red, shredding this left. I can see the stoke and the smile from here, looking to get that inside section. Our Brazilian 11-year-old, Davy Tahira. So, yeah, we have all the safety crews, volunteers in the orange, in the lineup, around the lineup. These, a lot of these athletes, might have full paralysis, others not quite. So for them, if they do flip off the board, their assist teams need to be really close in case they can't get back turned over. Well, look at this inside wave. We have our young surfer from Brazil flying through, looking to make that reform on the inside. That left does gutter down the beach for quite a ways. Yesterday we saw Jesse Billauer get a ride that was about 300 yards past anyone that was in the event, and so everyone on the beach was scrambling. We see Davey just pumping his fist. Our surfer in yellow, Freddie Merriman from Colombia, carving down the line. Incredible stuff here at La Jolla Shores for the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols, and we've just got amazing scores dropping, hot action, sun is shining, the beach is lighting up. I'm fired up.
So many people out there too. We have, I think, our biggest crowd for the finals day here at the 2016 Stance World Adaptive Surf Championships. Looks like Davi Tashida is doing work.
Right. Well, we're going to throw it down to Todd Klein, who is with Kenjiro Ito, I'm assuming.
Yeah, the winner of the last heat, quarterfinal number 4, Kenjiro Ito, is Ichiban. That means number 1 in Japan. He has a translator here. Growing up, he's from Chiba, correct?
Yes.
So Chiba, a very similar spot to this, as far as a beach break and kind of these types of conditions. Does he feel like he's at home out there in these conditions?
千葉のサーフスポットはここのラホヤと似てると思うんですけれど、地元に帰ったような感じですか？
はい、もうちょっとこっちに来て波の本当小ささに最初驚いて、逆に自分がいつも入ってる千葉の海にもう瓜二つだったんで、 すごくやりやすかったです。
It is a surprise and that the waves are a little small for the event, but the type of the beach and the type of the break is very similar. So to my hometown Chiba.
Well, he makes a good decision as well by bringing his epoxy surfboard. A great decision there. Did he know coming? Because he didn't compete. The Japanese were not here last year. How did he know to bring the epoxy surfboard?
今回のイベントの波に適したエポキシ製のボードを持ってきて素晴らしい選択だったと思うんですけれど、今までここに大会来たことがないのにどうやってそのボードを選択しましたかと。
はい、ここに来る前に自分のボスにカリフォルニアの波は日本の波に似てるからボードチョイスは、日本のボードと一緒で大丈夫だから自信持ってやってこいと言われました。
So his boss told him that Californian waves are very similar to his home break waves, so that's why he brought the same board he uses.
Kanjiro-san from Japan into the semifinals. He's got the right equipment. He feels like he's at home. We'll see if he can make it to the finals.
Well, looking good out there, Todd. Thank you so much. Kenjiro Ito, as Fernando Aguirre was alluding to, seemed like he was very tense and serious before that heat, but it looks like he shook the nerves, adjusted his attitude, and had some fun. Opened with a nice 6 and finished with a good 4. Up and riding our surfer in white, Pancho Arbula from Peru. A quick in and out. One thing I didn't get to talk to Fernando about, Elena, was the judging, and you've alluded to it. There is a broad swath of what they have to look at.
Right.
I mean, even in this heat, you have young Davey, who is sort of sitting on his
Right.
short legs, or
He's actually just sitting on his butt there.
Is he sitting on his butt?
With his legs out in front of him. We actually talked about his condition. It's actually amniotic band syndrome, which you would have to Google, but I think is where, there's bands that end up, maybe the umbilical cord is wrapped around some of his limbs as he's forming in the womb, and that's why his limbs are a little bit shorter and underdeveloped.
And does Freddie Merriman from Colombia have the same thing?
I believe
think
so.
So the two surfers in this heat, very, very rare situation, but yeah, wow. So Davey Tahira on that replay you just saw got a 7.27 when he finished that wave, just like yesterday, fist pumping. It's like I can see his smile from in the booth here. I can feel it.
Yep. No, that's what we're looking for. I wonder if the judges are considering that in the scoring, the amount of stoke that you're bringing. If they were, Davi Teixeira would be crushing. But yeah,
hook me up to that stoke pipe. I want to get some. I got it.
Yeah.
I got a lot of stoke.
So does Fernando. He actually stuck one of his hearts onto the screen, the monitor here, and it just feels better in here, doesn't it?
Yeah, just having that.
I feel the love.
I feel the love. The heart represents the saltwater hug that he talks about, and great to get his insight because, like he was saying, there's so many people that just think, his organization is about getting championships, and
right.
He says, no, that's a great vision.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the goal. The goal is to expand. Wow. Well,
nice.
Davey Tahira. We'll have to see if he had an outside section to turn on. I can hear the beach erupting.
See how he's working his upper body? He's actually dragging that left arm. He's doing the best he can with what he has, and that's what adaptive surfing is all about. Really connecting, riding, long ride there, loving that.
Making the reform, milking it left and right. He's going to take this thing. He's got fist pumps again, and that's what you get from an enthused 11-year-old Brazilian.
Stoked.
I wonder right now if by chance, or maybe later, some of the top Brazilian surfers that are all in Hawaii are watching and cheering on their team.
No doubt they're following his whole journey here in La Jolla on Instagram and support him in that way. Davi's got a huge following. Nice wave there for our surfer in white poncho, Arbulu. from Peru. It looks like he just knifed right through that whitewater. He's still on it.
Very aggressive. You know, he went into that bottom section. You could see him turning his rail to come off the whitewash. Almost looked like the outside rail maybe would bury, but it didn't. He comes shooting out and gets to continue on and get a bunch more turns all the way through to the inside.
That's
you
gonna
see
score
the
high.
volunteers there. And there's a great example of what the
So right from
volunteers can do, and they'll get him back on the board, and then his pusher will come probably in and get him outside to his catcher will come in and get him outside to the pusher. These athletes, when they're outside or out the back with their pusher, they determine the waves they want. They say, hey, I want that left or I want that right or whatever it might be. So that's how this works.
And you can see his catcher came over to the water support, and he knows that he needs to get his athlete in deeper water to then flip him over and get him on that board. So these pushers and catchers work really closely with their athletes. This athlete, Pancho from Peru, he's a quadriplegic. You can see his hands don't actually work, so he's going to need full-on support getting through these waves and to keep his head above water. So everybody knows how to work with these athletes, and you can see they're putting the board on top of him and then flipping the whole thing over. That's a technique that they've figured out.
We're going to get back to that. Todd Klein is down on the beach. I think he's got some great equipment he wants to talk to us with.
Yeah, thanks, Baldy. I touched on it a little bit earlier with Mike Cooch, just the brotherhood that takes place at this event. It's special in so many ways, and everybody supporting each other, giving back. Well, coming up next in the next heat, our gold medalist from last year, Jesse Belauer, he started a foundation called Life Rolls On, and his foundation actually loaned 4 of these chairs, oversized wheelchairs with balloon wheels that has been awesome for the athletes. There's paths that have been rolled out with the help of the ISA and the City of San Diego, who's one of our presenting sponsors, to give the access to these athletes to get right down to the water's edge. And this actually rolls extremely easy over the sand, and then more importantly, actually, the coaches and family and friends will wheel the athletes out into the water and basically just go from the chair straight to their boards. It's been awesome. Thank you to Life Rolls On and Jesse Belauer. We'll see how he goes in the next heat coming up.
Well, thank you, Todd. Yeah, great insight. And, just talking about the sponsors, I just want to take a minute to thank our presenting sponsor, Stance, and our supporting cast of sponsors, Visla, the City of San Diego, Challenged Athlete Foundation, Natural High, Autobach, Carrier Johnson Culture, Chipotle. We've got a whole host of international media partners, Pasión Extrema, Gravidad Zero, Free Surf Magazine, run by Mike Latronic out of Hawaii, who's involved with the ISA for years and years and years. Waves Magazine, Surfline, always providing surf forecasts for us. Vibras Magazine, Surfos, and the Inertia here in the USA. So thank you guys to all the love and support, pushing this vision forward, helping Fernando and everybody be involved and, just make it a better environment. We've talked about the Stance booth that now the athletes get to go in. But
Fernando talked about that one piece of sand making a sand dune. We've got a big mound working here.
Yes, we do.
And all of these people matter in making this happen. So,
well, Davey just got an 8.5 on his last ride that we saw him go all the way onto the inside. Freddie Merriman got a 4.37. So when I watch Freddie Merriman on a wave, he is just begging to get an open face one. You can see him turning left and right, cutting back. If he can get that one shoulder that he can open up on, I could see him jumping in and getting a good, a score above 5, maybe up into the excellent range. We see Jesse Belauer's team going out with him. That's his modified equipment. I think he's worked with Channel Islands for years and years and years. They've been very helpful. He's been in part of the Channel Islands and the Hurley family for a long time. So Jesse Belauer coming up next. That's a stacked heat with him, Barney Miller, and Spike Kane out of Great Britain.
Yep, that's going to be a good heat to watch.
And very comparative, where this heat has 2 surfers sitting on their leg or their butt or their stumps at the hip. And Davey, look at this set wave.
Ew.
Oh, I think that was even bigger than yesterday's wave.
Looks like he's going to stay on his board, too. Super impressive. He's stoked. Throwing his hands in the air. Difficulty of wave is obviously what the judges are looking at. Nice. It's going to reform here, and then he's going to get a little ride.
Well, we know where that fist pump comes from because the Brazilians are known for it. We see Felipe Toledo do it. We see Gabriel Medina. We don't really ever see Miguel Pupo go with the fist pumps. He's a very quiet claimer. Davey Tahara just saying, no way. I'm going to share the stoke with my fist pump.
Super stoked. And how cool is it that Freddie Merriman is in the same heat? How awesome would that be if we got an entire heat of people with amniotic band syndrome at some point?
Right.
You know, there's so many people around the world with his condition, and he's inspiring them all to come on out and charge some waves with him. So
Wow, you can see right on the inside here his pusher, and from the outside his catcher running, and from the very outside his pusher came body surfing all the way in. You see him running just on the left side of the screen there. Look at this late drop. I thought he might be able to get up and pull in on that. Oh, that would have been exciting. So another great score, looking like it's going to drop in for our young surfer from Brazil in the red with 3.5 minutes remaining. Pancho Arbula with a 3.83 and a 3.60 in the heat coming up. So yeah, in this heat you have the two surfers surfing sitting on their butt. And in the next one, though, it is all prone.
all prone, and it looks like we're looking at all quadriplegics, so everybody's got like disabilities. Oh, nice. He got a little cover up there. Wasn't able to hold on to it. But definitely more of a difficult wave there they dropped into.
But that's his choice, and that was a great example of the pusher probably asking, is this the one you want? It was
Right.
going to be a late drop, and he said, yeah, get me into it. Our young surfer, 12 years old from Colombia. And how would that be to have an 11 and a 12-year-old in the final?
Right? Amazing.
That's a whole other side of it.
You know what's exciting about this second annual adaptive surf competition? We're just going to get to watch Davi Teixeira and Freddie Merriman over the course of their career get better and better, drop into bigger waves. And, I mean, they're going to be riding the lip, slapping it. I mean, they're just going to get better. They're so young, so it's exciting to watch.
Wow, here we go. Another one, an inside left. Going on his backside, it looks like. That's what happened before, getting up to go on his backside. Right. Well, there's some great insight. We're not seeing it on the screen right now, but they'll probably pan there in a little bit. You have here we go. On the south side of the beach, there's a channel because it's much shallower. Where over to the north, it's real deep where the left runs out. So you saw Davies' handlers or assist team bringing him over into that shallow area to get him out and around the peak over.
Whoa.
Wow. We just had a fire hydrant fall off the ceiling here near us. That was exciting. I'm glad you didn't get hit, Elena.
Yeah, it just it looks like it was duct taped in the first place, so
that's
maybe.
not up to fire code. We won't talk about that. Well, we'll
Did you
see
hear that?
what Pancho Arbula scores on that last wave. We've got a lot happening here with under 1 minute remaining. Do you think that either of these surfers, Davey or Freddie, would want to try out the wave ski?
You know what?
Their arm function seems
It's
there,
a little bit
so-
limited, but there's actually a triple amputee that's surfing for Great Britain that actually attached a paddle to his one stump arm, and
Wow.
so I mean anything's possible. I'm sure that Davi and Freddie would be able to adapt to that. It looks like they're pretty stoked on how they're able to surf, but it
yeah.
would make them more independent, I think, to
Well,
have a
and-
paddle and get out.
And
yeah.
that's what I was alluding to, because you have the pusher and the catcher. If all of a sudden he's with Felipe Kizu Lima,
Right.
going, hey, I'll teach you how to go out in the wave ski, and they're both in Brazil. They're on the team
Right.
together here, and that's kind of where I was leading.
Right, yeah, it's as they grow, they're super young. We'll see what they decide to do with it.
Well, this heat has just wrapped up, and it looks like our surfer from Brazil in the red running away with the victory. So he is on and into the final. Good for him. And we had a last minute. It looks like Pancho Arbula from Peru got the score he needed getting into second. So it will be our surfer in red and our surfer in white in the semifinal. We will be back after a short commercial break for semifinal number 2 with Jesse Billauer, Barney Miller, and Spike Kane. Stay with us.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money, I just cared about what day did I just photograph and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Well, we are back live and direct. Beautiful sunny day here in Southern California, La Jolla Shores. Jeff Baldwin with Elena Nichols. We are at the 2016 World Adaptive Surfing Championships, the AS5 Assist Division. We have got a banger of a semifinal right now. All the big names. We have Barney Miller from the USA, Jesse Billauer from Australia. Oh, sorry, Barney Miller from Australia, Jesse Billauer from the USA, and Spike Kane from Great Britain. 3 very well-known prone surfers.
Absolutely.
And,
Jesse just took a hit that normally would knock a prone surfer over, but he was able to lean into that wave. We might get a replay of that and ride it out. So there's a lot that's going into this, and Jesse's been surfing for years as a prone surfer, and he's certainly figured it out. You can see a lot of his talent coming through.
Wow.
Here's that replay.
Beautiful. And look at this. He knows he has this perfect right lining up. He's looking for that small cover. Yes, nice. And that was similar to the Pancho Arbula got that turn on the left in the heat before, where he kind of turned right into the bottom corner and got catapulted out. So Jesse Billauer, no stranger. And these are small waves. Jesse travels all over the world. You know, he's been to Tabarua, surfed Cloudbreak, had Kelly Slater, Shane Dorian, and some other friends push him into diabolical waves that scared him to death. I have seen him. I've been out at sunset in Hawaii at the North Shore of Oahu when he's out with a team. I mean, amazing stuff from Jesse Billauer. There is our young Brazilian.
Davi is stoked. He had a great heat. He would be carrying that amount of stoke if he didn't surf that well, but he just had a great heat and a good time to surf well. It looks like he'll be going straight into the final.
Well, we know that Barney Miller came here to compete, not being in a contest for 17 years since his accident. I mean, that is big, and it looks like we have him in the red right now, finishing up this wave, looking left and right. You can see him going back and forth, looking for that reform. He's rocking the GoPro on the front, too. No doubt going to do a lot of this footage with his organization. Does he have a foundation that he champions, or is he just working with lots of different groups?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly about his foundation, but I know that both him and Mick Fanning sat down for a 60 minutes interview that was absolutely moving and heart-wrenching a little bit to see Mick talk about how Barney Miller's accident affected him as a surfer, and I don't know, the courage that goes into Barney's quest now to be an adaptive surfer. Pretty cool. Check that out online.
I will, and I have it. I've had a lot of opportunities over the years to be in different countries and different places with Barney. Amazing guy, just the sparkle in his eyes, always the best vibe. Like Jesse Billauer, too, who I've had the privilege of interviewing and emceeing events that, you know, I was a part of. Incredible stuff. Barney Miller, just jumped up into the lead now. He backed up his first 3-point ride with a 5.33. Jesse Bilauer on that wave, we saw that nice right-hander that he almost got barreled on, a 6.33. Spike Kane with a 4.83 in yellow. So this, I have to say, this heat feels like it's going to flip-flop back and forth.
I agree. We didn't see Spike's first wave, but these are all very equally matched disabilities out in the lineup, and we'll see who works it these waves to their advantage. I know that Spike Kane is definitely on a longer, wider board than Jesse and probably Barney, so we'll see whose equipment is right for these conditions.
Well, look at this wave that the Jesse Bilauer has chosen. He's going for the big floater, but he comes unstuck. That takes so much grit and determination, and this is where the crew that are around to help them flip over, if they can't turn over, they are so fast. They're on them so fast. You see Jesse Bilauer, you see those knobs on his boards, the handles in the front, and then his legs go between those ones that are flaring up in the back, and then he has smaller ones for his elbows to really get torque. Barney Miller has a similar setup on his board.
Right. One of the hard parts is keeping your legs together and on the board so they're not obviously dragging in the water. So that's the setup that Jesse's sorted out to keep his everything in line for when he does get on that wave. So Spike Kane's got a similar setup. One of the things I think a prone surfer would have to talk about is how kind of painful it is when you are in bigger waves to kind of jump on some of those ripples in the water and take those as you're sitting on your stomach. So here we go. Spike Kane's going to look that one off. Probably a good choice as it closed out pretty quick there.
And they do have life vests on, right? We've talked about their flotation devices, so there is some padding, but still, when you're hitting, not here so much, but if you're going down the face of a wave that's big with chop and banging,
Right.
Well, and the way the timing of this event, not the month, but just the tides today for this division right now, the tide has gone out just enough that you can see that the volunteers and the pusher and catcher can virtually stand everywhere. And, that, I think, although I know the surfers would like bigger waves, it sure does help in a lot of waves.
Right. These are perfect conditions for the prone assist division right now. We're going to see Spike Kane getting pushed into this one. Headed right. This is a good wave for him.
Oh, and he's just carving rail to rail. You can see, there he goes. He flips it over, and he comes right up.
Not going to be able to hold on to that, but it was a good-looking right.
And you can see he has quite a bit more arm strength, and that's why he can have those handles for himself to pull himself back up.
Absolutely. So Spike, as I mentioned yesterday, was in a motorcycle accident where he ended up underneath a Suburban that was talking on their cell phone, please don't text and drive, or talk and drive. And Spike, he was actually crushed from the neck all the way down. His spine was completely mangled, so he's actually got a pretty high level of paraplegia, not quadriplegia, but there is one hand of his that is affected by paralysis, so he is in this prone division, but is right on that cusp where he can surf a wave ski as well.
Oh, well, we've got an interview with Todd Klein. Thank you, Todd.
Yeah, another great performance from Davi Teixeira from Brazil, last year's silver medalist. He has another translator today. Let's talk about that heat right there. The surf is actually a little bit bigger today. It looks like we just saw that last set. How's he feel about the conditions today?
I think that he feel very...
Can you ask him, please?
Okay. Como é que você se sentiu nas condições hoje no mar? O mar estava maior. Como é que você se sentiu dentro da água?
Eu me senti muito bem, me senti confiante. Gostei muito de pegar ondas boas, grandes, e fazer bem manobras bem no pico lá em cima.
He felt very confident and in his team too, and he tried today the big waves to get good maneuvers like changing the board, turnover. So he feel very stoked.
He's only 11 years old. Last year the finals were held in smaller waves. This year it's going to be probably double the size. Is he more excited to be performing in the final and better surf this year?
Você, ano passado, hoje você está com 11 anos, no ano passado a final o mar estava bem menor e hoje você está numa final com o mar bem maior. Como é que você está se sentindo? Você tá confiante? Como é que está a tua cabeça para essa final?
Para essa final, eu tô bem ansioso, né? E confiante um pouco. E eu quero que o mar aumente cada vez mais para eu pegar onda bem maiores.
He's very anxious and confident in the final, and he wants to the waves come bigger to catch the big one in the final, the best one in the final.
Final question. I know he gets a lot of support from the top surfers on the WSL, Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, Adriana de Souza. What's the best advice he's gotten from one of those pros?
Você tem o suporte de grandes surfistas brasileiros como o Medina, o Toledo e o Mineiro, além da Silvana Lima também. Você tem qual é o principal aconselho que eles deram para você, que você leva dessa relação com eles?
Para eu nunca desistir, para eu sempre estar em qualquer mar que eu quiser e nunca ter medo de nada no mar, porque o mar é a nossa casa, é o habitat natural dos surfistas.
The biggest advice that he have from those guys is never give up. The sea are their home, and the sea gave him the energy to surf and everything, and don't be afraid of anything. That's it.
Guys, 11-year-old silver medalist last year, into the finals once again, David Teixeira. He's the man to beat right now. Jesse Blauer, gold medalist out in the water now. We'll see if he can make it to the finals as well.
That's right, Todd. Thank you. That's amazing. So he was here last year, 10 years old and a silver medalist. Back here this year, 11, trying to get the gold for himself and for country. In the meantime, during that interview, we had a flip-flop in the standings. Jesse Blauer had gotten a really nice right, got a 3.17, was up in the lead. And then Barney Miller got a 7.23 during that time. So I'm hoping we can get a replay on Barney's wave. Here it is. This is the left that got him the 7.23. You can see him too, like pushing and hopping. And the way this wave reformed, carving rail to rail. This is similar to Jesse Billauer's long left yesterday, where he went well down away from all the beach or all the support crew. Wow, long, perfect wave. Barney Miller, one more section.
Holding on to it. That's
two more, and he finishes. You can see him so excited.
That's a great wave. And as you can see, okay, quadriplegics do not have any bicep, tricep muscles. They don't even have pectoral muscles. So for him to jam his elbows in there and then be able to adjust his weight to press on those rails, I mean, that's technically amazing surfing for somebody with very limited use of their body.
And can you speak to the type of therapy he does, or rehab therapy?
Right.
I know he was here for a bunch of years, really working at a place, I think it was in Carlsbad.
Right.
Doing physio.
Right.
Saying that wasn't available in Australia. Now I'm sure there's a lot going on in Australia for him, but do you know anything about his routine or Jesse's routine?
Yeah, so after a person sustains a spinal cord injury, for those that aren't familiar, the spinal cord is actually the only organ in your body that cannot regenerate or repair itself. So peripheral nerves, brain tissue, heart tissue, lung tissue actually can heal itself. The spinal cord cannot, and that's unfortunately what all of us have damaged, including myself with this paraplegia. So basically what happens when an athlete or somebody goes through a spinal cord injury, they actually have to go through therapy to get the muscles that they do have to work. So after Barney's injury, he came out to California. I think he was a part of Project Walk,
Yeah, that was
which
what it
is a program in Carlsbad that does run these people through therapy to get as much function as they absolutely can post spinal cord injury. So they're teaching Barney how to function in a life with very limited finger dexterity, without any control of their wrists, their biceps or triceps. And the other thing about a spinal cord, so it's about the size of your pinky, your small pinky. It works like a phone cord, like an old school phone cord. So there's all of these nerves running through it. Depending on how an individual breaks their neck or their back, that spinal cord is then damaged. Some of those nerves are damaged, some of them are not, some of them will repair, some will reconnect differently. So that is on the therapist to sort of figure out what kind of return the athlete or person is going to get, and then get them back into life functioning as a person with a pretty severe disability.
Wow.
So, yeah.
I mean, it seems like even though I know the bicep and the tricep and there's no, the pectoral muscles aren't there, just moving in the water and having aqua resistance,
Right.
that's a flexion, and at least it keeps him in a place of less degeneration.
Exactly.
Right? He's not
Yeah.
just sitting, he's in the ocean, he's moving around, he probably works in pools.
Absolutely. So, one of the most important things for people with disabilities is to get their heart rate going. Barney Miller dropping into another left here. Oh, gonna catch his nose there. Nice little digger. People with disabilities have absolutely got to get their cardiovascular health up to speed, and surfing is a great exercise for that, and something that is going to keep people with disabilities really healthy. So, not only is it fun, not only does it make you really happy, it's actually really healthy for you to get your heart rate going, and what a great way for these athletes to do it.
Wow, well, we just saw Jesse Billauer finish out that left turn to right. He was looking for a 6.24 to jump up in the lead. But those are just bragging rights. It's really first and second that advance on into the next round, which is the final. So right now, Barney Miller out in the lead with a 5.33 and a 7.23. Jesse Billauer in second, and Spike Kane in the yellow from Great Britain in third. Spike Kane looking for a 4.68 to take over Jesse Billauer's spot in second. Jesse Billauer, last year's gold medalist in this division. Barney Miller competing for the very first time in 17 years since his accident. He was a young competitive surfer before he was injured.
Right.
And when he said that, I wondered, last year he couldn't come because he was filming a documentary, and I'm sure
Right.
he would have loved to. So he spent all year preparing for this one, but
Right.
there were no opportunities for him to compete up until last year.
Yeah.
And isn't that amazing? And here we are now in the second annual Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, which he made his way here for because he's looking for gold, and he's so excited to try and take this out.
Taking a look at this replay, Jesse Billauer. See that change of direction happen just at the right time. He would not have made that section, but that's going to score highly with the judges. He's riding that wave. It looks like a 7.0 for Jesse on that wave.
So there's that flip-flop.
Right.
Now Jesse up in the lead, and Barney now needing a 6.10, and Spike Kane needing that 7.73 to get into the final if he wants to get up into second position.
These two are duking it out. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left.
Well, there we see some of the famous La Jolla swimmers. They go from La Jolla Cove to the buoys that are off of Scripps Pier and back. They swim right over that subterranean canyon that I was telling you about that goes from 0 to 4,000 feet a mile out. It's pretty amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Speaking of cardiovascular health, that's a long swim.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
It's long, there's current, it's exciting, there's big fish, there's a lot of things going on out there, and they just put their head down and go for it. That's why to have the adaptive surfing championships here, San Diego is the triathlete capital of the world. Most Ironmen and women train here from around the country and the world. This is just a hotbed for all athletics. And La Jolla Cove, a historic place. You see Scripps Pier in the background there, part of Scripps Oceanography Center, Scripps Institute of Oceanography. But right now on screen, Jesse Billauer with a screaming right, looking to connect this section, bashes it off the lip right there, and behind him, what an exchange. Barney Miller up on another long right for himself. He goes for the big floater and comes down. Wow, this is going to be really interesting, folks, because two great prone surfers are last year's gold medalist in the white from the USA, just completing his ride, and Barney Miller getting that one. You see the stoke, he's clapping his hands, and now Spike Kane. So all three surfers finishing out this heat with only 30 seconds with great rides all the way through. Smiles for miles, stoke that is warm. And we have 20 seconds left here, but we will see if there's a flip-flop. Really what matters is if Spike King got the score to jump into second, but I have a feeling after watching Barney's last wave and Jesse's that it's going to be a tall ask, because Jesse Billauer just got a 6.90 on his wave, and it looks like Barney Miller is about to drop a 9.43. There it is. Barney Miller on the close of the heat takes it out over Jesse Billauer. Both those young men will find themselves in the final that will be coming up within an hour or two. But we are going to throw it to a commercial break, and we'll be right back with the next heat on the dockets. Our AS1 Stand and Kneel semifinal number 1 from here at beautiful La Jolla Shores. Stay with us.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money, I just cared about what day did I just photograph and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Silver medalist last year, he took you out. I'm sure it stung a little bit. What's it going to take today? You know, I don't know, something like that. But, yeah, and you guys also, nothing was said with words, but what was kind of going through your mind in that moment? How did it get to that point in the
Welcome back, and aloha from La Jolla Shores for the second annual 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. We have got a ripping heat out in the water right now. Semifinal number 1 of the AS2 Stand and Kneel division. Right there in the red, that is our surfer from Australia, Mark Stewart, who was a gold medalist last year. He is here trying to defend. From Costa Rica, Ishmael Araya, who was here last year solo, didn't medal, but is just so proud to bring it back to his country in Costa Rica and be back again with a bigger squad. And then we have Enrique Sariva from Brazil. So Australia, Costa Rica, and Brazil represented in this semifinal number 1. Right now on screen in the white, Ishmael, who has just been carving his way from heat to heat, bringing the love, bringing the pura vida. It is great to see him. He has this really fluid rail-to-rail style. He holds his rails with either hand, depending if he's going right or left to turn. We've got some scores about to drop. These gentlemen got their first opening waves. Great contestable surf, light on shore, peaks up and down the beach, lefts and rights. So it is a consistent wind swell that we have here at La Jolla Shores. There we go, the replay. Look at this left. Well, we will get Todd Klein back in the booth here shortly. Him and I will banter about how great these guys are surfing. Mark Stewart has opened with what looks like a pretty good wave. We have 3 judges have locked in their scores, waiting for 2 more. Ishmael, we are waiting for 1 more judge, so we'll get those up. There we go. Ishmael on that last left you saw on the replay, a 4.33, and Mark Stewart from Australia opens with a 6.83. Enrique, we are waiting for his score, our Brazilian surfer. So back-to-back waves. It's been great to sit in here with Fernando Aguirre, to sit in here with 3-time gold medalist Elena Nichols, who is just a resource that, helps myself and Todd Klein and everybody out there listening understand the depths of all the different disabilities. She has paralysis below the waist, but she didn't let that stop her 10 years ago after a motorcycle accident. She is in, she's been in multiple Olympic Games, 3-time gold medalist. So she has taken what, you would maybe say she thought was a disadvantage at first, and it's opened brand new doors for her and an entire new life. So she is living a golden and blessed life along with all these athletes here. Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, doing an amazing job to put this together. His vision is broad, and he's tireless and determined, and we are just so thankful that he has been able to bring the second World Adaptive Games here to La Jolla Shores again. Sherry Leitner, our president of the San Diego City Council, giving a proclamation that December 6th is Adaptive Surfing Day in San Diego forevermore. And Jeff Baldwin here with Todd Klein. Todd Klein, welcome to the booth, Brad.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I was out there running around trying to find out who won, and right at the end, it was Barney Miller taking it out.
I wanted to say, but I didn't want to interfere over the air. Yeah, it was Barney Miller. He got a 9.5. So it was the best exchange, and I'll just break it down because you were going to help Elena get over and down to the beach. Yep. She's going to do some beach interviews. With under a minute to go, all three surfers got a wave back to back to back. So Jesse Billauer got a wave that looked really good, got some great finishing carves, got a 6.43, and behind him in the same view as he's riding, you can see Barney Miller on a bigger set wave.
Oh, man.
And he turned all the way through. When he finishes, he was clapping and smiling, so he got a great score. And then right behind him, our surfer from Great Britain got a wave, but it just wasn't enough to get him up into second. So, yeah, Barney Miller, it flip-flopped right at the end. A buzzer beater.
Well, the Aussies were frothing. Barney is all smiles right now. I talked to Jesse too afterwards, and he said, "Hey, I can't show him everything right now." So it's going to be a fantastic final. Look forward to hearing from Barney coming up in the post-heat interviews. It looks like we have White up and riding.
Ishmael Araya from Costa Rica. I was talking about his graceful fluid style. Look at that speed jam down the line. That's going to earn him some hefty score, I think.
Well, he's good on his forehand and backhand, but I really like that backhand style. You and I have been admiring it throughout this event, the way he grabs his rail and kind of pumps, utilizing that rail. You'll see here in this replay as he jumps up, he grabs that outside rail, almost a bit of a pig dog, and then he'll high line, pump back up, grabbing that rail, high line, and then jams that little section coming at him right there. And the Costa Rica has been strong throughout this event. That's why he's in these semifinals.
And the way he uses his driving arm to pivot around also, as a speed gauger.
Well, he's got his work cut out. Mark Stewart, last year's gold medalist. It's going to be a gnarly one here, and we'll see if Ishmael can pull it out. That last wave though was definitely a solid one for him.
Well, for him to come here last year as the sole Costa Rican athlete and go home, and now there are 30 adaptive surfers. Here's the replay of Mark Stewart. So he is fired up, and his equipment just looks so loose. It's a tough ask, but Ishmael, not medaling at all last year as the sole representative for Costa Rica, goes home, brings a team of 6 back, and adaptive surfing has blossomed in Costa Rica since he was here last year. So for him to make a final is really just a bonus on a bonus. And he has the ability. Right now he sits in second position, and we'll see where it goes from here. But I would love to see him make a final.
Well, what's super cool, Baldy, is this event's so special in so many ways, but especially in some of those smaller countries such as Costa Rica. Surfing as a whole over the last couple of years has really become more newsworthy down there. And now that we have the platform of the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, being that it's an international event, it gets a lot of media coverage. And what it can do, as we see Yellow up and riding here, Enrique, is open the doors not only for more participants in this competition, but bigger and even more importantly, I think, is open the doors for accessibility to different areas for these adaptive athletes. And that's the coolest thing I think about what ISA has done here, as well as these athletes all gathering, is created a platform that just showcases how many individuals are out there with these ailments but still want to get out and participate in these sports. And once they realize that, hey, these are some of the best surfers in the world, let's work with them. Let's give them access and try and figure out how we can make this world a better place for them.
100%. And while you were out doing beach interviews, we had Fernando Aguirre in here, and he enlightened us with brand new news that he got word that all the Latin American countries unified and said, we are taking this seriously. We are going to start adaptive competitions all over South America, Central America. So that alone just happened. And that's amazing. Wow, look at this. So our surfer from Australia, Mark Stewart, with a 7.67 on his last ride. And Enrique Sariva from Brazil got a 6.93. So right now, Mark Stewart holding down the lead in the red. In yellow, our Brazilian in second. Now it's up to Ishmael Araya from Costa Rica. He is looking for a 5.61 with just over 10 minutes remaining to to jump up into second position, hopefully advancing into the final. Top two surfers from each of these two semifinals go into the four-person final.
Well, coming into this event, Ball, the forecast was looking a little bit iffy. There's been some really solid sets out there today, and I think as we get onto that low tide, right around finals time, it's going to be cracking out there.
It
We've
looks
seen some
fun.
pretty solid sets already this morning, and in that last division, that assist division, it's you're on the edge of your seat at all times. One, for the maneuvers that some of these athletes are performing, but as well because when they fall, they're at the mercy of the volunteers out there as well as their team that's out in the water. And thankfully enough, they're the world's best surfers, so they're comfortable out there in those conditions. They can hold their breath, but you put a lot of kind of emphasis and trust on your team and those volunteers out there. And it's rad to see everyone come together and work with these athletes.
Well, yeah, and we saw yesterday Jesse Bilauer get that really long left that took him well out of the competition area and far away from any of the support crew.
Yeah.
And fortunately,
But luckily he rode it out.
He rode it all the way into that bay kind of channel area and was just like sitting there. But that was a scary moment. You were down on the beach and said the entire beach was running that way.
Yeah, oh yeah. I was thinking, okay, do I throw my cell phone on the ground? What do I do? And you touch on something there about that left that he got yesterday. And at that point, I was down on the beach, as you pointed out. Very low tides in the afternoon. We're coming up on a full moon, and when you'll see the low tide as we get around that final, there's a very defined bank out there right now. And what he found was kind of the left that is on the right side of the bank. And Coots and JP Audrey and a handful of the others have found the right on the other side. So there's a really defined bank. We're fortunate to have that, and it's given some great scoring opportunity out there. It's the finals day, and I think we're going to have a banger of a day to finish things up here.
Well, it was great to hear Fernando read your very heartwarming your heartwarming Instagram. I had written something very similar. It is such an honor, so thank you to everyone that's listening to be here and involved in these World Adaptive Games. It is something that is brand new and going to change the face of surfing globally.
Well, I think a lot of people, as we see Yellow just ripping this one across through to the inside, Enrique, is that if you just tuned in for a split second, you watched, you might be like, cool, whatever. But when you actually slow down, watch what's happening, find out a little bit more about the ailments that these athletes are dealing with, and see what they're doing and the level that they're performing at, missing a leg, missing an arm, maybe missing all of the above. It's crazy as we just see a 360 go down right there from Mark Stewart, our last year's gold medalist, looking to defend, and the Costa Rican out the back applauding it. That's the other thing that's special about this event is, the camaraderie and the brotherhood.
Yeah, there is so much camaraderie. I haven't seen that since I think Dustin Barca got beat by Kelly Slater, right, down there in Barbados. And now we have a great interview on the beach, our winner from our last heat with Elena Nichols.
Hey, thanks, guys. It's good to be out on the beach. It's popping. This whole place is filled up. Everybody's here for finals day at the 2016 ISA Stance World Adaptive Surf Championships. I have Barney Miller here. Just had an epic heat. You weren't here for last year's event. This is your first competition. Now you're going to the final. How's it feel?
It feels amazing. It's what you put all the hard work in and all the things you do, and it's happening. So it's time for the final.
So we were just talking about that last wave. That's actually the wave that got you into the final. What a testament to hanging in there for the entire 20 minutes. Tell us about that last wave.
Yeah, so that last wave, we were out there and it was like a minute to go, and we knew that we were behind, so I had to pull something out good. So this right, and I just knew it sectioned up, and so it was like I just had to hit that thing with as much force as possible.
Nice. So you've got Jesse Bilauer in the heat going into the finals, the defending champion from last year. You got Davi Teixeira yourself. Like, what do you think you need to do in the final to go ahead and bring home that gold for Australia?
I think I've just got to just stick to my plan and just try and get a bit of length of ride, but it's those big maneuvers that's going to help me get there in the end for sure.
Absolutely. And you held on to a couple that I thought you were going to flip on, so it looks like you're just getting better and better. You're in the middle of an interview. I love it. Oh, we got Surf Dog Ricochet chilling. All right. That's the fun that's happening out here on the beach. Thanks so much, guys. Back to you.
Alrighty, Elena Nichols, thanks so much. And Barney just losing it right there. And, he's flying on a good one right now after making it into the finals, getting that buzzer beater to make it into the finals coming up here in just a bit. Back to the live action out in the water right now. 5 minutes remaining here in the AS2 Stan Neal Division semifinal, heat number 1. Mark Stewart's last wave, courtesy of that 360 followed up by a couple of maneuvers, was a 5.83. Have a look here. A couple of waves coming through. It looked like Ishmael from Costa Rica had a look at that one, maybe looking back towards the beach to see what the clock is saying on top of the judges' tower. He would have seen it says 4 minutes, 50 seconds to go. He's currently in third, so he does need a score to get into the finals. He needs an 8.27 right now. And this is a replay of last of yellow a few moments ago, a 6.17 flying down the line. Couple of nice top turns there, snapping the pocket, right back out on the open face, and just covering some serious ground. Tons of speed, tons of momentum, and a couple of turns along the way. Warrants a 6.17, Baldy.
Wow, so the 8.83 that Mark Stewart, was that the wave that he got the 360 on right before we went to the interview with Barney Miller? I really liked what you were saying about slow it down, get a bit of perspective, dive into what the ISA is doing, learn a little bit about it. Sometimes we'll reference the WCT or the, other surfing formats that have been out there for a long time. That's because we don't have reference points up until last year to go off of. The history is just beginning right now. We have a gold medalist from last year in the water. We have new categories this year that didn't exist last year. So it's so new, and those reference touch points to build the story on. Adaptive Surfing Magazine just coming out, the first edition. I mean, it's the springboard to the future.
Well, I think, I'm guilty of it, and I think the majority of the world is, nowadays, especially you look at the majority of social media, and there's, 99% of it's selfies. Well, it's usually all about me, myself, you, we're worried about what we're doing, and if you sit back, think a little bit, and, obviously our eyes get open once you get married, once you have kids, but when you attend events like this and you see what's taking place out there and the things you can do to make the world a better place, and that's what the ISA is doing, is we see White pulling up into the barrel, thinks he's at Pavones down in Costa Rica. Wow. Ishmael, the beach goes nuts. He needs that score. He needs an 8.27, and we saw him looking back multiple times at the beach, wondering, I don't know if he was getting gestures from his coaching, his team, but he waited a while for that wave. We'll see if it pays off.
That's right, because the surfers all have their positioning points, their lineup spots, a flag, a house, or something. But we were talking about it yesterday. We know he gets so barreled down in Costa Rica, and you were just touching on the selfishness of what's happening currently.
I'm guilty of it. Yeah,
and we all are current, selfies and me. In the interview, well, Ishmael got a 5.10 for his efforts there, so he now is looking for an 8.0 to jump up into second and take the second position from Enrique Saravia from Brazil with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. In the interview I did a few days ago with Ishmael, one of the things that touched me so deeply, along with his stoke, was he said, "I am so proud to be here for my country."
No, but I talked to him about that.
Was it a translation?
It was lost in translation.
Oh,
it was lost in translation.
Oh, okay.
There's a saying, I guess, in Costa Rica that, and I'm not going to get it right, but they say, they say basically, I'm not even going to attempt it, but it was lost in translation in that interview, because I talked to him about it, because the way that he mentioned it, that, Costa Rica might not be stoked on him. Absolutely,
Oh,
Costa Rica's
great.
stoked on
That's
him.
good to hear. Thank you
know?
for clarifying.
Yeah,
Jeff
yeah.
Baldwin with Todd Klein. Look at us here. We are loving this World Adaptive Surfing Championships down in La Jolla Shores. It is a beautiful day. The sun is out. The beach is packed. I haven't been out on the beach today, Todd. You've been down there. We saw Damian Hobgood yesterday. I thought you were going to grab him for an
we
interview.
tried to. He's like a ghost man. He got on his way, as we see Enrique up and riding right here. Currently in second place. Needs a 9.57 to overtake first, but more importantly, he's looking to better his low score Baldy of a 6.17 to keep Ishmael at bay so that he can make the finals. Going back to kind of the whole heartfelt thing and in and around this event, I love the mission statement of the ISA, and their mission is to create a better world through surfing, and there's no question that, you know, our fearless leader, Fernando Aguirre, along with all of his staff, is doing that day in and day out with all of the events that they run. And to find out more about the ISA and more about these athletes, there's so much backstory on all of the above. Check it out, isaworlds.com. That's where you're watching right now. But in between heats or at the end of the day, tomorrow, whatever it is, get back on, scroll around. There's so much information there, and I think it'll definitely open your mind.
Ishmael up on a nice left, tucks into the barrel again. And will he ride out? No. Well, we have got just 20 seconds remaining in this first semifinal of the AS2 stand and kneel division. We will jump in right into the second semifinal. Hot action here. Mark Stewart, last year's gold medalist, looking like he has secured his spot in the final. Ishmael has decided to just come into the beach on the final buzzer. Well, that wraps up our first semifinal here of the AS2 stand and kneel division. We will be right back with the second semifinal from here in La Jolla. Todd Klein and Jeff Baldwin, stick with us.
For you when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money. I just cared about what day did I just photograph and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Jumping right back into the hot action semifinal number 2, the AS2 stand and kneel division. Jeff Baldwin with Todd Klein here at the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. We have seen all these athletes battle through these different heats. Todd, Eric Durgent, who's had an amazing bunch of, he's had some of the highest scores through this event. Llewellyn Williams from Wales and Colin Cook from Hawaii. So Colin Cook, what a story. Above the knee amputee, was attacked by a tiger shark on the North Shore nearly just 1 year ago. And for him to have the interviews, you know, and talk about where he's come, he never would have envisioned that. Developing his own prosthetic that works for him because he just wanted to be back in the water. I mean, what a game changer.
Yeah, I think we talk about it, and I think that word adaptive is universal across this entire event because it really signifies what takes place down here, how these athletes have adapted not only in life but how they're adapting to the ocean as well, both through their prosthetics as well as their equipment. It's awesome. It's I'll continue to reiterate. It really gets you thinking differently. Not I guess in many ways about your own life. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and I think about the judges up in the stand. They've got to, figure out how do we balance all this within the criteria because you have so many different approaches, different equipment. You have short boards, long boards, fishes, regular performance boards, on knee, standing. I mean, and that's where you do have to step back, Todd, like you said, and just take a breath and go, I get the big picture. I understand what this brings. Eric Durgent just starting off where he left off yesterday. He really has to swing that leg around. He's another gentleman that created his own prosthetic. He actually works with other people in France because people come to him. He's got a quiver of them, and he does multiple sports and has different ones to adapt for the different sports.
Yeah, I'm going to see, if I can catch up with Danny Burt. I don't know if she's still around or not, or some of the other athletes that are utilizing the prosthetics, because I've come to learn at this particular event there's prosthetics for different scenarios. They use one particular one on land versus a different one in the water. And I learned quite a bit yesterday listening to Danny and some of the other athletes talk about their prosthetics, and it's it was an interesting conversation, because sitting in there was similar to some of the conversations I've overheard at the CT level, where the different athletes talk about their equipment that they're riding, but this was different. This was talking about prosthetics and how they adhere to their bodies, where they might flex in certain areas, where they might have a joint on the knee or the ankle. And so I think that would be super cool to go out and catch up with one of these athletes and try and articulate some of that to the viewer out there, because there's so many different intricacies that take place, not only with the equipment that they're riding, but what they're utilizing as far as their limbs, and it's super intriguing.
Well, yeah, and we have Autobach, who is one of the sporting sponsors of this event.
Well, Danny's a rider for them, so that's
right.
Even more of a reason I wanted to catch up, because she's working with Autobach on some of the prosthetics.
Yeah, so it's great that they're here showing what they have, and it's a meeting of the minds. Not only is it the saltwater meeting of the tribes, people are sharing information and going home, meet with new friends and new contacts, and they get to go back, resource the ISA website, go on to everybody's individual Instagrams, and now this community, this network is just going to grow exponentially again till next year. And we see Eric Dargent up on this left, carving off the bottom and the top.
Yeah, I saw him in one of his earlier rounds get a nice backhander. His opener was a 1.93 for that first right, and he's currently in third. He requires a 0.75, so safe to say he's going to do that. He had a nice turn on the backhand there on that last one. I would say, and you would say, Llewellyn Williams yesterday in a post-heat interview, he told me I need to kind of say it from the back of my mouth, and it's Llewellyn Williams is how they actually pronounce it. And he is currently in second. He requires a 4.01 to overtake first, but first and second will go to the finals, so he's in a good position at the moment. Surfer in red, Eric Dargent from France, looking for a 2.33. He's leading by 2.33. He's looking to better his low score of a 1.93.
And here's that replay of that 4.50 for Eric Dargent. Todd, we do have 22 countries, and although we are professionals, it is a mouthful to bounce from country to country and all the different names and the different ways you pronounce everything. So thank you for being patient out there. We apologize, and we're doing our best.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, you've been around a lot of the events too, and at the QS level, it's very challenging because there's always new athletes coming on from different countries that you might not be familiar with. So many participating. At the CT level, you start to get to know each other on a personal level, as well as the pronunciations. No worries when it comes to an event like this. So many different countries involved.
Well, that's it. I was down.
At the end of the day, I go home and untie my tongue.
Yeah, that's what I do. I was down, and you've been to the World Games the ISA puts on. And when you start having Denmark, Sweden, Russia, we have Wales. So countries that normally aren't at the surfing events, it really is a whole new twist. And then you have the entire of Latin America that's involved with the ISA at the World Games and here. It's great to hear that Latin America has stepped up and, said we are going to have adaptive competitions. Countries will all have them.
Look at this wave here for Eric Dargent, flying down the line. Nice carve, sets up this next section, redirects again. As you were talking about that and the different countries involved, I think it's really cool what the ISA has done with the parade of countries where they bring the different sand from each beach from around the world. And you know what I'm going to propose to Fernando and his staff? That's one of the days, if it's possible in any way or form, each of the countries bring a dish and we have a big hoorah picnic.
A big picnic.
How
I like
sick would
that.
that be?
Everybody bring their favorite.
Because I'm hungry right now.
Their best cookie or their best
whatever.
Something. Yeah.
It'd be sick.
It would be so good. Well, we just saw Llewellyn Williams finishing on that wave, and this looks like this is going to increase his score line. He is sitting in second position, and
he's going to jump to the lead.
Yes, a 6.50. So great ride for him. Our surfer from Hawaii, Colin Cook, in the yellow, looking to find that long left down the beach that we've been talking about.
Yeah, Colin opened up with a 2.67. He's going to. He's got plenty of time though. 12 minutes 25 seconds to go. He's going to need a 4.66 to overtake second place now, being held by the surfer in red, Eric Dargent. And with that much time on the clock, he just needs to get out the back, get a little more open face, opportunity to perform maneuvers as we look back at the replay of that right-hander Eric Dargent had.
Nice turn off top. It looked like he was looking to get speed and get over into that next section. He did. Redirects back left.
Well,
yeah, the Parade of Nations is just such an inspiring thing. I know you've been involved in a lot of those over the years, being involved with the ISA and former companies you were with. It's a tradition that is unlike anything else in surfing, and that's what the ISA brings, is a tradition that's unlike anything else in surfing.
Yeah, no, it's epic, on so many levels at all of the events, but, I particularly have really come to be fond of this event. It's super cool to be a part of. With 11 minutes, 30 seconds to go, Baldy, I'm going to get back out on the beach and try to find some of the cool stories that are taking place, as well as get the post-heat interview. It's been fun calling some heats in here with you. We're going to bring in our 3-time gold medalist and co-commentator, Elena Nichols. I'll see you guys in a few.
Thanks, Todd. You go do what you do so well. Well, there we have it. Llewellyn Williams with a 6.50 and a 2.43. Holding the Welsh flag right there. You can see his, I don't know what you'd call his teammate, his caddy, his coach, his support crew, telling him to stick on this sandbar. You're out in the lead. Keep it up. Try to better that 2.43.
All right. I'm back. Oh,
you are back.
Hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay,
I think
good.
We're good.
I just can't hear me, but that's okay. I'm just going to keep rambling on because we've got 10 minutes left in this semifinal number 2 of the AS2 stand and kneel division. A tight battle between Llewellyn Williams, Eric Dargent, and Colin Cook. We have Wales, France, and Hawaii all out in the water. And it's interesting, two of these surfers have created their own prosthetics. We've talked about that for a long time within the booth here and on the beach, the French surfer and the Hawaiian surfer. It is just so dynamic. Todd and I were talking about what an honor it is to be a part of this, to sort of try to educate the world in a way that is like, if you just click into this event real quick and you're like, it's a surf event, wait, what's going on? Take a breath, slow down, pull back, get a bit of perspective, go into the website, the www.isa.com and isaworlds.com. Read a bit, look at the different categories, what's happening, what are these people's bios, where are they coming from, how are they affected, 11-year-olds to 65-year-olds, fully paraplegic to amputees of every type.
Right.
I mean...
Yeah, and here's the deal. I just want everybody to take a minute to think about, God forbid, what if something like this happened to you? What if you were in a car accident and you became a paraplegic? Something happened where you lost a limb. What would you do afterwards? Thankfully, the ISA has come together along with all of the participants of this ISA World's Adaptive Surfing Championship to prove to the world that there's life after a traumatic injury and accident. There's life, and good life to be lived. You can actually get out in the surf and celebrate life like some of these athletes. So that's one of the messages we hope to send to the world today, and we have over the last 2 days, is just like, not only can people with disabilities live, they can live well.
Yeah, there's life. There's light at the end of that dark tunnel if that's how you're looking at it. There's perspective. There's a community. You're not alone.
Right.
There's associations to be involved with. There's support groups to go and hang with. There's funding to travel with.
Yeah.
I mean, CAF.
People coming
and
together,
there's
making
people
it
coming
possible.
together. And you know what? And so there's been the Paralympics for a long time in a lot of other sports. There's adaptive communities in a lot of other sports, but this is brand new.
Right.
This is as brand new as it get. I was talking to Todd while you were away. We in surfing, all we can reference up until now is the top amateurs, the World Junior Championships, the WCT, the World Qualifying Series, because that's all we have. Now we have one event last year to reference. Now we're going to have this event to reference, to go back and say this surfer was a gold medalist, a silver medalist, or whatever they were, and what they achieved, what their team brought, how many did they bring, did they have a full team? Now we're building that content.
I love this.
It didn't happen.
We're making history.
Yeah, kind of.
This second annual the ISA World Adaptive Surf Champs, the second one ever in history. We are absolutely going to look back at this time and realize, wow, this was a time when we didn't have full teams, when we didn't have a women's division, when we didn't have, there was only one female surfer on each of these teams. And we're going to look back and just, I hope one day, look how far we've come.
Yeah, well, we have a sheet within our packet here that gives us a bunch of great information. It kind of shows the teams. USA, Brazil, and Chile have got complete teams. That just shows. So Hawaii, Australia is missing AS2 division person and AS4. So, eventually this sheet will be complete all the way through. All these teams will have all 6 divisions.
Absolutely, yep.
And
spreading the love,
getting
people involved, and then upping their game. There's so many, I think, people with disabilities that want to be competitive. Everybody's got that competitive drive. Well, not everybody, but the people that do should have the opportunity to express that. Looking back at Colin Cook from Hawaii, dropping in, shredding, heading right, that's gonna score really high.
Yeah, he was looking for a 6.27 to jump up into second. This wave, it comes in at a 5.33. We have the 5 judges. We had a high of a 6 and a low of a 4.5, so it averaged into a 5.33. What that did do, though, with 5.5 minutes remaining, it set him up to now be out the back on this wave, looking only for a 3.51. So if he can pull off this floater, this could be the move and the wave that pushes him up into second.
Awesome.
That was a quick turnaround.
He was back out, going left. I have a story that's a little bananas. I just met Colin Cook's girlfriend while I was out on the beach doing a little interview. This is a great wave for our surfer in white, Llewellyn Williams. Was just out there meeting. Colin Cook's girlfriend is actually the daughter of a Boston bombing surviving victim. Her name is Celeste. She lost both of her legs in the Boston bombing. What a small world that they can connect all 3 of those things in one little place.
Wow.
I thought that was
great bylines. So many stories, and that's the thing, they get to leave here whenever they go, tonight, tomorrow, and they now have contact with a whole new host of friends and family.
Yeah.
And it is family.
It is. Looking at this replay of Eric Dargent.
So look at that. Colin Cook took the first position on that. When he got that last left, he got a 6.0, jumped into the lead. So within 2 or 3 minutes, he went from third to first. And now it puts our surfer from France, who just had that last wave, he needs a 6.56 to jump back in the lead. And mostly importantly, Llewellyn Williams needing a 2.77 now to take over second place from our French surfer. So it's that battle for second at the moment with 4 minutes remaining. Top 2 advancing into the final out of these 3. We've already set the first 2 finalists with Mark Stewart from Australia and Henrique Sariva from Brazil. So who will it be from this heat?
Eric Dargent ripping.
Oh, this is
slapping the lip there. That's gonna score pretty high. He needs a 6.56, as you just mentioned. We'll see what the judges. Oh, looks like a 6.0 on that. Is that right?
Oh no,
that's Colin Cook.
That was Colin's Cook. So he had that 5.33. Right. He got a 5.33 and a 6 back to back, and now this is the one that we're looking at. And actually, there's 2 scores that are going to come in for our French surfer because he had a left before this. So we talk about the quick paddle outs, the tight interval of wind swell. It's giving the surfers opportunity to get waves very quickly and change the heat. Well, the left that he had before upped his ante, a 5.17, and now a big score coming in. But up in white, our surfer from Wales, Llewellyn, carving up and down. This is looking like it could be a good score for him. He needs a 3.44.
wave kind of died out on him. Probably not going to score as high. He's going to need a little bit more to advance.
It opened up looking like a strong wave, but they're just still locking in the scores for our French surfers' last ride. What will happen with 2.5 minutes?
Colin Cook dropping in. Oh, you know what? He saw that closing out. He tried to get off. That's probably a good decision on his part. Instead of riding that all the way in, he knows he's got about 2 minutes left in this heat to get back out there. He's little change of lead here. Eric Dargent now in the lead, winning by 0.67. Such a tight heat.
Well, yeah, he got that left and the right back-to-back. Look at him. He's going for an aerial right there. He got a 6.83 on the right that we saw the replay of, so he jumped up into the lead. Colin Cook still holding down second position, and Llewellyn Williams got a 3.83 on this right we're watching now. It looked like maybe if he could have gotten one more section to throw the tail or hit the lip there. Great surfing by all three athletes. But now it rests with 1.5 minutes. It is Llewellyn Williams in third, needing a 4.83. What do you think, Elena?
You know, we've got 1:20 left. If Colin Cook can get one more solid wave, I can see him taking the lead. But as it stands right now, looks like Eric Durgent and Colin Cook heading to the final.
It does. So you know why I was messing up so bad the other day? I realized, I'm like, why am I messing her name up so badly? What is going on? My daughter has two friends, Alana and Elena.
Oh, yeah.
And I kept going, I have to associate it with Elena, and then I'd get stuck with Alana, and my brain would just short circuit on me.
That's my whole goal in life, is to make people question themselves.
Well, no.
Just to make people feel a little uncomfortable saying my name.
Well, that wasn't fun for me. With 30 seconds left, it's like when I was a soccer coach and I'd have 4 girls with the same name but different spelling, and they all had a blonde ponytail. I'm like, what is going on in my life right now? I have 3
ponytail number 1, blonde ponytail number 2.
Nicknames. I have 3 daughters, so yeah, it's all blonde ponytails.
Yep.
Oh, well, there we go. Right now, with under 20 seconds, our French surfer in the red, Eric Dargent, out in the lead. Colin Cook still holding down second in the yellow for Hawaii, and Llewellyn Williams from Wales, all the way here from Wales, looking for that 4.83, but the time is winding down, and that is the conclusion of our semifinal number 2. We will bring it right back. We've got the next division coming up, so stick with us here at beautiful La Jolla Shores for the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money. I just cared about what day did I just photograph, and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Dad, what's Visla?
Welcome back, and aloha. We are sharing the stoke and the saltwater hugs here at beautiful La Jolla Shores for the second annual 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols. We just finished up semifinal number 2 of the AS2 Stand and Kneel division, and we are straight into the semifinal number 1 of the Stand and Kneel division. So in this heat, JP Vedry from France, Jade
Wheatley, we're going to call him Red Dog.
Jade Wheatley from Australia, Red Dog, Mike Coots from Hawaii, and Ryan Gambrell from the United States. This is another exciting heat. This is the most able-bodied division within the event. We've seen some
Exactly. So
we've seen some
got-
amazing surfing.
Yeah, we've got Ryan Gambrell with short stature. Mike Coots lost his leg to a tiger shark attack, so he's a lower limb amputee below the knee. Jade Wheatley, Red Dog, he is a double leg amputee below the knee, so he's competing on his knees, actually, no prosthetics used. And then JP Vaudry from France, or I'm sorry, from South Africa is competing. I don't know.
Why did they do that to me
It's
again on the
confusing.
monitor? And I even questioned myself.
Yeah, we know these athletes. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
And yeah, so he's competing as a lower limb amputee as well. So this is the AS1 stand kneel division semifinal.
And JP Vaudry opened up very quickly with a 3.33, and he's just dropped another score. We saw it in the background there. They were kind of pulled away, but we saw maybe his finishing snap on that left. We'd like to say hello to his friends and family if they're back home watching. It sounded like they might be when he was interviewed earlier. Well, he just dropped a 4.77. Hopefully we can pull up a replay of maybe the 4.77 just to get caught up on what's going on. And
Loving how the lifeguards are getting involved down at the beach right now with Team Wales. That's a great photo op.
that's right. And Tom Cook there from Hawaii, all of the whole last heat. And here we have our surfer from South Africa. He is fired up. So now that the tide has dropped out, he's looking like maybe he's definitely very comfortable and confident on that board with the narrower nose, more the contemporary board.
Yeah.
Earlier in the morning, he was kind of toying around with riding this round nose, kind of more buoyant model, but decided not to even go with it earlier. The right choice, because he ran away with the first heat too, getting him the quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be a little Duke Fest between JP and Mike. Both surfers with the same kind of style, pretty aggressive, modern short boards there, and I think it's going to be something that comes down to some quality waves over quantity. These athletes are looking to perform. Here comes a set. See who paddles into this wave right here.
Well, that is one of the
Paddle
bigger
battle.
waves we've seen of the entire event, although it didn't offer up much of a working face. And we'll see what was going down for Ryan Gambrell from the USA in the blue on the left.
Also had JB Vaudry on that as well.
Yeah, well, there was that sort of, it was looking like a split peak, but then it ended up not having much of a peak at all.
Right.
But that's what we're going to see, too, now that the swell is definitely bigger than yesterday. We didn't anticipate that. You can see that defined peak that's right in front of us on the camera, but when the bigger sets come as the tide's dropping, they do close out a little bit. Mike Coots scratching for that one. He wants to get himself in this heat. All 3 surfers on the board except for him.
15 minutes left in this semifinal heat number 1. Mike Coots from Hawaii needs to get on the board here.
What did he medal last year, or did he not?
He got 4th. He
So he
actually
got the copper.
No, yes, he got copper last year. Looking to better that, obviously, here at the 2nd annual World Adaptive Surf Champs.
You know, we talked a little bit about the program that's going on in Hawaii. It's what introduced you to surfing. Talk a little bit, when we get waves, we'll talk about that, but how did you find yourself in Hawaii in the first place? What drew you to go there to get involved in that event and say, I've never surfed, but I'm going to go there and surf?
You know, it's funny you ask. I actually had just gotten finished with the 2014 Winter Games in Sochi, Russia. About 6 months prior to that event, I had dislocated my shoulder. While I was in Sochi, Russia, I fell directly on my face, dislocated my jaw, got knocked out, and took a helicopter ride straight to the Russian hospital. I was coming off an injury. Let's take a look at Mike Coots.
Oh, wow. He is,
challenging the top of the wave there.
wow, 2 speed floaters. This is the wave he was looking for. So although he didn't get that last turn, that was a tough section to get up and into. This is going to be a big score for him. I can hear Todd Klein through my headset screaming on the beach along with everyone else. It's amazing.
He's calling heats out there.
Yeah.
All right, Baldy. Well, I'm here on the beach with the winner of that last heat, Eric Dargent from France. And Eric, another great performance. That heat, though, each one of you were in the lead at one point, and it came down till the end until you knew you were going to win that heat. What was going through your mind about midway?
Me, during the competition, It's hard in start, and after I have good waves, and I can do a turn, and I can use my prosthesis to do different turn in right or in left. And I'm not sure to be first, but this is the competition. The other competitors are very, very good, and it's like that. And I'm really happy to be here and to participate to this competition. I think this is a special competition because me, 5 years ago, I have an accident. I lose my leg, and it's a rare pleasure to be here. It's really incredible.
It's a pleasure for me to be standing here with you doing this interview. Let's talk about your prosthetic because we've referenced it during the broadcast. You are actually the builder of this prosthetic, and we love the unique style, the way you were able to swing it up on the top. You run it a little bit shorter, is that correct?
Yeah, this is difficult to use this prosthesis, but when you start, you feel good sensation to be stand up, and step by step you progress, and the position to do the takeoff, now it's like a reflex. I do that in just few seconds, and it's very quickly. I would like to say 5 years ago there are no prostheses to surf stand up, and I developed that in France to give access to people who are amputee. This is a goal for me to continue to develop access and to surf, because surf is magical.
Eric, a lot of people agree with you. They want to get out there. They want to try one of your legs. How do they find it?
Yeah, I think during the competition it's difficult to test the prosthesis because all the concurrents, all the competitors are concentrated in their competition. But me,
is it for sale? Sorry.
Yeah. But everybody who are amputee can test that. It's possible for everyone to use this prosthesis when you are amputee above the knee.
But my question is, can they find it online? Do you have a website?
Yeah, you can find that in the website. In France, the name is Association Surfeurs d'Argent. You can find my name. My name is Eric D'Argent. You find me in Facebook, and it's a pleasure to explain how we use this prosthesis and to share my passion.
Eric, thank you for sharing it with our viewers. Best of luck in the finals.
Thank you, and I would like to say coucou à ma maman. I love you.
Hi, mommy.
All right, well, thank you, Todd. And Elena, what an inspiring thing. And, that gives a bit more perspective on the heels of what we were talking about, that history is just being made. 5 years ago, there were no prosthetics for surfing at all.
Right.
And now there is the second adaptive games and prosthetics everywhere, all for surfing, or a lot of them are here for surfing. There's a company that's sponsoring Autobach that has this. Danielle Burt is their, the woman they sponsor. So a lot of ground being made up for.
Loving that replay of Mike Coots. I love also what he just said. I want to just quote him. He said, surfing is magical.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Surfing is magical.
That's the real deal right there. Mike Coots paddling in. See what he can do with this. Looking both ways. Going to head left. See what he can do with it. Yeah.
Well,
that's going to be a small score for him.
Got that one backside slash in there. So I guess that the opened up with the 5.83. That was that replay of that long right, and then he must have had something real short in between the one. JP Vaudry has a 5.93, so he's out in the lead with a 4.77 and a 5.93. South Africa looking strong. We know we're going to see Anthony Smythe from South Africa coming up in a little while. So those two could be battling it out in the final if they both get through. In the white, we saw Jade Wheatley from Australia with a nice big floater on the wave before, and I think that might have been the 3.10, but it's consistent. There's a lot of waves going on, and when the interview's happening with Todd, sometimes we get a little backlogged.
Yeah, Todd, what a great beach interviewer, but yeah, we just miss out on some of the surfing. There's Ryan Gambrell representing the United States. Not sure what's going on with Ryan and why he's not in the ocean right now. Maybe he's just headed back up
Well, I think, maybe he got way down to the north side of the beach, and it's a really long paddle, and there's a rip current. So
Yeah.
maybe he's walking back up to the south side where
That's
he can.
probably-
It's shallow on the other side of the left
Just
side
to
of the
get
screen.
back in the lineup. You know what?
Yeah.
It takes so much energy to paddle out into the lineup and through some of this whitewash. I'm sure he's just walking up the beach for that reason.
While JP on a bomb set throws it up high and just comes unstuck. Very committed turn, a late floater up into the oncoming section of the right. He's looking to better the 4.77. It looked like that wave was going to really open up down the line for him.
This is a good replay of Red Dog here. It looks like he thrashes there, but imagine trying to do that on your knees and land it. So he's pretty close, and I'm sure he's done that maneuver before and landed it.
Well, and Mike Coots, who they just saw showed the replay of, got a 4.50 for that aggressive backside snap. So now he's in second place with a 4.5 and a 5.83. We have 7.5 minutes remaining in this semifinal number 1 of the AS1 stand and kneel division. I'm also getting really excited for the wave ski, which is coming up here. Well, that's in a little while. Sorry, that what we have right around the corner after semifinal number 2 is the ASVI final. So our visually impaired surfers, which has just been mind-blowing to watch. All of it's mind-blowing. Great surfing.
All right, here we go. Jade, Red Dog, Wheatley. See what he's going to do with this wave here. Hitting the lip. Not going to stay on it, but JP Vaudry, that's a pretty aggressive maneuver.
It really was.
Let's see what Mike Coots can do here.
Whoa, he used the backwash. I thought that backwash or that side current that you could see was going to buck him off. It bucks me off. And but he pulls through. So similar to maybe the 4.50, we'll see if the judges deem it a little bit more aggressive, a bit more radical. Yeah, he had to navigate through that bump. So these surfers are staying busy. They've all, well, except for Ryan Gambrell. We'll see when he gets back out in the lineup. We saw him going up and around the sandbar.
Take a look at a replay here. Red Dog. He's got such long femurs, it's almost as if he's standing.
Well, can you imagine, and maybe it's already, it has happened for a few of the athletes. Mark Stewart and a few of the others have probably been to Indonesia. Mike Cook, right. But can you imagine maybe the conversations that might already be happening or maybe are going to happen in the not too far future through the Adaptive Surf magazine and their website to say, we want a crew of the best, or we want a crew. Let's get a crew and let's go to the Mentawais.
That's what I'm excited about.
That's the vision.
The surf edits that are going to come out.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And along with those being such perfect waves, amazing waves, there's the danger and the risk in the reef right there because it's shallow and it's razor sharp. So, you get the beauty and the pain, but I can imagine these surfers, or maybe it's Peru, maybe it's sand bottom point breaks. I don't know what maybe is the best situation, but that's what I want to see, giving them time to get up and get moving, get Red Dog going down the line on a barreling fast left.
Yeah, that would be some great footage, some great content for AdaptiveSurfing.com as well. So any of you adaptive surfers that want to be featured, make your submissions known, make yourself known by submitting your content to AdaptiveSurfing.com. Go to that website, you'll see Sean Brody, the editor-in-chief of the magazine and the website, and send us your pics. We'd love to see what you're doing and get you involved in the overall movement.
Are you involved in that editorially? Do you sit on the board kind of, or not the board, a silent board, like you have a position within it?
Yeah, I'm kind of, I'm good friends with Sean Brody. I was thankful to be the first featured athlete in the magazine, so we did a great interview. And we work closely with just communicating. There we go. Ryan Gambrell's back out in the lineup. That's absolutely what happened. He got too far north down pushed by that current, so he had to just walk up the beach and get back out in the lineup. So he's going to need to make up some time. We've got about 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in this heat. He's got 2 waves under his belt, so taking a look. Rob Machado coming to visit the Adaptive Surfing Championships.
right.
Love this.
We got Rob. We had Damian Harvgood yesterday, and Rob always so gracious. Looks like Todd Klein might even have an interview with him. We'll let him tell us if he does or not. It is a tight heat right now between JP Vaudry from South Africa and Michael Coots. Jade Wheatley from Australia. He is hunting for that wave. He now needs an 8.83 to jump up into second. Here he is on his backhand, an aggressive floater there. Will he get around the section? He does that thing like Ishmael where he grabs the rail and unfortunately bucked off the board. You can see that kind of side current, that wobble. We saw Mike Coots have to navigate through it also.
That was a super late job for Ryan, and he almost held on to it, but then that was one of the gnarlier wipeouts I've seen since watching this competition.
Right over the handlebars.
Oh, yeah.
And we're allowed to make fun of that because it's funny.
Sure.
Everybody that surfs wipes out.
Absolutely.
And you don't really ever wipe out gracefully.
Nope. And if you're not wiping out, you're not trying hard enough. That's what I say.
That's right. Well, hello, Todd Klein down there with Rob Machado.
Rob Machado is here, in fact. And, guys, there's been so many people coming out to support this event, and for good reason. And I was not going to miss the opportunity, even though Rob's been getting pulled every which way to get a picture. The best goofy footer in my mind to ever put front foot, right foot on a board, down here supporting our best adaptive surfers. Robbie, you've been working with Jesse Belauer, our gold medalist from last year, for many years, longtime friend of yours. Who else are you down here supporting?
Everybody, man. It's like everywhere I look, I'm just super inspired, and there's so much. It's just so much good vibe. Well, hey, all right. Is that the Hawaiian? Hawaii's representing right here. Just so many good vibes. I just love how everyone's just lifting each other up, and the energy on the beach and the water and like the stoke levels are just like through the roof. You leave the beach here and you're just like, man,
Yeah, you've had that stoke level for a long time, Rob. That's always been your motto, no matter where you're at. But as I mentioned, you're a longtime friend of Jesse Belauer. You've had a lot of sessions with him. What's probably one of your more memorable ones with him?
We've been in some crazy situations, man. I remember being out at like Huntington during the U.S. Open between the semis and the final, and it was like 6-foot closeouts and like duck diving with Jesse, but we've had crazy days out at, at Seaside Reef out there with Kelly one day. Hey, bud, you want to come say hi?
No. Pancakes. He's done with his pancakes, Rob.
We're doing a little interview. How were the pancakes? Were they good? Yeah, you can get another one. Can I finish?
We can get you pancakes. So, talking about some of those sessions, the thing, because I've been able to get out with Jesse and some of the other adaptive athletes, the thing that blows me away, one of the many things that blows me away, is the trust they put in us.
Yeah.
I'm stressed. Meanwhile, they're all smiles.
They're all smiles, dude. And, yeah, it's so intense, man. You come out of the water after a session like that, and you need to take a nap.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like,
they don't.
You're tapped. And he's like, no, let's stay out. Let's stay out for like 3 more hours. You're like, dude, I'm done. Like, yeah, it's there's so much stress. When we first started surfing together, like we didn't know what was gonna happen. Like we took Jesse out. We're like, if he falls, he might just sink and drown. We had no idea. And the next thing you know, like that evolved into like me going out surfing sessions by myself with him. I'd push him into a wave solo and then catch the wave right behind him, and just hope that he would kick out and be there. And it's crazy the evolution, how fast it changed, and the boards and everything you learned about like little adaptations to modifications to boards and to make them work better. And Jesse had Al Merrick on his side, so Al is a very forward thinker to make his boards work, and it has a lot to do with what's going on here today. I think it's really cool.
Rob Machado, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming down and supporting our world's best adaptive surfers, and thanks for always giving back to the sport that's given you so much.
Exactly, man. Always giving back. Love it. Thanks for having me.
Alrighty, guys. My favorite goofy footer in the world, Rob Machado, down here at the Adaptive Surfing Championships.
Well, we are just going to go to a commercial.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money. I just cared about what day did I just photograph and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Dad, what's Visla?
16 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols, and we have got the second semifinal of this AS1 stand and kneel division. Binot Marou from France, Anthony Smythe from France.
South Africa.
Or, South Africa, excuse me. Why do they keep doing that to me on the board, man?
Kenjiro Ito from Japan and Peg Bennett from Great Britain.
That's right. So
this is a good lineup.
all of them, obviously, we are in the semifinals, so you'd have to say they've been the standouts of their heat so far. Now it is top two, 20-minute heats, 2 waves scored, 2 surfers advancing to the final. We have had a few waves ridden already. Kenjiro Ito from Japan in the yellow will get that queued back up for you. A 5.33 jumps out to an early lead. Binot Marou from France with 2 waves, a 1.5 and a 2.17. And Peg Bennett, our surfer from Great Britain, he has 2 small scores, and it looks like Anthony Smythe from South Africa up and ready to rip. He is looking hungry.
Nice.
So he gets an inside right, and he will finish this wave. Nice couple of turns and floaters, aggressive snap. Behind him, our surfer from Great Britain, Peg Bennett. This has got to be one of his nicer waves of the event. This was so nice looking. Great wave for Peg Bennett.
Wow, got it. Yeah. Hey, Linda. Elena, nice to meet you. Cool. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you.
Well, here at the World Adaptive Surfing Championships, we do have all sorts of fans. We do have all sorts of support. We saw Todd Klein down on the beach with one famous Rob Machado, a great ambassador for Stoke, sharing the message of what surfing can bring to people all over the world. Rob has his own foundation. He has been involved in a lot of different associations in helping, kids with different physical diseases, mental diseases get out in the ocean. Rob travels around the world. He's worked with the Malleola Foundation. He is just a champion for the cause, like he was talking about. He's worked with Jesse since the beginning. They were the first 2 to go out, and it was terrifying.
And just talk about aquatic astronauts.
Aquatic astronauts.
Stepping into a world unknown and, sort of risking their lives. Like Rob was saying, we didn't know if he was going to sink and drown or what was going to happen. A lot of these adaptive surfers, I got to tell you, some of my wave ski friends and I, we've just recently went down to K38 on our own, like sorting it out, figuring it out, and there's a lot of risk involved, but again, not without the right safety measures put into place. We wouldn't want to risk our lives. So
wow,
Anthony Smythe,
what a turn. So he opened with a 6.67, so he was looking for not much to jump up into take the lead from Kenjiro Ito from Japan, and that second wave there should be a pretty ripping high score for him. I wonder about, and Rob wasn't really divulging, but the back conversations of when Rob probably said, look, dude, I'm not that comfortable with doing this. Are you sure? Like, here's my reservations. Jesse probably looked at him and said, I don't really care. You don't have a choice. You're going to push me into these waves, and
Jesse was
you're
always a
follow.
charger before his injury and after.
That's right.
To get people on board with supporting people with disabilities, Jesse needs his assistance to do what he really wants to do, and then to have a really good friend like Rob Machado to support him in his dream.
But imagine that, so I've done it because I've pushed my kids before they can swim really well into big bomb waves, and I hope that I caught the same wave at the same time.
Yeah.
And if you don't, your heart is aflutter because you are scrambling for the next wave to get to them.
Yeah, I could imagine it's the same feeling, like so helpless, just wanting
there
to
they
be
go.
There. Right.
Yeah,
So-
or I didn't know that wave was going to go far, and my wave didn't go as far. How do I catch you? Well, look at this. Anthony Smythe from South Africa. That wave we were talking about, an 8.67, and up on the screen, he got so much speed going down the face of that wave. Peg Bennett came off, but he has a good wave in his scoreline, a 3.67. Yeah, like I was telling you, I've been out in Hawaii when Jesse Billauer was out at Sunset. One time I was at Camiland, which is completely across the bay. If you've been to the North Shore, Sunset is on one side, and Camiland is this fun peak reef on the other side of the bay. And I just kept hearing all this screaming and shouting, and I was like, what is going on over there? But up and riding, Kinjiro Ito, he's looking to replace his 1.33. The Seagull is paving the way, and he is finishing that wave nicely. Whoa.
Oh, we almost pulled that out.
Well, a friend of mine came paddling across the channel, and this is a bunch of years ago, and he had one of the very first waterproof camera phones.
Yep.
I'm like, what is going on over there? And he goes, we were just filming Jesse Billauer was out, and like he had a group of 20, and that's why they were all screaming, because he was catching 6-foot sets at sunset. I mean,
That's awesome.
yeah.
I just want to give a little shout out to Sean Brody for dubbing the term aquatic astronauts. That's what Jesse Billauer is. I mean, he's been charging for years now. And now that there's a group of adaptive surfers, we just want to thank Jesse for charging, paving the way for the rest of us adaptive surfers. I also want to point out South Africa is doing such an incredible job with their adaptive surfing program. I'm actually just chatting with a friend of mine out in South Africa. Dries Millard, who I mentioned yesterday is not able to be here due to a pressure sore, was explaining a pressure sore is something that paraplegia has is involved with. You basically can't feel the pressure you're putting on your body, and you get a sore from that. And it's laid him up, but he's actually making huge plans to go on tour with the Red Bull and Wings for Life South Africa crew. So Wings for Life is actually Red Bull's charity that they give all their money to. It's for spinal cord injury research and to develop a cure for spinal cord injuries. So Dries Millard and some of the South African crew is going to go on tour with them for 18 months, and they're going to be charging big waves.
Well, that's
Awesome
just
stuff.
so cool to hear, that Red Bull, who has been such a powerhouse in our sport since they came on, they have their foundation that works with athletes with spinal cord injuries. And we were just talking about, how cool it would be to have these athletes, these surfers, in settings of long, perfect waves, giving them the time to really open up and refine their equipment. And then right then he texts you and says, hey, this is what I'm doing with Red Bull and Wings for Life. And that's just the power of this community. Here you sit in the booth next to me in La Jolla, Southern California. It's not even noon, or I don't know what time it is. I've lost track of time. Your friend in South Africa is a day ahead or two.
Yep.
And maybe the middle of the night.
With it. He's
yeah.
on isaworlds.com. He's super passionate about adaptive surfing, and now we get to share with the world what they're doing down in South Africa.
Yeah, and that's amazing. I love that story. We have a split peak here between Peg Bennett and Kinjiro Ito. They were going with Kinjiro, and he blasts the lip there. Well, he's got a 5.33 and a 5.4, sitting in second pretty healthily. Right now, Benoît Meroux from France needs a 6.63 to jump up into second. We will see with 10 and a half minutes remaining. Long time. This heat not even half over. That was our French surfer kind of late into the lip there and goes over.
Benoît, as you saw in the heat he competed in before, he is a workhorse. He is like, just getting tons and tons of waves. He's got at least 2 more than every other surfer out there. So he's getting that quality wave, but he's also getting a good wave score, wave count going as well, just to up his scores as much as he can. Just one tactic that some of these surfers use. Anthony Smythe, he's got about 3 waves on the board. Peg Bennett's catching a bunch of them as well. So,
well, we are going to throw it down to Todd Klein, who has our last heat winner.
Yeah, thank you, Baldy. JP Vaudry from South Africa again, continuing to lift the bar. You're into the finals. Last year you finished up in 5th place. The worst you can do now is a copper. You're going to get a medal. You got to be pretty stoked about that. And do you feel like you're over the hurdle now and it's kind of easy sailing now?
Well, it's never going to be easy sailing, but the copper is not an option. I'm going higher than that. If I can get to the final, I can do better. got the highest score yesterday. I can do this.
So you want the bronze then, is what you're telling me?
No, it looks a bit more like gold for me.
There you go. I wanted you to say it. I want you to get it in your head. What's it going to take for you to take it out? I mean, the good news for you is, I think, because you're a bigger guy, is that the tide's low. There's more power. It's the most power we're going to see here today for the final. What are you going to have to do out there in those conditions to take it out that you think?
Well, as the tide goes out, it's sort of a shorter, punchy ride. It definitely suits my surfing a bit better. Yeah, just fit in those quick turns and maybe shorter ride, quick turn.
Well, I know, it takes so much to get here for all of the athletes. I'm sure you've got some great support, some sponsors you'd like to thank.
Yeah, I mean, Quicksilver, Hurricane, Von Zipper. I've already thanked Clayton for my board. It's really going well. Mage Fins. Yeah, they're all fantastic. They've all been supporting me, giving me stock, behind me all the way.
JP, why do you, when we're catching up, you're always happy-go-lucky, you're outgoing. As soon as we turn the mic on, you clam up on me.
Yeah, I'm a photographer. I work with people a lot, and I don't know. I think it's just when the camera's on me, I suppose.
I'm just kidding, buddy. I love what you're doing. Keep up the good work, and best of luck in the final.
Thanks very much. Hi to Gabby, Amelia. Thanks for watching and supporting from South Africa.
JP representing South Africa in the final.
Well, great job, Todd. JP into the final there. I'm sure his kids will be watching the final. His two daughters that weren't you telling me that he...
Oh, that's Ishmael.
Oh, that's Ishmael.
Yeah.
That's the Norwegian surfer that does the barbells with his children. Sorry.
But JP's got a huge family. I'm sure watching at home on isaworlds.com.
Wow. A nice right here. This is what Binot has been doing the whole of the event, is getting that big backside aggressive snap. I wonder, he's riding that sort of semi-egg, probably because he's a single-arm amputee, so paddling, he needs that, where he couldn't get it on a contemporary board, but I could picture maybe even some kind of a fishier board would give him that freedom to...
Yeah, it just depends. I mean, I couldn't imagine paddling into a wave with one hand. He also uses some of his kick motion, at least, if he's not kicking the water, he's kind of thrusting forward with his leg function as well to get onto the wave. It's all about wave placement too, because if you're in the right place, waves will catch you.
That's right. So water knowledge, and do you know if Binot was surfing his whole life leading up to his injury? And if we don't, that's okay. But again, we talked about being patient, stepping back. You have a lot of different levels of athletes. You have surfers that have been in the ocean their entire life. I mean, right now in this heat, Anthony Smythe from South Africa has competed in surf events his whole life and is just taking on, adaptive surfing events because they're available now.
Right.
Where other surfers in this event have only come to the ocean in the last year, 3 years, 5 years. So it's all relatively new.
Right, and that's what Fernando was talking about. This is one of the most diverse competitions that he's ever been a part of, and he's done so many as the president of the ISA. We have young surfers, old surfers, new surfers, experienced surfers. What?
Okay.
Anthony Smythe with the major roundhouse cutback.
That was aggressive. That was a very powerful turn. And that's what we're talking about. He's riding a contemporary shortboard, throwing it around like there's, no problem at all. Looks like he's on another wave, down the line speed floater. He's going to find a nice section to finish this wave off.
He is surfing out of his mind.
Like we said, he's made the semifinals of the South African Championships in
able-bodied surf
body
competitions. Yeah. So here's a replay. Check this out.
Well, this is going to be a bomb score. I'd have to say maybe replacing the 7.60 that he had. 5 minutes on the clock, and really exciting stuff. I'm so happy to be here, calling the action alongside with you.
It's good to be here too.
Yeah.
Finals day. There is, Todd was mentioning or I think it was Rob mentioning the energy, the stoke it's tangible. It's like it's out there.
What's it like? I haven't walked outside
Yeah,
yet.
you need to get out there. It's there's just a huge crowd and everybody's so stoked. A lot of the athletes, like you heard Anthony mention earlier, are really actually very nervous, which, just will give you a little taste of how much this competition means to each of these athletes. Looking at this replay again, that wave was so good. we'll just have to watch it again.
Yeah,
that was the one before that. So
major
back to
hack.
back.
So yeah, there's going to be 2 scores dropping, it seems like. So the judges got their work cut out for them. But right now, with under 5 minutes, Anthony Smythe out in the front, and it looks like he might increase his lead. Kenjiro Ito in Japan in the yellow. It looks like we've got a set out the back. Nobody electing to go, but Binot Marou from France in the white in third, needing a 6.63 to jump up into second. And Peg Bennett, who's been staying very busy. He has nearly 10 waves ridden. Just hasn't found that one that offers the end section for him to complete that big turn. Peg, oh, there we go. Anthony Smythe again.
Ripping. Well, Peg Bennett is opting to surf on more of a longboard, and he's got more of a longboard style. So, his maneuverability is not going to be nearly as aggressive, but, picking difficult waves is what's going to really get him good scores from the judges.
Well, and that's the diversity. Obviously, Anthony Smythe has an upper right arm disability. So it's mostly in his paddling. So his surfing, once he's to his feet, everything is happening in his core and his hips and his knees and his ankles. Peg Bennett, on the other hand, has a prosthetic leg on the front leg below the knee.
Right.
So you lose that flexion in the knee, the flexion in the ankle,
Right.
and, it just is what it is. But, again, as the sport is defined and categories are redefined, but right now this is what it is. This is the most diverse and able-bodied category within the whole of the event.
Exactly. The least disabled, and without that ankle flexion, he's gonna have some disadvantages for sure. But looking at Peg Bennett here, you can see his prosthetic limb. You can't even tell the difference, really. That's a huge wipeout too.
Yeah.
But that's what I was saying earlier about the difficulty of the wave. He was really sending it on that floater. So kudos to him. Needs to pull that off though for a higher wave score.
2 minutes remaining here. It is a beautiful day in La Jolla Shores. Both you and I are fortunate to live in this area. Me being from Del Mar, you're in the Cardiff area. Cardiff Reef being your home break.
Yeah, that's my favorite break there. Would love to move up to Encinitas, Leucadia, and surf every day. That's my goal. And then, we were talking a little bit earlier about my friend Dryce out in South Africa. Would love to see a lot. There's almost an infraction there. Would love to be a part of an adaptive surfing world tour. We'd love to. Also, I have a vision for me and some of the female adaptive surfers to make a female adaptive surf edit. So that's in the plans. And winter waves are where it's at on the West Coast. So we're actually planning on doing that pretty soon here.
So that project's going to kick off. That's exciting.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you got your GoPros and everybody
we got our
involved.
GoPros. We've got one of the best photographers, at least in my opinion, female photographers, a woman named Ana Catarina out of Rio de Janeiro, who actually did a film called Adapt Your Mind. I'm wearing her shirt today.
Mm-hmm.
Check that out online. Just type in Adapt Your Mind. They covered the Dukes Oceans Fest adaptive surf competition we have out in Hawaii. Did a really moving film on that called Adapt Your Mind. Check that out.
Wow, that is incredible stuff, and we've got more time to talk about it. We got 30 seconds remaining in this semifinal number 2 of the AS1 stand and kneel division. It looks like the final is nearly defined. Anthony Smythe from South Africa holding down the lead, and Kenjiro Ito from Japan in the yellow holding on to second. The question is, with 15 seconds, will our surfer from France get a wave of a 6.63 to jump up in the lead? But it is looking like time is running out. You see him paddling there, and he just couldn't get there in time. So that's how it's going to close out. Anthony Smythe from South Africa in first, and Kenjiro Ito in the yellow. This is just a victory lap, and that was maybe one of his better waves anyway, but victory lap for him. We will be right back after the short commercial break with our final for the visually impaired, so stick with us and come right back.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa. So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money. I just cared about what day did I just photograph, and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Welcome back here. It is Aloha Sunday at the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. We've got the Ohana, we've got the Aloha. Jeff Baldwin here with Elena Nichols. And yeah, there is just so many good vibes. We heard it from Todd Klein. We've heard it from you. We've heard it from Fernando, Rob Machado. But we are bringing the good vibes into this first final of the day. AS6 visually impaired. It's going to be exciting. We have seen some ripping.
This is it. This is our first final. This is for the world title, folks. We've got, go ahead and introduce this crew.
Well, this is our first four. So the first gold, silver, bronze, and copper will happen right now in the next 25 minutes. So they have increased the time of the heats from 20 to 25 minutes for the finals. I'm sure that's going to be the format through the day. We have Aitor Francesina from España. Well, he has had a great run into this final. We have Matt Farmston from Australia, who is a Paralympic cyclist. He was training. He was down in Brazil. He took a little time off from surfing. He's here with Team Australia, and he's out there with his brother Stuart, who helps him, he talks him into where the waves are, and then it's up to Matt to find the waves. That's the same for all these athletes. They have I don't know what you call it, a helper, a guide.
I would call it a guide.
It's a guide out in the water that's saying, hey, there's a left, there's a right, there's something coming, and then it's up to the surfer to make the move when their guide tells them to paddle. We have Elias Figdale from Brazil, and we have Gwendol du Frette from France, our first surfer in white. Elias Figdale, a big roundhouse. Just comes unstuck right before he got to the phone, right before he hit the whitewash there.
So each of those athletes you can see has a guide out there putting them in the right position. These guys have worked with them very closely, knowing their athlete, knowing what kind of wave they want, telling them when to go when the wave's coming. You'll see our surfer in red, Aitor, is not able to paddle onto that one, but his guide was telling him, this is your wave, start paddling. Didn't quite get on that one, but they've been hugely successful in the past, that team from España.
Yeah, so we learned yesterday, so Aitor Francesina from Spain went blind in his left eye, or his right eye, when he was 14 years old. And, he had a degenerative eye disease, so he lost vision or sight in his right eye at 14. And then in a surfing accident only a few years ago, fell and hit the water with his other eye and went blind immediately. So lost sight, not due to the degenerative disease, but just from the impact, I guess, or somehow they combined. I
kind of gathered that the pre-existing condition added to, that impact he felt when he hit the water and lost his vision. But what an incredible, I think I said it yesterday, he was born for this.
Yeah.
Sometimes your mission in life includes having different abilities and doing the most that you can with them. Sometimes your mission in life is to inspire others to do the same. So Aitor Francesina doing everything he can with what he has and ripping in the process.
Yeah, he really does surf pretty exceptional. Nearly got a 10 the other day. Right there is our Australian surfer, Matt Farmston, and he just got a great wave. He's had a few opportunities through this event to find that open face. We saw him yesterday get kind of caught behind a few times. So with the way that this peak is working, I hope that we've had a few split peaks already. Elias Figdiel, he opened with a 4.33 and a 6.50, so a great start for him. Aitor Francesena, that's how it is. Francesena. All right. So he's looking like he might get something on the board that's a mid-range score, 6 or a 5-5, something like that, waiting for all the judges to come in. Matt Farmston had that nice right just then. So it's great that they extended the time, giving these surfers a bit more freedom to catch more waves, and there is no priority system, and I kind of think about that too, because not only do you have the individual surfers, as our surfer Gwendol in the yellow comes over and around that section, just couldn't get up and into that lip, but remember, these surfers are visually impaired, so some of them are completely blind, others have limited vision, very grainy within only a meter, if that. So
everybody's got a different level of vision. Yesterday we heard one of the athletes, he was explaining what his vision seems like or might seem like to somebody with their vision. He said if you stick your fist in front of your eye, he has no central vision. He can't see anything where that fist would be. And then he said take a sheet of sandpaper basically and rub out the rest of the peripheral vision, and that's what he sees. So kind of a cool way to relate to what he can see. You can imagine how blurry that might be trying to surf a wave, but I think we agree that it's once they're on that wave, it's more about the feel and going with the ocean and what it feels like.
Well, so there must be some real good camaraderie out here because there is no priority. Everybody's sitting in a tight pack on the one peak, where other heats we've kind of seen, the athletes spread out. They're all together looking for this little right and this left, and it seems like they're taking turns.
Yeah. I think that might be a little bit of an assumption.
Well, I wonder.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's a balance between the fact that it's a competition and they're all just kind of in it to do the best that they can as well. So yeah, they do look clumped up, and
so there must be a strategy between the athlete and their guide saying, okay, we're going to paddle over here, and it's not like they're far away from each other. They can't whisper. They can probably hear each other talking. So
for sure.
So yeah, right now, Elias Figdiel from Brazil, he just got another great score on the board. Waiting for that to drop, but it looks like it's going to replace the 4.33. It does, a 5.60. Aitor Francesina from Spain with a 5.33 and a 4.0. So out in first right now, our surfer from Brazil, and up our surfer in red from Spain.
Got a little out in front of it there. Wasn't able to work with the face as much.
No. Kind of had to execute his snap down in the bottom. But we are going to throw it down to Todd Klein with our last heat winner.
Yes, the winner of that last heat, Anthony Smythe from South Africa, once again carrying with that momentum that got him into the finals last year. He got a silver medal last year. You're into the finals. You've talked about in your posting interviews nerves and keeping them at bay. Obviously, you didn't show any nerves out there. What are you doing right now to keep that headspace right and taking it one heat by one heat?
I think rely on your experience. I got a text from my brother-in-law, Brian, this morning. He was a really good tennis player, and he said, and you've got years of experience behind you and knowledge. Lean on that. It won't let you down. And that comforted me. So I was calmer today in that heat, and it paid off. Just do what you do.
Well, talking about, having support around you, I've seen some great support around you from your team, friends, family. I know it takes a lot to get here. I'm sure you've got some sponsors and some people you'd like to thank.
Well, Dennis Ennis made me this magic carpet. Thanks. Reef South Africa support us. And a big thanks to Adapter Surfing South Africa and Surfing South Africa as a whole. Robin de Kock, they put us here. And then all my friends, Slade Mansfield. I know they're watching, the whole Natal Sides watching. Dries Miller, I wish you were here. Andrew Budge, all the people who supported me in coming here. Thank you, everybody. It's wonderful to be here, and I hope we can win gold.
We've got better surf this year, going into the finals. What are you going to have to do to take it out?
I have to get 2 waves, and that's the tricky part, you know. Once you've got the waves, you can surf them, and the unknown is, are you going to get those waves? You know, the problem is other people also want those waves. So, yeah, we'll see. Just calm.
Hundreds, Brew.
Brew, shot, Brew.
All right, thank you, Todd. A great interview there. Our heat winner from South Africa, silver medalist last year, looking to better that and jump up one position, get the gold, but he's got some tough competition from his brother JP. They're going to be duking it out.
Absolutely.
You know?
That's the great thing about the Republic of South Africa. They've got such a strong contingency. Their team points are going to do really well, but you know they've got strong people in the same division, so it's not a bad problem to have. Be fun to watch that final.
It will be fun to watch that final, and that won't be coming up in that long. Actually, we are seriously into the business end. We have defined all the finals, and now we have kicked it off with the visually impaired one. Here we sit with just under 15 minutes remaining. Elias Figdiel from Brazil out in the lead, up and riding. This was a replay that probably happened during the interview. Our Australian Paralympic cyclist, but surfer his whole life. Matt Formston, yeah. That's a, what is it? Formston.
It feels like the N should be before the M.
And the R before the O.
Something.
No, sorry if you're out there listening, the family, I'm sure you are. We do our best. I was talking to Todd about the uniqueness of these events, different than working at a CT event where, most of the athletes, or there's less countries coming in this one, obviously, although he's from Australia. We get our tongues tied. There's a lot of different, 22 countries represented. You get Russia, Denmark, Norway. There's a lot of different names, You get all of Latin America, South America.
Oh, yeah, that's...
It gets pretty wild. At the World Games, it was pretty crazy. Here, it's pretty crazy. So we do our best, and we butcher up these names.
I don't think Matt minds. He knows who we're talking about here. Looks like our surfer in white, Elias, is going to be up and down. Again, talking about Matt as a Paralympic cyclist, one thing I love about athletes, the crossover ability to just go ahead and pick up a new sport and charge. And so any Paralympic athletes out there that want to give surfing a try, check out the isaworlds.com. Come out to La Jolla next year about this time, or hit me up on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Let me know when and where and why, and I'll get you in the water. Somebody will help you out. We want to get more and more people involved. Find me at Elena the Jane on Instagram, Elena Nichols on Facebook, and at Elena Nichols 21 on Twitter. Let me know. We want to make it happen, especially those females. That's one of our things. The sooner we get females involved, the sooner we can have a female division at the ISA Worlds Adaptive Surf World Championship, and the sooner we'll have equality in the sport for women. So come on out. We want to have you.
Well, you have a project that you're working on later. I want to talk more about that. During that, there was a little cat and mouse going on there. I was saying, well, maybe there's gentlemen's rules. What's going on? Well, both Team Spain, I'm going to call them team for now because it's Team Spain and Team Australia, the guide and the athlete, they were like paddle battling as all four were kind of close. And I saw the Spanish guide kind of splash the water, and it looked like Stuart, the Australian guide, brother of Matt, turned around, and maybe they had a word or two, and you can see them kind of sitting right in from one another, and so they're sitting in second and third position.
You know what? I just put this together. You know what might be happening? Because the blind surfer can't see, he's actually splashing the water so that he knows where he's at.
No, but the coach or the guide splashed the water, not the athlete.
No, that's what I'm saying. The guide's splashing at the water so that the athlete can come closer to him. Because you can tell him to hear your voice, but...
Wow, this is really cool. So this is the first real close-up view we've had. It'll be great to get this in replay. We've got this pulled-away shot now of our heat leader from Brazil, Elias Figdiel, but we want to go back and see what Matt Formston just got on that wave, and it looked like possibly Aitor had gone left, so a lot of action happening all at once. We switched over from the far view to the close-up view. Because right now, our surfer in blue from Australia was looking for a 5.60 to jump up into the silver category. Instead of second, we're going to say gold, silver, bronze, copper. That's what they are.
The finals.
Yep. So you're going to be working on an amazing project. Have you already kind of like drafted it out and like outlined it on paper so you have a concept for the photographer and you guys to go off of?
We do. Actually, we've gotten a fair amount of footage already at the Dukes Fest. We were able to surf Queen's Break and out at Pops and get some good footage of us female adaptive surfers. It's not that we're hating on the men by any means. We just want to really promote female adaptive surfing. I've been working in the background a little bit to try to get some of our pro surfers involved, just to support it. Carissa Moore is a friend of mine and a fellow Nike athlete. We're both sponsored by Nike, so and she works with Hurley, obviously. So yeah, getting some people on board, pretty exciting.
Hey, we're going to throw it down. Todd Klein has a great interview for us. Take it away, Todd.
No interview this time, Baldy. Just want to give you guys an update down here. Where I'm standing right now is about knee-deep this morning on that high tide, and the tide is pulled way out. You can see all the teams behind me way out on the sandbars now. I was just watching Jesse Billauer, who was our gold medalist last year. He's got a massive film crew around him, a ton of support. Hopefully, down here to document maybe a back-to-back gold medalist performance once again, but he's going to have his work cut out. We saw Davi Teixeira, who's been the standout performance so far this year. We'll see, though. This is when it counts. This is the final. A lot of pressure on these athletes going out there right now, but so much mutual respect amongst them. It's going to be a good one to watch, guys, coming up next, the AS5 Assist Division.
Well, thank you, Todd. I completely agree. Yeah, this is going to be a super final that we're getting into after this visually impaired final, which is blistering right now. I mean, to have Barney Miller, Jesse Billauer, Davi Teixeira, and, I don't have it in front of me right at the moment, but it's going to be an amazing final. The AS5 Assist Final. And up and riding our surfer from Spain, he gets really aggressive and goes down. He is looking for that 4.40. So in the time of that interview, and maybe we could get a replay of our Australian surfer's wave, but he did jump into the second position. We only got the last bit of it. We see our surfer in white, Elias Vigdiel, finishing off his wave. He's still holding down the lead because he had opened with a 6.5 and a 5.6, so set himself up early. These are 25-minute heats. Top two scores play into the line, and it is for gold, silver, copper, bronze right now.
Just as a little update before this winds down, I just want to catch everybody on the team point status at the ISA Stance Adaptive World Championships. Again, to catch everybody up, each team was allowed to field 8 athletes, and within those 8 athletes, their standings then are applied points to the overall points of the team. So each athlete is performing, gaining points for their team. In first place, as it stands right now, Brazil is leading the charge with a total of 6,008 points. USA in second with 5,658 points, and Chile in third, 4,242 points. Altogether, we've got Hawaii in fourth place, following Chile there with 4,225 points, not far behind Chile. So as the contest progresses, remember the team points are going to be awarded just the same as individually: gold, silver, bronze, and copper. And each of those teams are going to be able to take home these medals, tell their delegation, their national governing body, that they represented at a world level, and this is how they did, only furthering the adaptive surf movement in that country. So it's a little bit more about what they can do for the movement, less about being able to brag, but at the same time, what a great feeling that'd be to win as a country. So congrats to all of those athletes and their team scores as we move into the final section.
Absolutely, 100%. That is so true. I mean, it's just about what they can bring home and how they can work with their the local foundation, with the local organizations, and as Fernando brought to the interview, that's what they're trying to do, is just grow the compassion side of this whole thing. It's not about, there's a goal and there's a vision, and then there's everything in between.
Right.
And it's really about getting a holistic view of what's going on for adaptive surfing, getting nutrition, getting environment, getting people that don't even swim into the ocean. It's not just about getting surfers surfing. It's let's get people in the ocean first,
Right.
and then maybe they'll body surf, and then maybe they'll boogie board, and then maybe they'll find the wave riding vehicle that works best for them. It's there's a lot going on with the ISA besides just world championships and Olympic inclusion.
Right. I love Fernando's description of how everything's going to go down in Tokyo for the 2020 games, and how it's just a holistic kind of take on it all. We're going to have yoga, music, meditation, along with the surfing at the Tokyo games. So that's really what the culture is about. It's way more than just surfing waves. It's about the lifestyle and the culture involved. I just want to shout out to my good friend Zach Tupek, representing Hawaii. He is not surfing in this competition, but is in the prone division. He just brought me a whole canister of coffee. That's Team Hawaii. I think that's aloha right there.
We've been saying
Feeling
it. The aloha and the ohana is here. Well, Aitor Francesina, he got a 6.17 on not his last wave, but the wave before, so that jumped him up into second. So it is a battle between the two for second, between Matt Formston and Aitor Francesina. Elias Figdiel out in front. We see Aitor finishing up a wave, and we see Matty on another nice one, carving up and down. Oh, this is going to be a great score for him. I can hear Team Australia screaming, and I can hear Team Australia screaming. I don't know if that person waving in the shoreline there was a coach for one of the other surfers, possibly. It's a seesaw battle. Gwendol from France needs an 8.2 to get up into second. But the battle is set between our Australian and our French, our Spanish surfer, excuse me.
This is going down. You guys, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. This is for the world title. So we've got our Brazilian surfer in the lead, Elias. He has a solid set on his two waves, 5.60 and 6.50. Definitely not far behind Aitor Francesina from Spain.
Well, I know Aitor was here last year, and I'm trying to remember if he medaled last year. Do we know if Aitor medaled last year here?
Would have to take.
I don't think he got the gold medal.
Archives. I don't think so, but
we just have the gold medalist here. But
I'm sorry. I was here last year. We didn't have a visually impaired division.
He was just
we only
here.
had 2 visual impaired athletes. So another testament to how this is all growing. We actually have a heat, and this is the first ever final for the AS visually impaired. So rad. This is also history going down here at the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surf Championships, and a change in the lead.
Wow, well, that last wave he had that we saw the end of, a 6.33. So with that, Aitor Francesina jumped up into the lead. Now Elias Figdiel in second, needing a 6.0 to get the gold. And our surfer from Australia, Matt Farmston, with 2 minutes remaining as Elias jumps up. But this one doesn't seem like it maybe is going to go into his scoreline. Matt Farmston from Australia needing a 5.91 to get into second and a 6.31 to jump up in the lead for the gold.
This is a pretty heated battle. These guys want it. We're almost running out of wave score room here. They're really paddling their hearts out.
We're laughing because we feel good because we've had the opportunity to meet this gentleman, and his smile and his passion, he's just oozing energy. His eyes are bright when he's looking at you and laughing.
Let's just go ahead and party wave it here between the Spanish and the Aussies.
And I don't think there'll be any infraction. I would say that the judges in this situation with this final Aitor was so far deep on the peak, and Maddie didn't interfere with him, and that would be really, a horrible thing, and I don't think that's
Right.
going to happen. But, as the sport, as adaptive surfing championships go along, those rules will be definitely focused in on, and things like that will happen, and that would be an infraction.
Absolutely.
That would have been an infraction in a lot of other surfing events.
Yeah, no, speaking of, we've got 40 seconds left. The Dukes Fest has an access surf event, all adaptive. There are plenty of infractions going down there, and they cut your top wave scores in half. So here we are, 30 seconds left in the final heat of the visually impaired. This is history in the making, and we're looking at España going to catch this last wave. Will he get it?
Well, he couldn't get it. Elena, that was amazing. And you got to think, if he doesn't know already, it seemed like he knew because he was waving at the beach announcer. My friend Simon, who's shouting out in Spanish from the beach, probably told him, hey, you jumped up into the lead. I'm sure we're going to get a great interview with Todd Klein on the backside. But stay with us, please. We'll be right back after this commercial break, bringing you another final here in beautiful La Jolla at the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. Thank you.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money, I just cared about what day did I just photograph and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We are here for the second annual 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols, Todd Klein out roving the beach. We just had a spectacular final, the first ever final, and right now you can see on camera our surfer from Spain, Aitor Francesina. He has just taken the gold. He was here last year, Elena. He didn't surf because there wasn't a division, so it is expanded. That is why history is being made. He went home and trained all year long. You see him surrounded. We see the Australian surfer, Matty Formston, who just came in third. It was a seesaw battle between himself, Elias de Figueiredo from Brazil, who eventually got second. So Aitor Francesina from Spain with the gold, Elias Figueiredo in second with the silver, Matt Formston from Australia in third with the bronze, and Gwendol Duferte from France with the copper.
Oh my God, look at that smile. This is history being made. It just was made. First ever visually impaired adaptive surf championship world title is taken. Congratulations to Spain.
Well, and that award ceremony is going to go on later today after all these finals wrap up. You, Elena, get the honor and privilege of announcing that
The whole closing ceremonies, I'll be emceeing.
That is you. That is you up there with the mic, live and direct. But right now, we just can't get the cameras off of this great scene. The smiles for miles
You can
is
see
happening.
Fernando Aguirre, president of the ISA, working his way down to congratulate the first ever winner of the visually impaired adaptive surfing world championships. Big thanks to our title sponsor, Stance. Presenting sponsors, go ahead and mention all of those if you would be so kind.
I'm gonna bring that right back in. Right now, I want to introduce this heat because we have another final. Unfortunately, there's 25 minutes because the 20s just go by so fast, Elena. In this final for the AS5 assist, we have our last year's gold medalist, Jesse Billauer, representing the USA in the white. in the yellow, we have Barney Miller from Australia in his first competition ever in 17 years since his accident. This is amazing for him to be here and be in the final. Pancho Arbula from Peru in the blue, and Davi Tejera from Brazil, our 11-year-old silver medalist from last year. It is so amazing. And yes, we do want to thank our amazing sponsors, everybody that's involved in this event, our presenting sponsor, Stance, for making everything possible for the athlete area, for everything that's going on. I'm going to come back to you, Davey. Don't you worry. Our host sponsors in Vizsla, the city of San Diego, supported by the Challenge Athlete Foundation, Northern Trust, Grace by Grit, Procopio, Dukes La Jolla, Autobach, Chipotle. There is just no end, but we got to
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot for that. I knew you were going to be able to rattle those off. Thanks to our sponsors. Back to the competition, the AS5 Assist Final. This is for all the marbles. We've got last year's world champion Jesse Bilauer. Barney Miller, first time, made it into the final. Davi Teixeira from Brazil is our silver medalist from last year, looking to get that gold. And first time in the final, Pancho Arbulu from Peru. This is exciting. Great shot of our winner from the visually impaired division. The stoke is high. There is no doubt about that.
He's got his glasses on, and in the background here we have Jesse Bilauer up on his first ride, a screaming left. What will happen? I thought he might get some like a redirect off the whitewash there. You know that he's got his support crew because they come out in droves. This Jesse Bilauer touching lives everywhere he goes every day. And if you follow him on his social media, I'm just tired thinking, how does he get around the country like he does?
Travel is insane.
I mean, there's him with Ziggy Marley, there's him with Metallica, there's him at things in Washington, then he's down at the beach, and then he's in North Carolina, and you're like,
well, and imagine traveling in a power chair, getting on and off airplanes. He makes it happen. It's I travel a ton as well, and so once you get on a plane as a person with a disability, you jump on what's called an aisle chair, and then you sit in a regular seat. His power chair or his regular everyday chair is put underneath the plane at that time.
Right, but he was somewhere, because on Monday I saw something he had posted, and he definitely wasn't in California. It didn't look like. Maybe it was Sunday, and then he was there at the symposium on Wednesday, kicking off this amazing event, speaking on the panel. So he boogies around the U.S. a lot.
Yeah.
Well, we have Todd Klein with no doubt a great interview about to go down with our gold medalist from the visually impaired division.
Yeah, no doubt, Baldy. A groundbreaking day. For the first time in the history here at the Adaptive World Surfing Championships, we had the visually impaired out there. We have our first gold medalist ever. It's an unbelievable performance out there throughout the entire event. We heard your story yesterday that you were born with a disease that slowly was taking your vision. You fell surfing and lost complete vision. What's that emotion like today as you now have a gold medalist? Our gold medal being our first ever visually impaired.
Mira, que he estado toda la vida entrenando a mucha gente y al final he sido campeón del mundo yo, ¿no? Es increíble.
I've been training all my life and with a lot of people helping me, and finally I became the world champion.
And for the other surfers that are out there today that maybe have just lost their vision, a message for them.
Un mensaje para los demás surfistas que han perdido su visión o que también son ciegos y quieren surfear.
Mira, que en esta vida tengas lo que tengas, pa'lante. Querer es poder. Siempre con ilusión y con ganas se puede hacer de todo en esta vida.
In this life, whatever the issue is, always move forward, because with the power and passion, you can get it, you can make it happen.
Awesome stuff. I know that he has had a lot of support to help him get to this point today. Yes. Anybody he would like to thank?
Yeah, te dejo para que ahora tú le digas a todos los que quieras saludar en
español,
en lo que quieras hablar, o en vasco, o lo que quieras.
Vale. Lo primero, para la persona que más quiero, eso es para una persona muy increíble, ¿ok? Gracias a los sponsors, Pucas, Sirocco, Quicksilver, Oceanair, Carver, and 71, ¿ok? A toda esa gente que me está viendo en Zarauz, que están en el Catiche, la oficina, tomando café y haciendo alguna otra cosa, ¡a tope! Y luego todo, saludo a todo Zarauz, a todo Euskadi y a toda España. ¡Aupai! ¡Viva Veraza! Y por último, hay mucha gente aparte de mi Cádiz que le tengo que agradecer mucho, que se llama Ivón, ¿vale? Hay mucha gente cuando él está trabajando y no me puede ayudar, hay mucha gente que también me ayuda. Canguro, Arteche, cómo no, mi cuñado. Y luego ya, por último, darle recuerdos a toda mi familia. Y ahora, quiero hablar de lo importante que es este campeonato, ¿vale? Es muy importante para toda esta gente que estamos aquí, porque ya que tenemos un problema, cada día levantarte a la mañana pensando que tienes que entrenar para superarte y venir a este campeonato y hacer un gran papel, es algo que es digno de agradecer a la ISA, a San Diego, La Joya y a USA. Y sobre todo a esta persona que tengo a la izquierda, que es el que tiene todas las ideas. Y he acabado. Gracias a todos. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
He's thanking everybody at home, the people that are helping his family, his caddies, and everybody, the ISA and San Diego, and well, he thanks the president. Okay, gracias.
Guys, a round of applause for Heitor Fresasena, our first ever gold medalist for the visually impaired. Groundbreaking stuff. Guys, back to you.
Well, thank you, Todd. We knew that was going to be a passion-filled interview, didn't we, Elena? Fortunately, there's only been a few waves ridden, so we can kind of catch it up, because we do have a final in the water right now. 16 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in that final. Davi Tejera from Brazil, our 11-year-old, has 2 waves on the board, a 4.0 and a 4.7. He's out in the lead. Jesse Billauer with a 3.5, and what's going to come in, we saw that last right of his, somewhere in the maybe a low 2s, mid-range 2, and Barney Miller, we're waiting for his scores to drop, as well as Pancho Arbula from Peru. So once they catch us up on our screen, we'll deliver those scores to you, and then hopefully we get some great rides for this final, because we have our last year's gold medalist, we have such a story in our silver medalist, we have Barney Miller competing for the first time. And I don't know. Do you know if Pancho Arbula was here last year, or if he was one of the medalists?
I think this is Pancho's first time here representing Peru. Nice ride there. Take a look at this replay of Davi Teixeira.
Big cutback. Oh my!
It's amazing how he manipulates that board with such a limited use of his lower limbs. I mean, what limbs he does have on his lower half are working, but he doesn't have a whole lot to work with there. So watching him set that rail is pretty awesome. There's a replay at Jesse Billauer getting a lot of speed there on this right. The speed factor is going to go into that with the judges scoring, absolutely. And we have a naked baby. That's pretty much Rob Machado's baby for sure.
That's little Jax, always naked. That's
Always
great.
naked,
All my
doing his
kids were
thing.
naked on the beach forever, to the point of people being bummed. But that's okay. Let them be. Well, we just have so much going on, so maybe we're going to have to get some replays. I mean, we saw Barney Miller go down on a wave. We still don't have his first 2 scores up on the board, but the third wave looks like fairly high score coming in, as well as Davi's wave coming in. That's going to push him further into the lead. So
This
Jesse,
next wave that's about to drop for Davi, I think, oh wow, little lead change here for Barney Miller, laid down a 6.33. We didn't see that on the screen. Maybe we'll see a replay there.
Yep.
But that's a huge wave for Barney in this final here for the AS5 assist division. Barney Miller, first time competitor here at the 2016 World Adaptive Surf Champs. He has every chance as anyone else in this heat to take home the gold for Australia. So
yeah, I don't know if it was a left or right. They'll have to get it to that. But we know that Davi, when the score that will drop for his last wave comes up, he's going to jump back into the lead, and then it's going to be everybody chasing for second and third, onwards. But so Barney with the 6.33, though, is in a great position, because all he needs to do is wipe the 1.77 out of his score line. Wow, we see the sun is shining. He gets up into the lip, finishes that wave with stoke. The wind was puffing a little earlier. It has died down. It looks sheet glass. We have our Peruvian surfer on the screen right here, Pancho Arbula. He completes this ride, goes down at the end. Gosh, that is scary. It is so shallow right there.
it is. It is. Luckily, these guys are hanging out on their stomachs and not falling very far, but with that Again, shout out to the water safety crew. Barney Miller going right here. He's going to slap the lip there. Very nice. Riding it out.
Well, it's kind of a seesaw battle. So right as the score dropped for our young surfer from Brazil, which was a 5.67, would have tossed him up into the lead. Barney backed it up with that wave, got a 4.83, and so did replace the 1.77. Barney Miller still in the lead. I don't care who wins. I'm a fan of them all. You know, if Barney wins, I'm stoked. If Davey wins, I'm stoked. If Jesse Bellauer defends, I'm stoked. If Poncho brings home the gold for Peru.
Whoa, that would be insane. Just for those joining us, this is the final of the AS5 Division Assist. These athletes are people with the most severe disabilities here at the World Adaptive Surf Championships, and these folks are being assisted into the waves. Again, we are taking the top 2 waves of each competitor. The judges throw down a score for each of these athletes, and the top 2 are scored. Whoever has the highest 2 waves at the end of this competition will take home the world title.
Well, Davi just shredding another left. He's definitely favoring those left. His team is working on the lefts. He's gaining extra points for all those fist pumps, the psych pumps, the stoke.
I think those 2 count for something. The stoke level is high with that. With this one, it's almost like the force is high with this one.
The force is with us.
The stoke is high.
The stoke is high. Well, there we have a lead change now. The last left that Davi just had a 6.77, so he strips it from Barney for the minute. We have 11 on the clock, 11 minutes on the clock still. Tons of time. Is it professional to crack up in here? It feels like it, because I can't.
You can't help but, like, you're looking at Davi Teixeira. His stoke is so high that, like, you can't help but be stoked with him. That's what's up. He is pumped.
Yes, he is.
So cool.
Everybody's a winner in this final. Everybody's a winner in all of these final. The interview that Todd Klein got to do with our Spanish surfer, Aitor Francesina from Spain. I mean, he was through the roof with stoke. Obviously, he's from Zarauth. He was giving shout-outs to all of his friends and family and sponsors. I think he was saying to some of his friends at home, when I get there, you know, drinks are on you, coffee's on you. We have a quick ride for Pancho Arbula from Peru. The camera is panning down here to Barney, a screaming right. Look at that, gouges off the bottom and goes up into the lip. Just got, I think he carried that bottom turn a little too far. Got hung up in the lip a little bit there. Those are the waves Barney's looking for. He needs a 6.12 to regain the lead and take home the gold. You know, and again, everybody's a winner. Obviously, 3 of these athletes are prone.
Right.
Davi Teixeira from Brazil, he's surfing on his butt basically,
yep.
You know, so he's upright and he's getting upper body torsion to turn, right. Which is completely different. So, you know, kudos to the judges having to kind of haul that all in, bundle it up, and be fair
and be able to judge it. Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. You know, the important part about this is the entire body, when you're considering the disability, is considered. And Davi, he has shorter arms based on his disability, and he can't actually paddle himself into a wave, so that puts him in the assist division. Jesse Bellauer is a quadriplegic from a surfing accident. He has no function, well, very limited function in his upper body and can't paddle himself into a wave. So therefore, he's in the assist division as well. So, you know, it's hard, as we were talking about earlier with these categories and the classifications. We can't create a class for every single disability, right. So we do have to lump them together. But yeah, kudos for the judges kind of making some hard decisions based on disability and performance.
Yeah, because obviously Davi can go from rail to rail a bit easier and look a bit more spicy or whatever, but that's not the point. The other surfers that are completely prone, they're using their rail from the nose to the tail, and their boards are longer, and they just don't fit the same. So, you know, wow. So Davi upped the ante a little, gets a 7.73 on his last wave, so now a 6.77, a 7.73, kind of running away with it. Put Barney in a really tough position needing an 8.17. Jesse Bielauer will need a 7.66 to advance into second in the silver position.
Checking out a replay of Davi Teixeira. Loving his catcher that's just coaching him as he goes. What an incredible 11-year-old. He seems so focused even as he's riding that wave. You can't imagine how fast things seem to be happening as you're surfing, but he seems to be in complete control. Again, the stoke is high with that one. Jesse Bielauer getting pushed into this wave, headed left. See what he can do here.
Right, there was a little barrel section. He was being patient in this heat, waiting for a while for a wave, got that nice steep left. Will this reform again? He's looking for a little more. He's going to take it right. Hey, why not? Go from the left to the right, maybe get one or two more good turns in there, increase your score line. Our former gold medalist from last year, you see Barney Miller going over that wave. These athletes tell their pusher which waves they want to go on, so it's not the pusher's choice. Oh, we've got Davi going backside now.
Loving it. You can see that really strong balance he's got, that sense of core strength. And he goes down. That's a rarity. We don't see Davi take a digger very often, but he's still got the smile going. Yeah. And his catcher, I was given the opportunity, so thankful for this, to go down to Rio this last summer for the Paralympic Games as a sprint kayaker. You can see the color, the energy that Davi's carrying. That is a part of their culture.
Yeah.
They bring that livelihood, that stoke, and the smiles, and they're a culture that just loves to have a good time. And Davi, regardless, he just fell, he ate it, just came up with a smile on his face. Love that aspect of their culture.
I've been lucky enough to go to Brazil a bunch of times. It is one of my favorite places on planet Earth. Yes, the stoke, the energy, the enthusiasm, the honesty. The food is amazing. I mean, talk about healthy living. It's incredible.
Everybody on the beach is like beautiful. You're
yeah,
like, wait.
It's beautiful people, beautiful food, beautiful everything. I love Brazil. So thank you, Brazil, for sharing your stoke with us when we're there. And then, even around here in Southern California, it seems like half of Brazilians here.
Right.
Or half of Brazil's here. Brazil goes everywhere. Brazil's in Australia. Brazil's in, New York. Brazil's here in California. They're in Hawaii in force. They go in force in Bali. So we love Brazil and their passion, and obviously.
And you know what? Just as a little aside, they did an incredible job with the Paralympic Games. I mean, what an incredible undertaking. They held the World Cup, they did the Olympic Games, and then they held the Paralympic Games. And, there was some controversy surrounding how it was all going to happen, and they pulled it off with smiles on their faces, and I thought they did an incredible job.
Yeah, they had a lot of international pressure. As we see our surfer Pancho Arbula from Peru, he was going for one of those low turns into that section, which we've seen a few of the other athletes do in previous heats, and he just got stuck right in there. But yeah, they had some international pressure, didn't they? Barney Miller screaming across this, just right in the pocket, nearly barreled. So he's looking to replace that 4.83, but mainly looking for a really spectacular wave in an 8.17.
Wow. Great score there for Barney Miller. Jesse Bielauer dropping in and digging the nose in there. He's going to wipe out.
And that's what we're talking about. The longer boards, I mean, they're just hard to fit in these shallow conditions. It's standing up, it's low tide, it's 2 to 3 feet, bottoming out. I mean, I'd be purling too.
Yeah, basically. Well, we've got Davi Teixeira with just under 4 minutes left to go in the lead by about 3.34. So not a comfortable lead, but he is now leading the charge. Barney Miller in second. From Australia, Jesse Bielauer in third, and Pancho from Peru in fourth. This is your final for the AS5 assist division. This is for all the marbles.
All the marbles, gold, silver, bronze, copper, right here, unfolding in front of us in these 25-minute heats. We are down to 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Jeff Baldwin with Elena Nichols, and we are having a great time. bringing you the second annual 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. We've had so many of the community leaders down here. We have a volunteer army down here, a lot of them from Stance. We have professional athletes from all sports. We have news media from all over San Diego. You know, it sounded like Fernando was saying he got a little insight to a story that looks like it's going national, that's going to be amazing, and then that will probably land itself eventually on the ISA World website, or just the ISA website, you know, officially. And
Sounded like NBC was doing some coverage. Great coverage there of adaptive surfing, spreading the stoke. Again, check out adaptivesurfing.com for sure to learn more about adaptive surfing, how you can get involved, where you can go to access this sport. And let's see you down here next year at the 3rd annual World Adaptive Surf Championships. We want to grow this sport. We want to spread the stoke more than anything and get more and more people into the ocean. So in the meantime, visit the event website, www.isaworlds.com, for more information on adaptive surfing.
That's right, and there's also the isasurf.org website, which I'm sure is a very informational side, and maybe that's the one that's going to be the real connector for people that have questions maybe and want to reach out and get involved in communities and forums. That's probably what's going on there. Another bomb set for Davi. He's kind of just having a dream heat here. Maybe we had someone going right, but you know, make sure you go look at the Instagram at ISA Surfing, Snapchat ISA_surfing, Twitter ISA Surfing, and then there are the various hashtags which you can search under ISA Worlds, Inspired Surfers, and the Uncommon Thread. So there's going to be no end of content.
Just over a minute left to go. This is for the world title, folks. We've got Davi Teixeira in first right now, trailing Barney Miller from Australia, and in third, Jesse Bilauer. Barney Miller headed left. Let's see if this score can get him in the lead. It's a nice ride. He's holding on to it. Oh, you could tell he was just losing his balance on that bottom rail.
When he got that little kick from behind and it started reforming, and it looked like he might get that one section to kind of do that final floater on. But as we said, it gets so shallow, and you know, maintaining the outside and the inside rail as the wave's pulling up the wave side rail, it's pushing the bottom rail into that shallow area. So another great ride for Barney Miller. He sits on a 6.33 and a 4.83 with nearly 15 seconds remaining in this second annual final. Jesse Bilauer couldn't get over the edge there. These
Counting
surfers
it down with 10 seconds left. Jesse Bilauer might be able to catch this if his pusher catches him. It's not looking good for Jesse Bilauer, but it is looking good for Davi Teixeira. He is going to be your 2016 Adaptive World Championship gold medalist in the AS5 Assist Division. Congratulations to Davi from Brazil. Huge congrats to Barney Miller. Unofficially, we are going to say he's got the silver medal representing Australia, and Jesse Bilauer in third.
Well, we are going to bring it right back for our next final after this quick commercial break. Please stick with us because we got more exciting finals happening the rest of the day.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money. I just cared about what day did I just photograph, and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Dad, what's Visla?
Welcome back to beautiful La Jolla, the third and final day of the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. It is final Sunday, and right now we will be moving into our third final of the day, our AS4 Prone final with Bruno Hansen from Denmark, Christian Bailey from the USA, Alvaro Bayona from España, and Mateus Huth from Costa Rica, and right now up and riding Bruno Hansen from Denmark. We have great conditions. We have super fun waves on offer. We've had fun surf this entire event so far, and we find ourselves on final Sunday. Jeff Baldwin alongside Alyssa Nichols, a three-time Paralympic gold medalist. Incredible story. Follow her on Instagram. I think it's Alyssa the Jane. And yeah, she's got a compelling story. She's involved in this world of adaptive sports for a long time now. You see on the screen our surfers from the various countries. Not only do we have individual medals at stake, some of these countries that could field big enough teams, potentially earning enough points to medal as a unit for their country to go home as a gold, silver, bronze, or copper medalists. It is exciting stuff here. La Jolla Shores, thank you so much for inviting us back from last year, being that this is the second annual event. There was Sherry Leitner, our city council president, on stage at the opening ceremony proclaiming that December 6th is Adaptive Surfing Day in San Diego forevermore, and inviting Fernando Aguirre and the ISA and these championships back year after year after year, with visions of turning it into a bigger festival than it is right now, from what it was last year to what it is this year, with the inclusion and Stance, stepping up as the title sponsor, including an athlete area, a masseuse, changing areas, showers, incredible catered food by Duke's and Chipotle, a huge staff of volunteers. But we are just blessed to be here and up and riding our surfer in red again, Bruno Hansen, on another wave. He opened with a 5.0, so off to a quick start. You see him, he's got a handle on the front of his board there. So with this AS4 prone, now these surfers do not need the pusher and the catcher.
Right.
So they have the control in their upper body to paddle. So maybe their paralysis is from ribs down or waist down, or
exactly.
How does
So
it
they've
wear it?
got upper body function enough to paddle into the waves, not needing the assist. But choose to lay flat on their stomach on the board, which is also known as prone, and ride waves that way. Taking a digger on that fish, Alvaro Bayona.
So they're riding, you saw in the division before AS5, they're riding longer boards. It looks like this is Christian Bailey, our surfer from the US, up and into the lip there. Christian Bailey, we've talked about it before, he's riding a smaller version of the guns that he rides Mavericks and other bigger waves. He's up in the Northern California area. I'm not sure if it's Santa Cruz specifically, but somewhere around there. So, he gets to surf those amazing right points from the east side to the west side of Santa Cruz, no doubt.
Yeah.
Long, open-face waves. Coming to a beach break is definitely a bit more challenging, although it does offer a lot of waves to be ridden. You don't get that opportunity to go down the line. But the reason, I bring that up, it doesn't really matter. The judges adjust their criteria. If we were in Santa Cruz and everybody was getting 300-yard long rights, they would adjust it because everybody would get 6 turns per wave. So then,
Yeah.
So it all shakes out in the end, and that's why the professional judges do what they do so well. But Bruno Hansen on that second wave, a 6.67. So I was saying he was out to an early lead. He really is, with an 11.67 combined 2-wave total.
Looks like Bruno Hansen changed up his equipment. He was on, we were talking about that Bird Surf Shed little fish he was riding the first day, I think it was, and then looks like he's on a different board and it's working really well for him. So we'll see how Bruno Hansen handles the rest of this heat with just under 20 minutes left in this heat. Bruno headed right, gonna float that out.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's got a wider nose. It's shorter looking than some of the, our surfer in, was it Matthias Huth, looked like he had a yellow fish, seemed small too. So two of them electing to ride a little longer. I know that Christian Bailey's board's just over 7 feet. It looks like Bruno Hansen's is definitely in that maybe 6.5 foot range.
Yeah.
So fitting into these tight low tide conditions maybe a little easier.
And again, you can notice that these athletes, I think all three of them are paralyzed from about the waist down. They've all got their legs strapped together with some type of strapping system. I know Christian uses like a longboard or a stand-up paddleboard leash, so it's got that larger ability to wrap around the Velcro. So they're keeping their legs together. As you can see, Christian's kind of sitting side saddle, our surfer in white, Christian Otter Bailey. He's just kind of resting on his board waiting for this next set to come through. So
Well, while we wait for these surfers to regroup and get their next group of waves, we're going to throw it down to Todd Klein, who is with the winner of our last final. Take it away, Todd.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff, guys. Last year, silver medalist, 11-year-old Davi Teixeira from Brazil. This year, he gets the gold. He's only been surfing for 2 years. Did he think 2 years ago that he would be holding a gold medal already for his country of Brazil?
Yeah, Davi, você começou a surfar há pouco tempo. Ano passado foi vice-campeão e agora foi campeão. Você imaginava que há um tempo atrás você seria campeão do mundo?
Eu sempre treinei toda a minha vida para ser campeão mundial de surf e hoje eu sabia que um dia eu ia ser e hoje finalmente realizei meu maior sonho.
In this short life, he's always dreamed to be a world champion. He has already made it in 11. He's really happy and he always dream about it.
There is one thing about Davi that I've noticed over the last 2 years watching him compete, aside from his talent, his stoke, his passion, always smiling. Where does he get that from?
Yes. Davi, da onde você tira essa sua felicidade, esse seu sorriso, que você está sempre sorrindo?
Primeiramente eu tiro de Deus e segundo da minha querida e maravilhosa mãe.
Really good. The first, he thinks he's always smiling because God gave him this power, and the second, his lovely mother. Yes, he really loves his mother.
Well, I know there's so many more people to thank. I'm glad he started with the top being God and then his mother. There's a lot of sponsors, a lot of friends, support like yourself out there coaching him. Yeah. Who does he want to thank now that he's got a gold medal? It didn't happen just because of him. So many people made it possible.
Yes. Davi, ele está falando que primeiramente Deus te ajudou, a sua mãe também tem um papel muito importante nisso. Mas também, além deles dois, existem várias pessoas que te apoiam e que te ajudaram nessa trajetória. Quem que você quer agradecer?
Eu quero agradecer ao meu pai, ao tio Betinho, a você, tio Felipe, e a todos os meus patrocinadores por terem me apoiado.
Good guy. He said he wants to thank his dad also, that is not here. And Betinho, his trainer, and me, the coach, and all the sponsors from Brazil that helped him to get here. So he's really happy with all the stuff that is behind him.
Well, on behalf of all the viewers and everybody here on the beach, thank you for your performance, and more importantly, thank you for your stoke on life.
Yeah, thank you so much. Davi, ele está agradecendo muito a sua felicidade e a sua performance aqui, então dá um agradecimento em inglês e um em português para todo mundo.
Obrigado, galera, por tudo. Thank you so much.
Guys, unbelievable stuff. 11 years old, last year silver, this year he's gold. He is our gold medalist in the AS5 assist, Davi Teixeira.
Well, thank you, Todd. What an inspiring story. Like I was saying to Elena, I didn't care who win. Everybody's a winner. I'm sure that Jesse Billauer is just as stoked being the gold medalist last year to hand it over to an 11-year-old young man from Brazil. I'm sure Barney Miller is just fired up to come in to his first event and get a silver. Up and riding our surfer Alvaro Bayon from España.
You know, one thing that's really interesting about the prone division is while you might think that all of these athletes with paralysis are at the same disability level, some athletes, depending on their injury, have back and core muscles, while other athletes are actually paralyzed from like the chest down, and that's going to play a big difference with how you manipulate the board. I know that Bruno Hansen has more function down into his core with all of his stomach muscles, whereas some of the other athletes, Christian Otter Bailey is actually probably the least paralyzed of these four athletes, being able to kind of flex his lower back and sit up straight, or curl his upper body up off the board more so than maybe some of the other athletes. I'm not sure exactly what levels of injury that our athlete from Spain or Costa Rica has, but they're all doing the best that they can with their injury level, and some are at more of an advantage than others. We've got two surfers here.
Oh no!
Looks like Christian Otter Bailey got off of that as he should have. Bruno Hansen having the right of way there, being closer to the peak.
And you were saying that Christian Otter Bailey is the least, has the least amount of paralysis.
They didn't count that wave at
Either
all.
they haven't counted or they just haven't divided it into. Oh yeah, well, but he's still in second with the interference somehow. With his 5.60 and his 1.57, he has a combined two-wave total of. Anyway, this has all got to get fixed.
Technical issues here. No problem. Oh, there it is. Okay. No problem. So Bruno Hansen is going to paddle into this wave. There's good placement there. We're not seeing it on screen, but yep, that's going to be a smaller wave for Bruno, but he's going to milk it. Going to close out. Yeah, that's not going to count for anything.
Well, the low tide, sorry to interrupt you, the low tide definitely throwing a little spanner into the works here. We saw so many contestable waves leading up. This heat right now, definitely the most challenging to find that long right or left that shoulders off just due to the low tide. I think we're pretty much closing in on maybe low tide right around now. I'm again in the dark here, don't know what time it is.
It is.
I know
about
it's Sunday
12
though.
o'clock.
Oh,
Looking
no.
at the surf fly
Low tide's a
report.
ways away.
Yeah.
Wow.
So either way, some of these athletes are not, we saw great energy in the ocean this morning for some of the earlier heats, but these athletes are going to do the best they can with what they have. The AS4 Prone Division final heat here. We've got about 5 minutes left. This is for the world title. We're going to watch Bruno Hansen paddle in here, catching a nice left. See what he can do with this. Dragging his right hand, you can see that's a great way to change directions for these prone surfers, is dragging a hand and really laying into that rail.
Well, there it is. Bruno Hansen, our heat leader. So, yes, officially what is going to happen, and it'll have to take place at the end of the heat since there's a lot of time, and Christian Otter Bailey potentially can get another better score than his 5.60. Once he has his top two waves in the score line, they're going to divide in half the second highest scoring wave, and that will be his points total. His top wave and his second highest score wave divided in two. So,
gotcha.
Yeah. It's a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah.
Todd Klein
Good to
running
know.
to the judges, getting us that info that we needed. Thank you, Sir Todd Klein. That's a solid copy here. 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining at this 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships final number one, or of course it's final number one, AS4 Prone Division final with Bruno Hansen from Denmark, Christian Bailey from the USA, Alvaro Bayona from España, and Matthias Huth from Costa Rica. It's great to see Matthias here. Costa Rica bringing a team of 6 this year from 1 last year. We'll see if this year or next year Mexico, who brought 1 athlete, can up their ante, bring a team of 5 or 6.
The big challenge is to get a female adaptive surf division, so all the females come out and join us just as we are waiting on some more waves to come. I want to catch everybody up on the 2016 ISA Stance Adaptive Surfing World Championship team points standings. Again, we've got Brazil in first place with a total of 6,008 points. The maximum that any team can get is 7,720. So Brazil with 6,008, USA 5,658, Chile with 4,242, and in fourth place Hawaii, Team Hawaii with 4,225 points. Winning that team trophy is another level of country pride and bringing the stoke for each of their athletes who performed really well. So you got to field an entire team of 8, bring them to this competition, then each of those athletes gets points based on their performance that will then add up to the team total.
Right, so this is playing out. This is a big one for Christian Otter-Bailey. I mean, if he can hold on to the silver medal, that's, I think, 860 points pushed towards the U.S. team. And then in the next final behind this, we have so Brazil is leading, and you have what you might say is one of the favorites, the number 1 seed, Felipe Lima from Brazil in the upright division. So if Christian can continue hold on to the silver medal, you have the U.S. Jeff Munson in the upright division after. So it's kind of a battle between the U.S. and Brazil right now.
It is, and each of those athletes are going to have a huge contributing piece in who wins that team overall world title. So Christian Otter-Bailey paddling in here.
Late drop, couldn't get into it. What a beautiful looking wave, too.
It was. He's going to be pretty bummed about that. He's already back on his board looking for the next one to come through. We've got a minute and a half left in this final here for the AS4 prone division.
Well, looking good for Christian at the moment, but then Alvaro Bayona, who is looking for a 3.22 to jump up into second. All he needs to do, obviously, is get that score, throw away that 2.67. Could that be the wave that pushes Alvaro and Spain into second position? Well, the first judge just dropped his score, and it does not look like between the two judges that have put their scores on the board that that's going to be the score he needed. With under a minute, nervous times out there for Christian Otter-Bailey, hoping to hold on to second, no doubt. No, Alvaro's wave, a 2.57, so it doesn't put him up into second. Bruno Hansen from Denmark, out in the lead still. He's been in the lead this entire heat. Christian Otter-Bailey had a chance to take the lead, but got that interference.
Yeah, and then had a good-looking wave and dug his nose in there, so Bruno Hansen able to paddle onto this wave.
Lots of rail work. You saw him up in the takeoff. Really, wow, our flag there, blocking the view. Team USA. Well, even
that's a defensive move on Team USA's part.
With 10 seconds remaining, even if it shakes out as it is, and there was our surfer from Costa Rica going down, Christian never got that second wave, even if he were going to try and jump in the lead. He didn't get the opportunity, and that is the close of our AS4 prone final. Unofficially, Bruno Hansen from Denmark taking the win. Christian Otter-Bailey in second from the USA. Alvaro Bayona from Spain in third. And Matthias Huth from Costa Rica. We will bring it right back to you after this short break. Please stick with us because we got more exciting action right around the corner.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money, I just cared about what day did I just photograph and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Dad, what's Visla?
Well, welcome back here to the second annual Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. It is 2016. Jeff Baldwin in the booth calling all the action with Elena Nichols. We are having the best time. And Elena, this is the final that I know you have a lot invested in. This is something that has brought you into the ocean, this sport, upright with paddle.
Absolutely. This is the AS3 upright final. This is the wave ski division. Athletes with paralysis and or born with congenital disabilities are sitting on their wave skis. They're actually attached at the waist if they choose to be, connected at the hip with these boards, and manipulate the rail of their boards with their hips and shifting their weight. We've got some great surfers out here. Jeff Munson in yellow representing the United States. Felipe Lima from Brazil, the world champion title holder from last year, here to defend. We've got Chris Jones from Great Britain in the more of the kayak looking craft, and finally Elias Valencia from Chile representing here for his second annual 2016 World Adaptive Surf Championships. Elias was here last year representing Chile, and what a great guy. So this is a great lineup. We're going to see what these athletes can do. Hopefully they get some good waves for this 2016 title championship.
Well, yeah, it is low tide right now. It would have been fun to see them out with the higher tide when the waves were really peeling through all onto those sandbars. As Todd had mentioned, the water was all the way up to the scaffold early. But our first rider, Jeff Munson, doesn't quite get into that one. Yesterday, I got to walk around. I got to sit down and talk with Felipe Lima and look at his craft. He was riding. Obviously, you've mentioned that the board's much narrower. Completely more progressive kind of setup. We see our British surfer Chris Jones, beautiful carving cutback, boy. Chop hop, I like it.
Able to ride that out and stay afloat.
Well, they were right next to each other, so he's got that more traditional kayak where he's set down inside. He elected to run a quad because he said he had his set up as a thruster and changed it completely. The fins, just so you know, out there in the viewing world, kind of go right under where their butt is. They're really far forward, right? Because that's where the drive is coming from. So
absolutely. Jeff Munson from the USA going right here. He's going to see if he can get some more energy out of this and do some maneuvers. It's a nice looking cutback and direction change there. He's going to want a lot more to get some points on the board. Chris Jones, that ride from him, the scores are just dropping.
Pretty
I think that's
good.
going to score pretty high.
Yeah, this was nice. Behind the peak, so much projection and drive. It was really about this big, critical, full roundhouse. And then I think, that's got to count for something too.
That chop up,
The big, that was, and just, because that's showing the control.
Absolutely.
He could have flipped really easy right there, but he didn't. Brought it back around, completed the wave, a 6.17 for Chris Jones from Great Britain.
So those of you just joining us or seeing wave ski for the first time, this is the upright division. You'll notice athletes with paddles in their hands, but we've also got an athlete out there, Elias Valencia from Chile, who is electing to paddle with his arms to get into the wave. So wave placement, he's not going to have that same advantage pushing water with a blade. He's just going to have to place himself on the waves. So right now it's looking like we're having a little bit of a lull in the ocean, hoping for some big set waves to come through for this division.
Well, and so is this a replay? No. This is live and direct. We've got Chris Jones up. Little head dip there, gets stuck.
That's actually Jeff Munson.
Or Jeff Munson,
Yeah.
excuse me. That's what I meant to say.
No worries. He's going to go down. So, as I mentioned earlier, these athletes are connected to their boards with straps. As Jeff, you saw, went down, he had to unstrap, get off the board, get back on. And one of the things that Felipe Lima out of Brazil is doing that's giving him a huge advantage is he rolls his wave ski much like a kayaker would roll in whitewater. So he's strapped in two different places at his waist and then again at his knees to make sure he doesn't come out of that board.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see when Philippe finally jumps onto a wave, and once he gets inside, it's so shallow, like you can't roll. You can't. If it's 6 inches deep, there's nowhere to roll, right? I mean, unless you just, I guess, lay on the sand and roll over.
Right. Speaking of Felipe Lima, let's see if he can get onto this. Ooh, he's looking for the right wave.
Well,
That
I was saying I got to speak with both of them yesterday, live and direct. No, yeah, this is another wave. They're getting waves really quick. You just get something started and they're up and riding again. But that's what we're here to do. Call these waves. Jeff Monson hunting it down. Felipe Lima hunting it down. He wants to get into this heat with 6 minutes already burned off the clock.
Right now we have Chris Jones of Great Britain in the lead by about 3 points. Here's Felipe Lima finally on a wave. He's going to lay that rail in and try to thwap the lip, see if he can stay afloat. He's going to roll over, see how he just got back up. He's going to probably get taken down by this next wave coming through. Nope, he's going to turn around and paddle over it.
He is fast and strong and agile. So Chris Jones in the kayak has a quad setup, elected not to go with the thruster. Felipe Lima has the thruster set up, loves it, has really small fins, just having the best time. He's actually off to the North Shore to go hang out with Carlos Brule on the 14th, so just right around the corner. He is going to go get towed into some massive waves on his skis, so no doubt there's going to be some incredible content on his Instagram and Facebook.
Absolutely. This guy's charging, and he just wants to get into bigger waves, too. Let's see if Elias can paddle onto this. Nice. Elias electing to paddle with his arms. He's sitting on more of what we would see a stand-up paddler paddling. Felipe Lima behind him goes down. He had a couple of really nice turns there.
Well, the judges have set their scale really nicely, and it looks like fairly that wave that Chris Jones opened with, where he came from behind the peak, beautiful 2 projection turns, a nice clean wrap around. I almost think like they kept that scale really held back, because now watching the other rides, that was a bigger open face wave. Our surfer from the USA, Jeff Monson, a nice tail drift up in the lip, another one.
Wasn't quite able to stay on top, but maybe he actually wanted to get off of that as it was closing out. I've seen Jeff Munson do some nice floaters too, though, so I'm not sure if he wanted to finish as soon as he did there, but...
Yeah, well, we'll see. We know there's more hot action around the corner, but we're going to throw it down to the beach with Todd with our last heat winner.
Bruno Hansen from Denmark, winner back-to-back gold in the AS4 Prone Division. Not many people have a gold medal, let alone 2. What's the feeling like this year versus last year?
It's overwhelming and fantastic. I think I just got a few good lucky waves out there, thanks to the board I've got, and to the people that got me here. Thanks to my sponsors and 69 Slam and 7 Shores and the ISA, the Challenge Athletes Foundation, the CAF. I think it's that whole year-long of training and support that got me here, that actually got me through to this, to be honest. So there's a lot of thanks going out to a lot of people behind me, I think.
We'll get to that in just a second. They're like any great athlete, so many other athletes look up to them. How does that feel to you, knowing that you're representing back-to-back gold for the adaptive surfers around the world?
Well, it's an honor, I think. And I think my only advice is just to keep a clear mind and know what you want and focus on that and keep healthy, train, and keep the mind healthy as well as the body.
You touched on it just a moment ago. I want to go back to that now because we know it takes so much to get here. So many people, friends, family, sponsors that have helped you get here. There's an opportunity to thank them all now.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to my sponsors. Sorry, sand. Thanks to CAF, the Challenge Athletes Foundation, the ISA for putting this on. My surf sponsors, 69 Slam and 7 Shores from Bali. They've supported me, and this is such a new event. It's getting bigger and bigger, and hopefully I can be of some help to those who want to get into surfing, and it's promote it in some way. But and thanks to everyone who comes to watch and cheer us on. It makes us surf better when we get screamed at. So.
Epic event. Congratulations. Unbelievable feat. Back-to-back gold medalist in the AS4 Prone Division. Bruno Hansen from Denmark, guys. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Todd. Another wonderful interview. Great insight. And you just saw his passion and his vision, and he understands it's like whatever I can do to help introduce surfing to other people, however I can, grow this sport. It's so new. But in the break, we've had a great wave ridden by Felipe Lima from Brazil We don't have the final score yet, and eventually maybe we'll get a little replay on that. Jeff Monson from the USA got a 5.83, so the standings right now, Chris Jones out of Great Britain opened with a 6.17, followed it up with a 3.23 in the lead. Our surfer from the USA, Jeff Monson, in the yellow with a 5.83 and a 2.83. Felipe Lima, we are waiting for his last score because I think that's going to reshuffle the deck. It's looking to be somewhere in the mid-sevens, so he'll combine that with his 4.50, and that would definitely put him up into first place. And Elias Valencia from Chile with the one ridden wave so far at 1.9. He needs to get busy. There are plenty of time, just under 15 minutes remaining.
For these athletes, Felipe Lima, as the world champion from last year, he's down in Brazil charging some of the biggest waves. As you know, Carlos Burley, Brazil's famous big wave surfer, he was talking yesterday about his board shape. This shape is actually very narrow and allows him to roll, but he was talking about how he actually has a problem with skipping on these bigger waves, right? There's always that chop, and how he wants to make his next wave ski a little bit heavier so he doesn't skip as much. Looks like Felipe and Jeff Munson are going to paddle for this. Jeff will get into it, headed left, change direction.
Wow, that's a spirited wave. You can tell he's putting everything into this. This wave opened up for him just how he wanted to go and fade back left into the power source and then be able to go right. Great surfing. That is going to be another good score. That's going to replace his 2.83 easily and potentially jump him up into the lead. We shall see. But, there it is. 7.67 was what Felipe got on that other wave. So he is out in the lead. Now he's looking to replace his 4.5. There's the replay. There's that redirect from left to right. And this is the projection turn right here. A nice cutback. Swings it back into the pocket and got this finishing move right there. Very nice surfing.
Really laying into that paddle. You can see the paddle is used as a pivot point, and athletes with paddles can stall. Let's see if Elias Valencia, see how he's dragging his hand there. Big wave for Elias, wasn't able to stay on the face of that, but pretty steep drop there for him. We'll see how the judges score that.
I was talking with Felipe yesterday, and he was complaining about the lightness of the boards, and I said, hey, maybe add some weights. I know, Nev Hyman from Firewire founder, he had worked with Taj Burrow years ago and putting weights in the board so you can buy, fishing weights or metal weights and have little holes in the deck so you don't have to have them in all the time. You don't have to have a separate board. You can just add weight in areas. He's like, oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, so
as a
up in
sprint
the
kayaker,
front,
we do that
yes,
as well.
You add weight.
Felipe Lima paddling hard for that.
Because, that gives you the ability to have one board. If you have a quiver of boards that all weigh different, that's a lot to travel with,
right.
Especially wave skis.
And being able to adjust the weight as
you
go,
yeah.
Adding weight or taking it away.
Correct.
Jeff Munson with a 360 will land it. Very nice technical move there for wave skiers. It's something to do in some of the smaller surf as a technical maneuver. We'll see what the judges think of that.
Well, a whole lot just happened. Jeff kind of had a slow start to this heat, but he is getting busy with the wave that he redirected on. And here we see Felipe Lima on the screen in red from Brazil, carving back and forth, using that paddle. And look at the speed he's gaining.
Nice work.
Whoa.
Slamming into that closeout.
He
and
pulls the barrel. What is that?
I don't know. I think he rolled it out. He's on his wave ski.
A barrel roll cutout.
I'm pretty sure we can count that as a barrel roll cutout. I like that.
Yeah. Well, there was so much going on, so Jeff Monson jumped into this heat, got that 5.83, backed it up with a 6.60, jumps into the lead. Somewhere in the middle of that, Chris Jones got another wave, a 6.13, which maybe we can queue up. I didn't see it, and here's the replay of the 360. Jeff Monson taking it home for the USA right there. That is going to up his ante, possibly. He does with a 6.17. So now he's out in front with a two-wave total of 12.77.
We were talking about the fin placement on these wave skis. Here's another replay of Felipe. Let's see if we can see his barrel roll. He was up on his board so fast after this closed out on him. Let's see if he smacks that, rolls it. Next thing you know, he's on his board. This looks like a replay. Maybe not. Maybe that's live. footage of Chris Jones
Well,
as well.
yeah, I don't know if that's live, but Chris Jones now in a great situation with a 6.17 and a 6.13, needs that 6.60 to take the gold. 10 minutes remaining, and it is heating up. You know, especially between these three paddlers or these three surfers. You know, you really see the difference that the paddle brings. It's a lot harder for Elias Valencia from Chile to get in and over the ledge of these waves that are standing up quickly, and they're coming in without a lot of power anyway.
Exactly. So I would have to say that Elias is at a disadvantage for sure. As we look at a replay of Chris Jones here, that was not an infraction on Jeff Munson's part, but it looks like this is his 6.13 ride. A pretty good score there for Chris Jones. That lands him in second place. Jeff Munson in the lead now, not by much, but leading this division.
Wow, you know, you've got to think that they're all looking at Felipe Lima, and I am, as an outsider, just blown away looking at what he's doing on the waves. Jeff Monson is having his best showing of the event so far in this heat, I think. But, you know, the days before, things that Felipe was doing, it didn't even look like the other athletes' boards wanted to do. But right now, Jeff has found his groove. For him to come in and take the gold away from Felipe would be a great victory for him, I would have to say.
It's a tight race between the top three. We got a 12.77, 12.30, and a 12.17 wave totals between all top three. So this is anybody's division. The title is up for grabs. We've got about 8 minutes, 30 seconds left in this final of the AS3 upright division. Felipe Lima on that small board, you can see just knifes the face of that wave. He can really lay that into the face, and you know, he's an incredible surfer regardless of his craft, but you can see how well he does with that shorter, much more narrow board.
Yeah, and you can see in all the surfers, when they reach a certain point and they have that high line, the board engages and they get this burst of speed that doesn't come from the paddle. That's just the rail and the fin engaging. Felipe Lima on that last very aggressive vertical attack on the left gets a 6.73. That throws him up into the lead now. And now it is Jeff Munson chasing and Chris Jones chasing. So Elias Valencia, he is in fourth position. He has a 1.9 and 2.3. It's a three-horse race at the moment. I mean, here we have our surfer from Brazil again getting very radical on the rail. Incredible stuff.
Loving that aggressive hip throw.
Yeah.
So Felipe Lima is a spinal cord injured individual. He's probably at a T11 or a T12 level. That means thoracic vertebrae number 11 or 12, which is right down in the small of the back. We're just looking at Elias finally getting onto a wave, dragging his hand. Able to maneuver, but he again is on a much wider board, much like a stand-up paddleboard, so he can't get nearly as aggressive. He's also not attached to his board.
Yeah, he's not attached, and then that width in the board makes it hard to paddle with your hands from the side, just because you don't have the same leverage. Anyhow.
Exactly. So Jeff Munson is also spinal cord injured from a surfing accident down at Puerto Escondido. He has a lower injury as well. Going for another 360. Looks like he's pulling it off. You can see as he's spinning that, making that section very nice, he has to lean forward so that he doesn't catch a rail as he's spinning around. It's a very technical maneuver. I've tried it myself, haven't been successful, so it's fun to see in these smaller waves that he's spinning some more technical moves.
Well, he's going to his strengths. He knows that he scored something big on that last 360, so he wanted to go back to it. Wow, a tail drifting rock and roll floater by Chris Jones, our surfer from Great Britain. Chris Jones, he had it was a really cool conversation I got to have with him, and it was all about the paddle actually, and I think I talked to you a little bit about it yesterday. I was asking him why wouldn't the other athletes elect to use it, because there are a few, and he said he couldn't understand it, but it did take him 18 to 24 months to really get comfortable in using the paddle with the ski. So he knows it's a hurdle to get past, and people either are in their comfort zone or they just don't want to push it. So
Right.
he said it took a long time.
We talked a little bit about how many moving pieces there are, especially for an athlete that chooses to unstrap when they fall over. You've got a paddle to hold on to, which is attached to the board with a leash. As you're falling over, you've got to unstrap and take care that you don't get hit by the paddle. So after you take a couple of hard lessons learned, I've been hit in the face with the shaft of a paddle. You get used to what
They're carbon
process.
fiber.
Oh yeah,
They're painful. I've been
They're
hit
hard.
by my paddles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing stand up and having a good time doing that, they're no joke, man. They are made to last, and so when they hit you in the face or anywhere in the body, it hurts.
It's gonna be your face that breaks, not the paddle.
That's right. Another wave, a big roundhouse cutback. Oh, I thought he had the complete turn there. He did, and then just caught a rail.
So Jeff Munson riding a Tyler Lawston designed wave ski. Tyler Lawston is a shaper up in Santa Cruz, and also somebody that is leading the charge for the adaptive movement. Check out Elias Valencia on that left. He's able to get in front of that. That's a good wave for him. Not going to finish it though.
Well, and right behind him, our heat leader, Felipe Lima, with a really beautiful wave. It looks like he's going to get this final turn off. Increíble. We are down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds. It is a tight race. Jeff Monson looking for a 7.80 to take the lead from Felipe Lima.
So one thing I mentioned yesterday about the WSA, the Western Surfing Association circuit for adaptive, we have a whole heat of wave skis. We also have the standing division, but there's another contest that should be of great interest for adaptive surfers. It's the Ventura Paddle Fest. Happening this year. I think it was in October. They have an entire division for adaptive surfers. Ventura C Street is a great wave, so encourage everybody to check that out online and join up next year, as we just want more and more participation in adaptive surfing.
And was Felipe Lima and was Chris Jones, were they at that event up in Ventura?
Would love to have them there, but Felipe obviously is from Brazil. Chris Jones from Great Britain. I would love to see a day where they do travel over for those events, though. And I don't know, turn it into a world tour stops.
Well, they are ripping it up out here live and direct at beautiful La Jolla Shores for this second annual 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. We are having the best time. Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols and Todd Klein. We've got a whole host of great volunteers that Stance has provided, and other people just coming out of the woodworks to get involved because they've heard us talk and they've heard about it through the news. It's a wonderful thing being out here on the beach. I know that it's packed. I haven't been out there, but Todd's been out there. You've been out there.
It's a gorgeous day here in La Jolla, California. What an epic day for the finals here at the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surf Champs. Felipe Lima surfing his brains out, threw down an 8.33. Chris Jones following closely with a pair of sixes, along with Jeff Munson. Also, the pair of sixes. Tight race between second and third here.
Well, it looked like, Jeff Monson was off to, he really got that rhythm, but he just can't get past the 6-point mark right yet, where then all of a sudden Felipe Lima comes in with that 8.33 on the left, where he threw the tail over the lip, finished it with an aggressive, power floater.
Looks like Felipe Lima is getting a lot of speed on these waves, too. He's going to paddle into another one. Really leaning forward as he gets onto the wave, throwing his hips around. See if he gets in front of this. Nice.
I mean, he's just so loose and in control, and that has to be that equipment. I wouldn't know, but it's fitting on the face of these small waves so well.
You know what? We talked about each athlete making the right equipment choices. I think Felipe's got the right board for these conditions. And he's certainly surfing it well.
Well, listen, with 43 seconds left, that was the 11th wave of Felipe Lima, so he only has one more wave he can surf. Not that it's going to matter if he gets called in because the heat's virtually over, but he just put the best score of the heat on the board. Two judges have given him a 10, one a 9. We will see where this flushes out. In the dying 20 seconds,
We got 3 10s on the board. I haven't seen that in this contest yet.
well, it could be a high 9. We see Chris Jones bringing it into the beach. We will see if this exchange between Jeff Monson from the USA and Chris Jones, how that works for second and for third. We know it is a 10-point ride. Felipe Lima on the buzzer. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
Perfect 10. And what a way to finish the AS3 upright final division and to win the gold with a perfect 10.
Wow, to defend the gold, get the 10, incredible. Please stick with us because we will be right back after a short commercial break. We have another 2 finals to go here. Exciting stuff here at La Jolla Shores. Stick with us.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money. I just cared about what day did I just photograph and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Welcome back. It is day 3, finals day here. Beautiful La Jolla Shores for the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols. We just finished the upright AS3 upright division final. Felipe Lima from Brazil defending his gold, finishes last wave of the heat, a minute left, gets a 10-point ride. So the first 10 of the event.
You can't finish a final any better way. Congratulations to Brazil's Felipe Lima. You can see him celebrating here. Love how they're holding up his entire surfboard. He is stoked. Amazing.
Well, I was mentioning he's off to the North Shore on the 14th to go get towed into some giant waves with Carlos Brulé, famous big wave surfer from Brazil and great friend of his. So what a way to go off to the North Shore, I can imagine. Now we've got, though, the AS2 Stand and Kneel final. Mark Stewart from Australia. We saw him in the red with the lime green wetsuit. He opened up with a 5.0. Colin Cook, first year he's been in this event. 1 year ago, about today, leg bitten off above the knee by a tiger shark, created his own prosthetic, and he finds himself in the second, World Adaptive Games ever in the final.
A year later,
incredible.
after losing his leg.
Right. So talk about motivation and smarts. Wow, look at this. Mark Stewart trying to go for the barrel. Eric Dargent from France. Another amazing story. We've been able to interview all these athletes over and over as they go through the rounds. Both Eric and Colin creating their own prosthetics.
Love that.
And Enrique Sariva from Brazil in the blue.
Awesome. Another final here at the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surf Championships. This is for gold, silver, bronze, and copper. All of these athletes in this final will leave with a medal. It just depends on the color. Mark Mono Stewart from Australia defending his gold from last year in the Stand Kneel division. And he's already got a good 5-point wave on the board, so he's well on his way. Eric Dargent in second right now with a three flat, so he's also well on his way with a couple of good wave scores. Mark Mono Stewart, actually, fun fact about him, he got a world champion adaptive surfing tattoo. I think it's on his left arm. He was so stoked for winning that gold last year. And the commitment is on point with the tattoo. So hoping to defend his title this year. We'll see how it all goes down. We've got just over 20 minutes before we reign the next 2016 world title holder.
Well, we saw a gold title defender in the last heat with Felipe Lima from Brazil. Will our surfer in red on camera, Mark Stewart, defend his gold from last year? I just want to give a shout out to this amazing event, the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, made possible by Stance. Stance has committed a ton of time and resource and money to be here and push the level of this event. The event is being presented by Visla, and the city of San Diego has been just overwhelmingly accommodating to everybody and the cause. It is supported by the Challenge Athletes Foundation, who we couldn't be here without. A lot of these athletes getting funding to come here because of them, and just their equipment, their prosthetics, whatever it is. Challenge Athlete Foundation doing an amazing job, so thank you very much. Sponsors and donors: Northern Trust, Grace by Grit, Procopio, Dukes La Jolla. We've got Otto Bach, but we'll get back to that because Eric Dargent from France getting another great wave. So he has a 3.0 on the board, and he is looking, well, now with a second score. Maybe it might come in around the same, maybe a little bit higher. We'll see, but that could put him in the lead. Anything over a 3.51.
Just going back to those sponsors, I wanted to mention to anybody listening, anybody with a disability that wants to get into adaptive sports, especially adaptive surfing, check out the Challenge Athletes Foundation.org. And there's a little 360 from Mark Mono Stewart. He's getting fancy. Loving the speed he's carrying on this wave as well.
Going to what he knows. He had one of those either earlier today or yesterday, and he got a great score. So saying, hey, I'm getting to go 80s on you judges.
Love it.
Yeah.
Now we got Colin Cook from Hawaii standing up on that board again with his own prosthetic limb that he created. Check out the Challenge Athletes Foundation.org. Fill out one of their grants. They actually exist so that they can give people with disabilities the financial support to own the equipment, whether it's a prosthetic leg, basketball chair, tennis chair, whatever you need to get involved in the sports that you love. They will also support you in getting a surfboard.
And go to their
Challenge
website.
Athletes Foundation.
Right? Go to their website. I'm sure they got all the information. The ad they've been running between heats here are so inspirational. I love watching those. What is their tagline? No limits, is it?
Something like that. I don't know. It's absolutely like make it happen no matter what. And the Challenge Athletes Foundation, one of my favorite quotes from Christian Otter Bailey is, the Challenge Athletes Foundation isn't giving away grants, they're giving away dreams. They are creating opportunities for people with disabilities to get involved and live their lives to the fullest.
Well, Mark Stewart doing a great job from Australia in trying to hold on to the gold from last year. He opens with a 5, and on that last wave that we saw where he had the nice 360 and then completed it with a bunch of carves, a 7.10. So he jumps into the lead. Previously, Enrique Severia was up in the lead with his 2-wave total. So now the table is set. Just under 18 minutes. This heat has sort of got everyone into it. No pun intended. They've got themselves settled into this heat. Their feet or foot. That's right. They've got their prosthetic settled in. We have our surfer from France going right. And the way his prosthetic works, different than Colin Cook's. Colin's is flat on the board.
Right.
You see how his is angled up, and only the heel of the prosthetic is on the deck of the board.
Yeah, well, you can see that Eric Dargent actually is above the knee amputee, whereas Colin Cook is a below the knees. Isn't that true?
No, he's above the knee also.
Oh, is he?
It's
okay,
just
so
however his prosthetic is
angle.
fitting in the angle.
Okay.
I don't know. That's the thing we're talking about in here to the viewers, and that's why we're so compelled to interview all these athletes and talk about their various prosthetics, because it's the great unknown.
Right.
It's happening right now. 5 years ago, Eric Dargent said there was no prosthetics for surfing. So within 5 years, here we see a variety, and we have a sponsor in Autobach who sponsors one of the athletes.
Exactly. we're growing exponentially right now as a movement, and huge thank you to everybody that is chipping in, and also to the athletes like Colin Cook and Eric Dargent that are creating for the people that are coming up behind him that need a prosthetic surfing leg.
Right, and even Colin, when he was asked, does he sell them? He doesn't yet, but he's in the patent process, so obviously he's thinking about it. And all he said is, "Hey, engage me. Anything I can do to help. If that means leading you in a direction of how I created mine, or telling you to wait until I have my patent and I can produce them, or whatever that might be."
Exactly.
They're there to share information, to help others, to get more people in the water, to make more people feel active and engaged.
Right. Here we go with Mark Mono Stewart on another wave. It's going to close out on him. Probably not one of his higher scores, but you can see there's a very big difference between the kneeling athletes and the standing athletes. Arguably more difficult to stand on a surfboard with a prosthetic leg.
Well, right, because the kneeling surfers, they can there's years of perfected knee boards, right? Kneeboarding is a surfing craft and sport, so they can rely on that technology. They can ride a shorter board, a wider board, more curve. They can play with their fins. They can fit in a lot of turns, and you can see how free Mark is on the face of the wave on his knees. We're going to throw it down to Todd Klein, who no doubt has our gold medalist Felipe Kizu Lima.
Another historical heat out there, Baldy, no doubt. Back-to-back, another athlete getting back-to-back gold medals here. Felipe Lima representing Brazil in the AS3 upright division. Dude, I tell you what, that was a crazy heat out there. I just spoke with your girlfriend. She said she was very nervous. You got that 10. You settled a lot of nerves in Brazil.
Hell yeah, man. That was a really good hit. Jeff was ripping, and I was on the beginning I was having problems to find the waves, but then I remember watching those small lefts going on, and I just got them, and I'm really stoked, man. I'm really stoked to see the level rising up of everybody, people from all around the world, So stoked. Second year in a row.
Well, I mentioned it's historical. Back-to-back gold medals. That is the first time in the history of the World Adaptive Surfing Championships that we've ever had a 10-point ride, and it belongs to you.
Yeah, last year was like my final was the first final, so I was the first of the history. So I got stoked the whole year for that, and now that 10 make me stoked again.
No doubt, plenty of stoke, and I know that all your sponsors have got to be stoked. An opportunity to thank them now.
Yeah, thanks for all my sponsors. Thanks for all my friends back home. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here. And my family, my girl, everybody.
She's all smiles, and I know your sponsors and fans are as well.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here, man.
Guys, back-to-back gold medalists once again. Our first 10-point ride ever here at the World Adaptive Surfing Championships.
Well, thank you, Todd. Great job to Felipe Lima. What a victory.
Just want to point out he was wearing a Rasta Wax hat. He had Rasta Wax on his board. He actually created a surf wax company, Rasta Wax. Check it out. Support him. That would certainly help adaptive surfing as a movement. Out of Brazil, Rasta Wax.
Is that wax that he thought worked best on his wave ski?
He actually doesn't use wax on his wave ski, so it's regular surf wax.
Rasta Wax, get out there, Felipe Lima, bringing it to you. And this, I think, was the replay. Mark Stewart got an 8.0, so he is really far out in the lead. He's having a great heat, looking to defend that gold medal from last year with a 7.10 and an 8.0. We also had Colin Cook on a nice long left. It didn't end up being, it's a 2.30. Again, here's Colin Cook. He's riding this blue semi-egg, right? Obviously, completely different type of surf or turns happening on that board compared to what Mark Stewart. They're in the same class, though. AS2, standing and kneeling, the most able-bodied surfers of this event, all lumped into one, be it if they're kneeling or one leg down or one leg up. It's like when missing an arm.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is one of those categories where we just kind of had to put them all into one. they're equally functional on the board as they're surfing, but some surfers, as you know, might have an advantage kneeling on a board. The deal with that is we can't create a category for every division of disability, so we're going to put them all together, and we're just going to have them surf as well as they can. The judges will take their disability into consideration and score them accordingly.
Well, that's how it is here, and we don't mind because we got smiles for miles. We know that this sport is growing. We are writing history as we speak here at the second annual 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. I want to thank Andy Davis for putting together some amazing creative that we get to use. Look at that turn. We had Henrique Saravia from Brazil. He has a 4.33 and a 4.0. Yeah, Andy Davis did an amazing job. Follow Andy Davis on Instagram. He put up a few other versions of the logo. And I am proud to wear this hat out and about.
Isn't it so cool?
Yeah.
It's a female surfer with a prosthetic limb. She's looking awesome. She's chilling out in the barrel, very casually standing on her surfboard there.
All of Andy Davis's art is very casual.
It's
All
super
his
casual.
figures feel like they are groovy and they are flowing. You
Right.
look at it and it's soothing.
It
But
is.
yeah, I noticed that too. A female with a prosthetic above the knee limb.
Love it. She's
Yeah.
actually dragging her hand on that barrel too. Pretty cool.
Well, here is Colin Cook, excuse me. This could be his best wave with a nice cut back there. This left following through all the way to the inside. He's looking to replace that earlier 1.8. And here we have Henrique from Brazil in the blue with a big cutback. Him and Mark Stewart, Mike Stewart, the famous bodyboarder from the North Shore of Oahu. Mark Stewart and Enrique, ironically, the two knee surfers out in the front, just able to
Right.
get a few more turns in, right?
Well, and so agile on those smaller boards as well. So you got to hand it to the prosthetic users. Here's a little replay of Colin Cook. Standing on that back prosthetic foot, he's able to steer with his good leg on the front. Earlier I was thinking about how much pressure their good leg actually has to carry. And if their good leg's in the back, how much that quad might be burning, during a
Yeah.
long wave ride. So kudos to these athletes for all preparing, training really hard for this competition.
Yeah, because
being in the best shape they can.
Have you ever done, well,
I was a snowboarder before my injury, so
Yeah, so
I know.
you did pistol squats,
Yeah.
one-legged pistol squats. That's what they are doing.
Oh my gosh.
They're the worst
Totally.
thing in the world.
Or wall sits
Or
or,
wall
frog,
sits,
lip,
yeah.
frog leaps.
Wow. There we go. Eric Darjan. The French flag is flying. The French enthusiasm is up. That was a great wave for him. He looks like he will replace the 3.20. Here we have our Australian gold medalist from last year, Mark Stewart, throwing caution to the wind. He comes unstuck, so that will not factor in for him. We are down to 8 minutes in this final here. AS2 stand and kneel. I can't believe that we are on day 3 and we are down to nearly the last heat of the day. We have one more final coming up after this, and then there's going to be a ceremony on the stage. I can't wait for that. My co-host, Elena Nichols, she will be the MC for that amazing event. Can't wait to see that and see all the enthusiasm. It's just been an incredible 4 or 5 days, starting on Wednesday with the symposium, bringing all the minds together to grow this sport, talk together, learn about what's happening in everybody's country, everybody to share information, exchange what federations they're working with, how they're trying to grow the program. Fernando Aguirre doing an amazing job connecting all the dots and putting a team together that is just growing this sport. For not only for able-bodied, but for the adaptive surfing community, which is going to grow. I know Elaine is looking forward to the time when there's all-female categories, so she's encouraging all the young women, old women, middle-aged, whoever's out there that doesn't think they can. Well, guess what? Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Surfing's one of those sports you can join well into your 40s, 50s, 60s. We've got plenty of opportunities here in Southern California, but again, Dukes Fest out of Hawaii has a contest every year. We've got adaptive divisions in the Western Surfing Association circuit. And then again, I was mentioning earlier that Ventura Paddle Fest. Check it out. Check out adaptivesurfing.com for all that information. Also, the ISA Worlds is a great place for more information on all things adaptive surfing.
Well, this could be exciting. Our French surfer that we have on the screen right now, he was looking for a 3.81 and he got a 4.07, so he jumped himself up into second position into the silver category. That is exciting news for France. Eric Darjean having an amazing event here for Team France. Will he hold on to second position? There's still a lot of time, Elena, with just under 6 minutes here.
Mark Mono Stewart defending, I keep wanting to say national, defending world champion from last year. He's sitting pretty up there with a 7.10 and an 8 flat. Great heat from Mark Stewart. Not far behind, though, is France's Eric Dargent. Both, as you mentioned earlier, kneeling on their boards and absolutely ripping. Some of the most aggressive maneuvers are coming from these knee boarders, and I know that a lot of what happens with that is they're dragging their hands, they're dragging their feet, and they're able to direct their boards accordingly.
Wow, Eric Darjean, he's gotten back out in the lineup, and he went down to this other left-hand bank. He's going to get the reform on the inside, and that just bottoms out on him, unfortunately. But he did his work on the last wave. It looks like it is a fight for second and third. Mark Stewart so far out in the lead that all the other surfers are comboed, meaning they need two completely new waves to even get back up into chasing getting into first position. So right now it is a fight for silver between our French surfer, our Brazilian surfer, and our Hawaiian surfer. So as it is, our Brazilian surfer in the blue needing a 5.64 to jump up into second. Will that happen in the next 4.5 minutes?
That's a great
we
wave
will see.
For Mark Mono Stewart. He was carrying some serious speed down the line there and then was able to float that out. That'll be interesting to see what the judges score that last one. Replay here.
He's just increasing his lead, if anything.
Check this speed out that he's carrying, dragging his hand there and then slapping the lip and riding out that whitewash. Yep, wow. He is well seasoned in the adaptive surfing world and absolutely leading the charge down in Australia, along with Bernie Miller, to get more and more people involved in adaptive surfing. So awesome work by them.
You know what I was wondering? So earlier in the heat, Mark Stewart and Henrique Saravia were up in first and second. The two surfers electing to go on their knees. I think it's maybe like Eric Darjean is saying, no, I'm here with prosthetic. I'm going to take second.
You know
kind of balances the heat out.
I love it. And Eric Darjean is setting the standard for this stand-kneel division. And, I mean, how awesome would that be if he actually came back and beat Mark Mono Stewart on his 2 feet, just showing that no matter what, a prosthetic user can not only compete with these kneeling athletes, but actually win. So
yeah, because they could choose to kneel surf if they wanted
they totally
to.
Could.
But and I know talking to both of them over the course of the last 3 days, they elect to want to stand up surf. They stood up. They were stand up surfers before, and they don't want to compromise that. So they're going to do everything they can to create the prosthetic that works for them. That then they can surf the way they want.
Colin Cook out of Hawaii was talking about losing his leg just a year ago to a tiger shark attack. And as he's laying in the hospital, he was thinking, you know what? I just can't wait to get back on a surfboard. I want to stand on a surfboard. And you know what? There's not a prosthetic made for me out there. I'm going to make my own.
And he did.
That's the spirit of these adaptive surfers, the resilience, the resourcefulness. It's amazing what the human spirit can do in any given situation, especially when they're pushed to get creative like that. So pretty awesome. A year later, Colin Cook competing in the final of the AS2 stand kneel division just a year after his injury.
Not that you want to ever think about it, but when you find yourself in uncomfortable situations, that's when you grow.
Absolutely.
You know, when we get complacent and comfortable, things are kind of stagnant. You get uncomfortable, and be it from, you know, just regular situations in life that bring mental fatigue or traumatic physical things that happen,
Right.
we are challenged and we grow.
Absolutely. Looking like our surfer in blue is going to paddle into this and
Well,
not quite get over the lip on it.
no, he didn't. And so, Eric Dargent from France with 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining, holding on to second position as it is. Mark Stewart extended his lead on that other wave. He got a 7.50, so dropped the 7.1. He is far and away out in the lead. No one can catch him, so it is that. It's who's going to take over for silver, bronze, or copper now, or those three classes. We are down to 1 minute remaining in this final. And, boy, can you believe that after this, we are down to the last final heat of the event, which will be the AS1 stand knee final. I can't believe that these 3 days have flown by so fast for the second annual World Adaptive Surfing Games, brought to you by Stance. Thank you, Stance. Mark Stewart just having a great time here at La Jolla Shores, up and ripping. Well, we are counting down just under 20 seconds.
Absolutely. We've got 10 seconds left. Mark Mono Stewart in the lead as the clock winds down. It's looking like the defending champion from last year will take it home again for the AS2 stand kneel division. Mark Mono Stewart taking it home for Australia.
Well, can you believe it? We have our second repeat gold medalist, back-to-back heats. Our third repeat gold medalist, excuse me, right?
Nope, just two. I mean, we had last year's champion and this year.
Felipe Lime, repeating gold.
Yep.
Now Mark Stewart.
I see.
Well, we are going to toss it to a quick commercial break before we come back for the last amazing final for the AS1 stand and kneel division. Please stick with us and come back here. Visit with us, La Jolla Shores Beach. We can't wait to talk more at you.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money, I just cared about what day did I just photograph and did I capture whatever moment it was.
Welcome back here for the final heat of this event unfolding in La Jolla Shores, California, the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols, Todd Klein out on the beach, roving reporter, and here we see defending gold medalist Mark Stewart being chaired up the beach, which is a tradition in surfing.
He's being carried by a double leg amputee
From
Red Dog.
Australia,
Like,
right.
who carries a whole human on their back? Red Dog, no legs, carrying a human. I love how this is happening.
Right, he has 2 prosthetics, and just behind him we saw our surfer in yellow, Anthony Smythe from South Africa. So it has come down to this last and final heat of the day, fighting for gold, silver, bronze, or copper. These are some of the most radical surfers in the event so far. Mike Coots from Hawaii in the blue, Anthony Smythe from South Africa in the yellow, Kenjiro Ito in the white from Japan, and JP Voudray from South Africa. It is a battle between the South Africans, isn't it? They've been looking to come head-to-head all this event.
They have, and I love every single interview we've heard from Anthony Smythe. He's a humble dude. He's been surfing on the able-bodied circuit all of his life. This is one of the first times, last year and this year, the first times that he's been able to compete against other athletes with disabilities, but takes it just as seriously. He was super nervous going into the last heat, made it into the final. He's looking strong. He's already laid down a 5.17, and Mike Coots,
Hello, can you hear me?
finishing in the top 4 last year,
Hello?
is in the lead as it stands right now. So
Well, we see Team Australia. We see our blind surfer Matt Formston, and his brother Stuart is on the left, cheering up Mark Stewart. That is just such a great scene. I think, if I remember correctly, Matt got the silver, came in second, or did he get the bronze? Excuse me.
you know what's pretty awesome? We're about to do medals after this.
That's
so
right,
We'll,
so I'll go
We'll unveil all of that to our webcast audience as it unfolds. This is the final heat of the AS1 Stan Neal division, and we've got your regular suspects. Mike Coots from Hawaii in the lead, 4.60 and a 6.17. Mike Coots, one of the leaders in the adaptive surf movement. He shark victim survivor and is now, like he says, ironically supporting sharks and preserving that wildlife in his efforts to raise awareness for how important they are in the ecosystem of the ocean.
Well, a lot going on. There was a fast start. Here we have our surfer in yellow, Anthony Smythe, just ripping the lip off that wave. We had obviously some waves ridden by Michael Coots, who's out in the lead with a 6.17 and a 4.60 somewhere during the chairing ceremony up the beach. So maybe we'll get a replay of that. Here we go. This is one of Mike Coots' waves. I'm assuming this is the 6.17. He got 3 backside snaps in the pocket. That is the way to open the heat. So he is taking this seriously. I think that we've seen Anthony Smythe kind of give the heats his best.
Right.
I don't think we've seen the best from Mike Coots yet.
I don't think so. I think you're right. Anthony has been surfing his brains out, and I'm sure that he is conditioned to do that one more time in this final. But I think you're right, Mike Coots. He's been holding his own for sure. But I'd be excited to see some more aggressive stuff coming out of him.
Yeah, where it seemed like JP and Anthony had been building through heats and just getting more momentum as they went and surfing better on each wave. Mike has had kind of these hot and cold heats where he got a good one and he got an okay one, and then he got a really bad one and then an okay one. He hasn't been able to just build and find the waves that let him spark like he wants to.
Yeah, not mention Kenjiro Ito has been surfing really well as well, representing Japan and bringing the stoke for that team. I know that he's got some work to do as far as hanging out with Anthony and JB Vordreau and Mike Coots, but really impressed with Kenjiro Ito's surfing over the course of the last 3 days.
Well, for him to be here from Japan, to go home, to live in Chiba Beach, knowing the Olympics are coming in 2020, to already go home with 1 of 4 medals. We'll see how this final plays out. Long before the Olympics have ever made it there, it's adaptive surfing at its finest, and it is brand new. That was Mike Coots going for that cutback. He went down, and on the left, this is JP Voudry.
Pretty sure we say his last name differently every time we say it. That's what's fun about it. Not you, me. I say it different every time.
Todd nails it every time. I'm telling you. Pressure's on.
Vadri. I like that. I'm going to go with that for the rest of this heat.
All right. Well, we had an amazing wave by Anthony Smythe. He got a 7.33, so now he's jumped up into the lead, snatched it away from our surfer in blue from Hawaii, Mike Coots. Now Mike Coots looking to throw away that 4. He needs a 6.34 to take home the gold.
JP Vaudry with only one wave score on the board. Oh, there's his other 3.37. Now he's in the running. He just popped into 3rd place here. And, it's been a little bit of a battle between the Republic of South Africa, between the two, which, again, isn't a bad problem to have when your team is good enough to enter 2 athletes and have them battle it out against each other. It's pretty awesome. And there they are. Good camera shot of the 2 representing South Africa.
Well, yeah, and you had that points tally. So South Africa, they had 4 categories represented. So they, again, can only cap out with so many points because they just don't even have the ability to gain points in 2 categories.
Right.
But still, to have, 2 of their surfers in the final for this division is a big deal.
Pretty impressive. It looks like South Africa needs a wave ski down there. They don't have one in the AS3 division or the AS4. So maybe we'll have to have one of our shapers here in America send a wave ski home with South Africa.
Well, and you got to think, I know South Africa has people that ride wave skis.
Right.
It's just a matter, is there an adaptive athlete that's riding one yet? But we're going to toss it down to Todd Klein with our last heat winner, our defending gold medalist, Mark Stewart.
Yeah, another back-to-back gold medalist here. Unbelievable. I can't, we were just talking about some of the performances we're seeing by some of the athletes. Well, for me, you're one of those athletes. You are mind-blowing out there, and what you're able to do in that division, going back-to-back on the gold medals, which one feels better? Or do they both feel the same? Talk to us.
This last year was great, but this year's even more special, mainly because I've seen so much progression in the sport in the last 12 months, and this year, the amount of young people coming up, and really taking on what us as older blokes teaching them, and that's what it's about, progressing the sport and getting our youth involved now. So if it ever hits the Paralympics, we're going to really show the world what can be done,
Well, Mark, there's a lot of great athletes out there, but there's only a few true champions. You happen to be one of them. You just touched on, aside from your talent, what makes a champion is giving back. And you're always giving back. You actually have your own model, which a lot of the athletes were riding here. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, no, there was a couple of athletes here this year. I've had a lot of feedback in the last 12 months. And there was a couple here this year riding my board, shaped by Dave Parks. And we're doing the model.
Show us the deck of it, please.
Yeah, mate. Basically, it just allows you to level up your body, particularly those with high stumps. So your knee goes in here, and then we can build that pad up as high as you want to meet your stump. So that way you can have 2 pivot points for doing your turns, and it's all innovation, and we're adapting it all the time. But Dave Parks he's a master at shaping these boards, and I thank him heaps. Thanks, Dave.
Well, speaking of thank yous, I know there's a lot of others that made this event possible for you. Go ahead and give them a thank you as well.
Yeah, no, look, first, straight up, Stan Socks, the ISA, the whole committee, everyone's been really good. We had our little issues with some real changes early, and it's cool, we've got to progress the sport, and I'm happy. That's why I surfed the way I did this time, and it was sort of like learning to surf again, but that's cool. It's all good. And everyone that's involved in this comp has been amazing. The whole town, the whole city that we're at now, and all my sponsors back home, Jason Seaborn's been amazing, Sin Eyewear, Rubber Jungle Wetsuits, and of course Parksy. And without them and the community at home have been really rally behind me for this contest and raised a lot of money for me to come over here, and my teammate Dave Monk and my teammates, they've been awesome. They're unreal, man. They just full on supportive of each other, and just thanks to everyone. Thanks to everyone at home. Really appreciate what you've done for us.
Mark, thank you very much. Congratulations. And I say thank you for your performance out there and your inspiration to everyone that's watching.
No worries. That's fine, man. And hopefully I'm still getting around next year. We'll see if we can come back again.
Oh, I know you will, and you'll be back to get that gold again.
Yeah, I'll be trying, mate. Don't worry.
All righty, guys. You heard a lot of thank yous, but especially to Stance in the city of San Diego, as well as all the others, especially the ISA, that have made this event possible.
Yes, so true, Todd. Thank you so much for this interview, and thanks to all the athletes for just, being so honest and being so generous. sharing their time with us and their stories, and that's really what it's about. What their story is. They're here to win. Obviously, the golds, the silvers, the bronze, and the coppers. That's all important, but it's sharing and growing the community. As this is history in the making, the second annual event of its kind ever.
Right?
And that's what's going down here
Yeah,
in
you know
beautiful
what?
La Jolla.
Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing if there's a new injury, maybe somebody that just lost their leg, they're laying in a hospital bed, somehow they learned about this event, they're watching the webcast, they don't even realize it, but they can surf, and there are people out there with disabilities of all kinds doing it. They're encouraged, and now they have some hope. They have a reason to get out of that hospital bed, get into rehab. They got that stoke, so that's what a cool thing for these athletes, not only to get to do what they love, but to inspire in the process.
Up and riding our heat winner from South Africa, Anthony Smythe. He looks at his fellow competitor, JP, down in 4th position. So their rivalry bookending this final. And what I was going to, sorry, I got lost in the train of thought. Someone who maybe just finding themselves waking up in the last short while. They had a tragic accident. They didn't realize there was even an outlet, an opportunity, a village, a community. Well, now they're not alone, and there are no end of associations, and there's ways to get in the water. People that will pick you up, and there's events scheduled, and there's calendars of all these things happening in a lot of parts of the country and hopefully around the world soon.
Right. And a lot of the magic that's happening on the beach here at La Jolla Shores, it's not only about the surfing, it's about the community and how people with disabilities are coming together. Being so different, somebody with a disability, myself included, sometimes you feel isolated. Sometimes on a daily basis, I'm the only person in a wheelchair that I see every day. And so for me to get into this community and feel so accepted, be embraced just for who I am, and it's really a cool feeling and something that I really look forward to, hanging out in communities of people with disabilities, encouraging each other, finding out what they do, learning some of the tricks of the trade, and spreading the stoke no matter what throughout life, but also throughout the surf community. So loving what's happening here. I'm almost sad it's ending. We've got about 10.5 minutes left of this competition. This is the last heat and the last final for the AS1 stand kneel division.
Well, I can imagine it's not ending for you, because there is the award ceremony, which you get to MC, which we got to all go and watch and cheer. And then I am sure that the ISA is probably, gathering a bunch of people and having a function. So I am sure that today will continue for quite a while.
That's a good point. There is no doubt we're going to celebrate tonight.
Right, there's celebration, and I don't know when all the athletes and the teams are taking off, if they're spending a little time while they're here in La Jolla or San Diego, thereabouts, going up and down, trying to surf different breaks. We've got a great, hotbed of waves up and down this area, so it'd be great to see them around. I'm sure you're dialed in with that if they're staying for a week or 3 days.
Absolutely. People traveling from all over the world, they've got to check out the local scene.
They don't want to leave yet.
Yeah, it's a beautiful time to be in Southern California. Winter waves are here, and it's a beautiful day out there.
Well, currently Anthony Smythe still holding down that lead. Mike Coots from Hawaii in second. Kenjiro Ito from Japan in third. And JP Verdry from South Africa in fourth. But it's not really first, second, third, or fourth. It's gold, silver, bronze, copper.
Exactly. So every athlete today will leave with a medal. Like I said earlier, it just depends on the color. It's looking like Anthony Smythe from South Africa is going to maintain his lead with that 7.33. Here he is again, up on a wave, headed left, slapping the lip and holding on to it.
Well,
oh, nice.
Yesterday I don't think he was riding that round nose board. He had a different board.
Yeah, he's definitely switched it up, I think.
Yeah.
So, for those of you that aren't familiar with surfing, every wave has a different curvature about it, and there's different boards that fit that curve. So each athlete hopefully has a choice of board to go into a competition with, and some of those athletes have made equipment changes as we've
gone throughout this weekend, this 3-day competition. So Anthony Smythe, he's actually, from the waist down, he's an able-bodied surfer. He's got a disabled right arm, which obviously affects him paddling into the wave. But when he's on top of it, he is slashing. He's looking super strong and really well prepared for this competition.
Well, we see Fernando Aguirre down there giving some friends a hug. I mean, he just must be loving every minute of this. He just walks around kind of bathed in sunshine, absorbing the good vibes. And an event like this for him, as he talked about earlier, it just provides him with so much energy to continue on and bring that message globally. And I can't imagine what he's got in his week ahead. Next week's probably going to be a busy week for him, but he's so full of positive energy that he doesn't mind. He's like, bring on anything. I'm here to grow it and help it and be a part of it.
Well, and they just got back from Fiji for the SUP World Championship, so he's just a little energizer. It looks like a little paddle battle going on here between Kenjiro Ito. He's going to get on that wave, but it's not going to give him too much, so he's going to try to get back out in the lineup as fast as he can.
Well, yeah, because JP Voudray had gotten this 4.90 somewhere in the fray or during our conversation, and so he took over the third position, and now Kenjiro Ito trying to jump back up into third or potentially second. Both those athletes needing pretty high scores to get into second. A 7.77 for JP and an 8.17 for Kenjiro with 6.5 minutes remaining. Well, it looks like our current heat leader might better his situation. And that's what we saw also in the heat before with Mark Mono Stewart. He just kind of got the lead and then just built, and then it really became a battle for silver.
Yeah, Mark set himself apart early on, but Anthony Smythe, what a consistent performance here from day 1 into day 3. He has he won every heat he's been in? I believe so.
I think so. He's looking like he's having fun. I wonder if he's getting tired yet. He's surfed almost 10 waves in this heat. All of these surfers have, actually. There's a lot of ones on the board because there's a lot of small dumpy closeouts, but they've just got to risk it and hope that they can get around that one section and find the little power spot and, get the turns off that they're looking for, so they have to take a lot of waves. Oh, and this looks like something nice for our surfer from Hawaii, Mike Coots, eyeing up this very peaky right. Will he get in?
He's going to pass. He was just a little too far on the shoulder of that, wanting to really get inside, but couldn't quite do it. Here's a little replay.
Big old floater. That I don't think will go into his scoreline, but boy, that wave that was coming at Mike Coots looks like it was going to be a beauty.
It did look good.
And because it is such low tide, it just moved onto the inside sandbank and disappeared on him.
It did.
You could kind of see his disappointment when he stopped paddling.
And I think he realized he's going to move a little farther south to try to see if he can get just right in the middle of that peak. Mike Coots not far behind. He's got about a little less than 5 minutes to get a good solid wave score. He needs 6.67 to move into the lead. So anything could happen here. We've got 4.5 minutes. Mike Coots from Hawaii looking for that gold medal.
Well, Mike Coots, correct me if I'm wrong, was a medalist. He was a
copper
medalist. So right now he's bettered his last year's, result. He's so far in the silver medal position for Hawaii. He's all stoked. He sees his coach, Chris, maybe, or one of the Hawaiian team members down on the beach with the flag right there. They can virtually talk. They're 20 feet away.
They're pretty close. It's low tide. All the fans could literally be standing out in the ocean next to them for the most part.
Well, the beach reminds me of France, these tide swings right now. Have you been to France?
I've never surfed in France. I've been there, but...
Yeah, the tides swing 20 plus feet. It's amazing. And here the biggest swings we get are around 8 feet, but you really see it. I mean, this is an 8-foot tide swing here, and we went from the top of the beach out 300 yards. So this is about as much swing as we get.
Hoping for a
big set to roll through with just over 3 minutes left. Mike Coots needs one more solid wave and a good performance to take the lead from Anthony Smythe out of South Africa.
JP Voudray from South Africa, who's had a great performance this whole event, sitting here. There we go. There he is, finishing off that wave. He seems happy. I wonder if there was something up the sandbar that we'll maybe get a replay on. So he, again, it was a big ask. He's looking for a 7.77 to jump up and take away the silver position from Mike Coots. I don't know if that wave will be enough. We just saw the end of it there with 2.5 minutes remaining. We have been talking for 3 days straight. It is just a gab fest in here.
Our mouths.
Blah, blah, blah.
Hopefully our viewers at home have been enjoying the webcast. I love that we can reach so many people and spread adaptive surfing. Mike Coots paddling into this, gonna pass.
Yeah, it looked like he saw maybe there was a right that we couldn't see on camera, and then looked left. There was nothing for him there. He wants to replace he's got 2 solid scores, but he just maybe wants to up the ante on the 6.17 to just hold on to that silver.
Just under 2 minutes left.
He needs, if he could get a 6.67, he could take the lead. So that's what his goal is.
Exactly. He's looking for the right wave. He's going to paddle into this one and maybe not take it.
Well, and he knows what he needs because we have beach announcers that are talking to these athletes out in the water, breaking down the time, the scores. So, they're all aware of where they're sitting in this heat. They know exactly what they need. So when they're out there eyeing up a wave coming, they know there's no point in paddling for that wave because that's not even going to get close to what I need. So Mike Coots is looking for anything better than a 6.67.
Exactly. Good surfers can see potential in a wave, and Mike Coots is passing on some of these because he needs a good score to take over the lead.
Yeah, he doesn't need to waste time on a 3. He wants a 7 or an 8. And that would be a fun finish. We saw some exciting finishes. We are almost to the finish. 1 minute left. Can you believe it? Jeff Baldwin with Elena Nichols. We are having a great time as the seconds are winding down in this final heat of the second annual 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. Is this the way for Mike Coots to get up into the goal position? Nope.
Not going to do it. If he could have tucked into that barrel, he's probably 6 foot tall. Doubt he was going to get under.
I think he's taller.
Is he?
Yeah, I'm 6 foot. He's like 6'4", I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's a tall man.
Anthony Smythe doing work. Little floater, going to land it.
A soulful cutout. I think he knows the victory could be his. 20 seconds, but we won't call it yet. Oh my gosh, I'm nearly talked out. You're going to go talk some more, but
Got that gift of gab. We got 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. That will be it for the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surf Championships. Anthony Smythe, your 2016 World Champion in the AS1 Stand Kneel Division. Congratulations to South Africa.
Well, yeah, and Mike Coots from Hawaii in the blue getting the silver medal. JP Voudray from South Africa with the bronze medal, and Kenjiro Ito from Japan with the copper medal. I think we might go to a quick commercial break. We might come back with an interview with our winner, and then maybe we're going to have a quick wrap-up. Waiting for the producers to tell me what's going on with that.
I first got into photography when I was 16. I grew up in La Jolla Shores, California. A friend of mine walked up to myself and a group of friends with an 8x10 black and white. He had like 6 of them that he'd processed in his home darkroom, and he starts showing them and passing them around to this group of friends of mine. And I just went, whoa! So right from that point, I went, that's what I want to do. It was natural to just start shooting what we were so addicted to, which was surfing. I didn't care about the money. I just cared about what day did I just photograph, and did I capture whatever moment it was.
What's Visla?
Well, welcome back here. That was the final heat of the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships in beautiful La Jolla Beach, Southern California. Jeff Baldwin alongside Elena Nichols. Todd Klein has been down roving all day long. You can see the beach is packed. We've had incredible not big waves, Elena, but very contestable waves. The tide sort of played a factor each day, as it does in every surf event when it gets so low. An event like this doesn't have the opportunity of a waiting period, so it's running straight through. All the athletes know that. Today, so just to kind of recap, we started out with the stand and kneel quarterfinals, then we went to AS5 assist semifinals. Anyway, we just went through visually impaired final, AS5 assist finals, AS4 prone, AS3 upright. A lot of words coming at you. AS2 stand and kneel, and finished with the AS1 stand and kneel. All those classifications are what define what is adaptive surfing right now as it stands in this second historic event. As it broadens, as it grows, which is the vision that the ISA and Fernando Aguirre have brought out into the world. There are future hopes of potential Paralympic Games, but right now, defining what all these different classifications mean and how they fit together, it's a complex web, and it is a brand new dialogue that is only now just happening. And from last year to this year, they added 2 categories. And will we see in the future enough female adaptive athletes to have their own female side, or we just don't know. The script is not written, and we don't really care.
That's what's beautiful about
That's
it.
what's beautiful, right?
The sky's the limit.
Yeah.
We've got plenty of people with disabilities out in the world that need to get involved. What a cool event. We had 77 athletes from 22 different countries here in La Jolla, California, representing their countries, surfing to the best of their ability, regardless of their disability. Each country had the potential to score points. Each athlete had the potential to score points for their country. We don't have the official results of those team scores, but I will say that the last time we checked in, there's a maximum total of 7,720 points available. Brazil finished with 6,008 altogether, or didn't finish the last we checked in. USA had 5,658. The Chile in third with 4,242, and finally Hawaii with 4,225 points altogether. That's going to be one of the coolest things for these countries to be able to do. Take back this trophy on behalf of their country, show their national delegations that they represented well, and again, just be able to share the adaptive surf stoke around the world.
Well, that's right. Not only were there the individual achievements, the individual medals that these athletes were all going for, there is the team's collective points, and the teams that could field enough athletes to be across all categories obviously had the best opportunity to medal in those classes. So it is going to be between Brazil, USA, Chile, and Hawaii for the 4 medals. Right. Australia was just close behind them, and even though Mark Mono Stewart wins that event and brings their team a bunch of points, they just don't have all the field or all the classifications filled. So after we go off air down the line, we're waiting for a nice interview with our last heat winner right there. We see Todd walking with our South African gold medalist, but make sure you can go to the website, www.isaworlds.com, or if you're looking for more information, isasurf.org. Go onto the Facebook, International Surf Association. There's going to be no end of content and information, dialogue between all these athletes, coaches, federations, foundations, nonprofits. It's just going to keep growing exponentially. Follow it on Instagram, at ISA Surfing. On Snapchat, ISA @_surfing. Twitter, @ISA Surfing. All these athletes, no doubt, are going to be doing their social media too. So then you have the opportunity to go and follow all them, stay connected with them, ask questions, and yeah, it's just been a great experience here. But we'll finish this up. I'm going to throw it down to Todd Klein, who's at the beach with our winner of this event, Anthony Smythe.
Yeah, we just wrapped up the event, and our final world champion, our last gold medal we're going to hand out. Last year you got the silver, Anthony Smythe representing South Africa. Last year you got the silver. This year you get the gold. How good does it taste?
It's awesome. I was so afraid of a repeat of last year, and the conditions are pretty similar as well, and I was terrified that I wouldn't get the waves or I get too many waves. But yeah, it's done. I'm so relieved.
A lot of viewers that are new on the webcast right now watching that maybe didn't see your post heat earlier. Yes. Tell them last year the situation, what happened. You actually had to come into the beach early and watch, and that's how you ended up with silver.
Yeah, so last year we were only allowed 12 waves, and was it 10?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think I had 7 or 8 minutes to go. I was in second, and they called me in, and I had to watch my heat from the shore. And I mean, somebody got a good wave. I might have been down to third or fourth.
Well, let's talk about it. We're going to have the awards coming up here soon. You know, I know that was a special moment when you came in. I saw you actually got a little teared up. Talk to us if you can and try and articulate that emotion that you were feeling when you won.
It's relief. After last year, I had the weight on my shoulder, and I know it now. I think that those tears were a relief that I've done it now. You know, from the moment I left the beach last year, I knew I'd come back and I'd try and win it. And I think those emotions were tears, you know. And we've had a lot happen in our family this year. I lost my brother earlier. So this is for him.
Good stuff, brother. Well, like I told you walking up here, I've enjoyed getting to know a lot of you athletes, especially yourself, watching your role here at this event, going on to get a gold. You win it for your brother. I know there's others out there you want to thank as well before we wrap up.
Yeah, Graham Field, my coach, my unofficial coach. You were on my shoulders there. Thank you, man. Thank you, buddy. And all of the Western Province and the Cape Town Surf Riders, those guys are all behind me. And everybody who's supported me in any way, I'm just thankful. Thank you very much, everybody. And this gold's for you.
Anthony Smythe, our gold medalist, our world champion, winning it for his brother. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Todd Klein. You know, I want to send out congratulations to all the finalists, beyond all the finalists, all the participants that have made their way from 22 countries, 77 athletes from all over the world here at La Jolla Shores for the second annual 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, all cheering on their teammates, men and women, 11 years old to 65 years old, every variety of disability that you can imagine, and they were all in the water surfing, assisted, unassisted, paddles, no paddles, prosthetics, no prosthetics, kneeling, standing, one arm. I mean, what an inspiring day it has been. What an inspiring 3 days it has been. I can't wait for the award ceremony that you get to run. Elena Nichols will be up on stage presenting all these athletes and friends. You are friends with many of them, being a 3-time gold medal, Paralympic gold medalist, adaptive sports legend.
Yes,
it's
Jeff
been a real pleasure.
Baldwin, it's been amazing being able to commentate alongside you and Todd Klein. This is me signing off. We're going to give away some awards.
So you are off to the stage. Well, when they wrap up here, I'm going to come join you. It has just been a pleasure. I want to give a couple shout-outs, not only to the ISA for everything they've done, Fernando Aguirre for inviting me to be a part of this moment, to Todd Klein, my co-host, to Elena Nichols, my other co-host, to all the staff, to Stance Socks, who, John Wilson stepped up as the title sponsor, changed the game for these athletes here, giving them the opportunity to have a masseuse, changing areas, a dry area, just a real nice athlete environment. Visla and the City of San Diego for being participating sponsors, presenting sponsors, Challenged Athletes Foundation, Northern Trust, Grace by Grit, Procopio, Dukes La Jolla, Autobach, Carrier Johnson Culture, Chipotle, Natural High, Antonio Patamanos family, all of our media sponsors, everyone here on the ISA staff, and to all the volunteers out there. They have done an amazing job. They came down in droves, all of Stance's employees, plus a lot more. It takes an army to facilitate this type of an event, and it is just the future of surfing here. Adaptive surfing is on the rise, and I cannot wait to see what happens this time next year for the 3rd annual event of its type. So yeah, from me to all of you, thanks for listening. Jeff Baldwin signing off here in beautiful La Jolla Cove, La Jolla Shores, San Diego, Southern California. We're going to toss it over to the award ceremony coming up soon. Have a great day, and thanks for being here with us.
All right, welcome everybody to the 2016 Stance ISA World Championship closing ceremonies. What an incredible event. All of the countries and the athletes have given their best effort, and it is with great pleasure that the ISA welcomes everyone to the official awards and closing ceremonies of the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships here in San Diego, California. We'd like to welcome and introduce the following dignitaries here on stage. The President, Fernando Aguirre of the ISA. And President and co-founder of Stance, John Wilson. Now we'll welcome the ISA President, Fernando Aguirre, who will say a few words.
Is that my microphone? Okay, everybody. You guys are live around the world, so I want to hear the loudest scream of your life. Hello! That's very good. Now I want you to double on that. Hello! Yes, hello to the world. This is the 2nd annual Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship. It's amazing that only 14 months ago we were here trying to figure out how to do this. We're learning with you. And as I said on the first day at the symposium, a lot of you are the teachers and we are the students. We cannot do this alone. This is for you, but it's also yours to help us drive adaptive surfing around the world. A year ago, very, very few national teams were organized in a proper way. This year, many teams are organized in a proper way. A year ago, in Costa Rica, we received 1 athlete from Costa Rica. This year we have 5, and in a competition in Costa Rica, they have 30. In a competition in Costa Rica, this year they have 30 adaptive surfers. That means that the surfers and the people that want to surf are there, and we just need to reach out. Each of you here in your social media, when you travel, when you go home, is an ambassador. The ISA empowers you, asks you, pleads you that you please support what you love. If we defend what we love, we will build it up, and it will be an incredible center of love for the ocean and for the enjoyment of the wave riding that we all love. So thank you very much for coming here again. This is our Olympic-style award ceremony. There is 4 medals. In the Olympics there is 3 medals, but we are a little extra creative. As you know, in surfing competition there is 4 finalists. So if we only give 3 medals, means 1 finalist stays away. So we invented the copper medal. So you got gold, silver, bronze, and copper. So somebody will say, hey, you shouldn't do that. Well, we did it anyhow, and it works. And everybody's happy, and we see a lot of copper medal recipients very happy to go home. Now, some of you, a lot of you, including John and me, we didn't get medals and we won't get medals. And some of you go home without a medal. And as a competitor, you should be as proud as if you go home with a medal, because you're not taking a metallic medal. You're taking a tattoo in your heart because you were here, and that's your medal. That's your condecoration. That's what meant that you were part of this. You are a champion because you came representing your country. You carry the colors of your country with honor. You do this for love in the true way, in the true Olympic spirit. So when you get home, don't ever forget about this moment, about this happiness that you have all these days, all these difficulties that you overcame, and all these intense moments of friendship that you had. This is the reason why we get together. It's not just to compete. Having a competition is great. Winning, one guy wins we got 6 winners. That's it. But everybody else wins because you were here. And decades from now, when surfing is a Paralympic sport and surfing is an Olympic sport, you will be able to say, I was in La Jolla. On that time, when for the first time, we have all surfers representing their national surfing teams, their national adaptive surfing teams. So take that home, take it with you, keep it, promote the heck out of it. Tell everybody that you were here, how good this was. Thank you! Muchas gracias. Muito obrigado, domo arigato, merci beaucoup, tanti gracias, danke schön, and everything else. I love you guys.
I'm just passing this mic straight over to John Wilson, president of Stance, to say a few words himself.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you. Hey, I like the phrase that Fernando came up with at the beginning, the opening ceremonies, is saltwater hug. Should we give everybody give a big saltwater hug right now? Hey, I'm here to just say thank you. I talked about this notion of celebrating human originality at the opening ceremonies, and I can honestly say the last 3 days has been just that. You all are true originals. We're honored to be a part of this event, and so I thank you on behalf of all the Stance employees here in the U.S. and in 50 countries around the world. This was an incredible event, and we're honored to be a part of it. And as you guys head back to your countries, hopefully you go back with new friends, incredible experiences, and that you've enjoyed the competition. So thank you so much for letting us be a part of this. And I also want to give a special thanks to the ISA staff. Want to give a special thanks to the community of La Jolla, the city of San Diego, and I did want to give a special shout out to Alex from ISA. Where's Alex? Alex, come forward real quick. Come forward. Where is he? He's working. That's why I wanted to give him a special recognition. He is even-keeled, juggling so many different things over this weekend. So thanks, Alex, wherever you are. And thank you very much. Enjoy the award ceremonies, and congratulations, everybody.
Thank you, John Wilson, president of Stance. Thank you also for being the title sponsor of this event. We could not have done this without Stance. Now the ISA and Stance would like to make a special presentation, the Sam Day Spirit Award. Please welcome to the stage Sam Day's parents, Lorna and Bob Day. Stance Director of Events, Sarah Baer, Stance Co-Founder and President, John Wilson, and ISA President, Fernando Aguirre.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to read this because I don't do this very often, so please bear with me. Thank you. I had the pleasure of attending this last year, and to say that this event changed the way that I look at life it's not even accurate. But as much as this event is about the competitors and you guys surfing, my favorite part of this event was the clinic. And the kids that came out on Thursday that were able to surf, and you guys showing them how to surf and showing them what they're capable of doing and what they can do out in that water. So that's my favorite part of this event. And I met a lot of kids last year. So sorry. I know. I told you it would.
Deep breathe.
Okay. Sorry.
You got this.
So, I met a lot of kids last year. One of them was Sam Day. And if you met Sam, you remember Sam. He was incredibly funny, sarcastic, witty, and wise beyond his years. And I stayed in touch with him over the year and his lovely parents. And he was a big reason, as all the kids and you guys as well, but he was a big reason that I was looking forward to coming back to this event this year. So unfortunately, Sam's not with us this year. But we wanted to include him in this event because I truly feel that Sam's spirit is part of that saltwater hug that Fernando speaks about. So with that, we wanted to do something that included him, even in his absence. So we created the Stance Sam Day Spirit Award. And we wanted to give it to one of the participants in the clinic that showed the same type of spirit and enthusiasm and vivaciousness that Sam brought to this event. And we worked with Fernando and Alex and Nancy, and it's hard because those kids are awesome. And we chose a lovely, beautiful little girl named Riley, who's here today. Riley's 12 years old. She surfs regularly with CAF, and she actually surfed quite a few times at various clinics with Sam, and was a big participant in the event on Thursday. She's an avid skier, surfer, skater, and she's just kind of amazing. So Riley, we just wanted to give this to you and say thank you for showing the spirit that you do, and we look forward to seeing you on one of these teams one day.
Very touching speech. Congratulations, Smiley Riley, one of our favorites. She's got that smile. Just another way that this adaptive surfing movement is taking over the lives of people with and without disabilities. Thank you to the Sam Day family for being here and for the love that your son shared with us. Moving on, presenting the medals and World Team Champion Trophy to all the world champions today will be the ISA President, Fernando Aguirre, and the co-founder and president of Stance, John Wilson. So it's now my great pleasure to bring up all the judges to the stage, please. These are your judges for the 2016 ISA World Adaptive Surf Championships. These judges were sitting for 3 days straight watching you surfers like eagle eyes up in the bird's nest. Thank you, judges. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for your time. You guys did a great job this year. Appreciate it. Come back next year. Awesome. Now on to the awards. Let's welcome all the finalists from the Adaptive Surfing Visually Impaired Division. Please come to the stage. No. You'd have to have 5 limbs. The stoke is high, all right. Winner of the copper medal, Gwendelle Duferte from France. Winner of the bronze medal, Matt Formstom from Australia. And your winner of the silver medal, Elias Figdiel from Brazil. And now the gold medal winner from Spain, Ator Francesina. Congratulations to España. And now for the national anthem of Spain. Congratulations to the first ever visually impaired division winners, 2016 Adaptive World Championships. Thank you guys so much. Next up, we have the finalists from the AS5 Assist Division. Please make your way to the stage.
It's going to be easier to leave that way. Oh, for the chair.
Yeah, Jesse.
Okay. We'll go on the copper. I'm sorry. Pardon. Wait. You announce? Hold on.
Yep. And the recipient of the copper medal goes to Pancho Arbulu from Peru. Congratulations, Pancho. Winner of the bronze medal, Barney Miller from Australia. Okay, we've got it mixed up on the page here. Bronze medal goes to Jesse Biller of the U.S. All right, I apologize. We've got this recipient of the silver medal going to Barney Miller of Australia. And your world champion of the AS Assist Division, gold medal goes to Davi Teixeira from Brazil. And now the national anthem of Brazil. Congratulations to the assist division. One more round of applause for the pushers and the catchers out there. Amazing job. Congratulations. All right, next up we have the adaptive surfing for prone division. Congratulations. Congrats, Barney. Sorry about that. It was totally on the paper. I know better, though. Congratulations, Brad. That was totally on the paper. No.
What?
It was on the
But
paper.
where? Not these. Down. I don't want anybody to see these.
All right, AS4 Prone Division, please make your way to the stage. All right, AS4 Prone Division, winner of the copper medal, Matthew Hogue from Costa Rica. Congratulations, winner of the bronze medal, Alvaro Beoña from Spain. Winner of the silver medal goes to Christian Otter Bailey from the United States of America. And finally, your gold medalist, Bruno Hansen from Denmark. And now the national anthem of Denmark. Congratulations again. Thank you, boys. Great showing today. All right. Next up, we have the upright division. Please make your way to the stage. You can do it. All right, welcome to the finalists from the AS3 upright division. The winner of the copper medal, Elias Valencia from Chile. Winner of the bronze medal, Chris Jones from Great Britain. winner of the silver medal, Jeff Munson from the United States of America. And your gold medalist, Felipe Lima Kizu from Brazil. And now the national anthem of Brazil. Congratulations to the upright division finalists, two-time gold medalists, and your world champion, Felipe Lima Kizu. And now let's welcome the finalists from the AS2 stand kneeling division. Please make your way to the stage. And the winner of the copper medal goes to Colin Cook from Hawaii. Winner of the bronze medal, Henrique Seriva from Brazil. Winner of the silver medal, Eric Dargent from France. And the winner, gold medalist and world champion, Mark Mono Stewart from Australia. And now the national anthem of Australia. Congratulations to all the finalists. Great work today, guys. Next up, we have the finalists from the AS1 standing. Oh, we're going to wait. We're going to get Mark Mono Stewart. The commitment is on point. World champion, tattoo. Also successfully defending his title, Mark Mono Stewart from Australia. Congratulations. Congrats, Mono. Next up, let's welcome the finalists of the AS1 Standing Kneeling Division. All right. Winner of the copper medal, Kenjiro Ito from Japan. Winner of the bronze medal, JP Boudreau from South Africa. Winner of the silver medal, Mike Coots from Hawaii. And finally, winner of the gold medal and your world champion, Anthony Smythe from South Africa. And now, the national anthem of South Africa. Congratulations to all the finalists. And now, as you all know, this was a team competition. We have one more award. We are now going to present the final team ranking of the 2016 Stance ISA World Championship. All right. Starting with, as you all know, there were 22 countries involved in this competition. At number 22, the Czech Republic. Number 20, the Netherlands. Also number 20, Mexico. 19, Norway. 18, Argentina. 16, Colombia. 16, Wales. At number 15, Denmark. At number 14, Peru. Coming in at 13, Japan. coming in number 12, Italia. At number 11, Canada. Number 10, España. Number 9, Great Britain. Number 8, Costa Rica. Number 7, France. Number 6, South Africa. Number 5, Hawaii. And now coming in 4th place with a total of 3,783 points, Australia. Oh, and if we could get the entire team of Australia up here to receive your 4th place team award. Everybody from Australia, make your way. Congratulations, Team Australia. One more round of applause here. Congrats. All right, just to catch you up, there was a maximum of 7,720 points available to earn. Each team was allowed to field a whole team of 8. So, if Australia, you can stay up here, we're going to invite 3rd place up. And in 3rd place, Chile with everybody from Team Chile, make your way up. Team Chile finished with 3,912 points, bringing a huge team to the competition. Congratulations, Team Chile. Give them a round of applause. That's what the Chileans say. Congratulations, Team Chile. And now, your second place team finisher coming in with 5,108 points, Team USA.
We're gonna walk, keep walking with me, buddy. It's all good, it's all good. Okay. Congratulations again. Snickers on the end. Put Snickers next to the Ronnie, congratulations.
All right, let's hear it for Team USA. One more round of applause.
Wait, I'm gonna move the team here. Okay, now guys, you have to move a little bit so I can slide the gold pin. Down that way. Guys, you move down this way. No, please. One direction. Move over here. So we make room in the middle.
Hi, Elena.
Hi.
Hi.
Just stay here. Back up, Jess. Yeah. Blind surfers rule.
All right.
Congratulations, Itor.
And now, in first place, the new world team champion for the 2016 Stance ISA World Adaptive Surf Championship, winner of the ISA World Team Championship trophy, and the gold medal goes to Team Brazil.
Hey, the storm is real, man. It is real. Follow me. Stay on my back. Stay on my back.
Feeling the love from Team USA.
Good job. Hey, it's been an honor. It's been an honor to spend time with you beautiful humans and see how much fun you guys have, and it's such a pleasure.
I didn't even get to meet you, Coach.
If they ask me back, I'll come back. I'm down to train. I'm down to get in the water. You know where I'm at. Yeah, I'll join you at Sano any hour of the day. Any hour.
All of us.
Wow, we got some hardware.
One more round of applause for Team Brazil. And a special award and now the president of the ISA presents Team Brazil with the World Team Championship trophy. Congratulations. And now the national anthem of Brazil. And now I'd like to welcome ISA President Fernando Aguirre, who will officially close the 2016 World Championships.
Okay, everybody, I know we don't want this to finish, but the way I look at things, if you say this is the last moment, it's sad, but this is the first second of the countdown for next year, World Adaptive Surfing Championship. So, thank you to our friends and stands, the friends at Visla, the City of San Diego, all the sponsors, all the supporters, all the donors, all the volunteers, and thank you to all. This is our adaptive surfing movement. Muchas gracias. The competition is over. Thank you. Thank you. Woo!